This is the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series, bringing together the top Sports Car Club America racers from around the country. This weekend for rounds 9 and 10, we head to the final resting place of the Confederacy and birthplace of Wendell Scott, the first African-American NASCAR driver. We're just outside of Danville, Virginia at the 3.27-mile, 17-turn circuit that Paul Newman, of course, once coined heaven on earth. Welcome, everybody, to Virginia International Raceway. I'm Gregg Ginsberg with Brian Bielanski, of course, joining me here this morning, and we're going to bring you all the coverage here this weekend from VIR here on DriversEye Live, as well as 89.9 FM here at the track. Good morning, Brian. How are you doing today?
I feel like 89.9 FM, we should be doing NR or something. Welcome,
quite possibly,
everybody. What a great day. What a great day for racing here, and it's going to be, looks like great weather this morning, right?
Yeah, it is absolutely beautiful. A little warm, a little humid out this morning, but we're already pushing close to 70 degrees ambient air temperature. A little bit of haze here this morning, but I'm sure that's going to burn off. Scheduled to be a beautiful day here at Virginia International Raceway. So, Brian, as we're getting ready, and we've got our first group on track right now, our Spec Racer 4 Gen 3s, let's let everybody know essentially what we've got in store for them on track today. We have 7 different race groups here this weekend, the first being Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, and they've gone on track for their first qualifying session of the weekend, a 20-minute qualifying session. And we're going to have qualifying all morning today for each of our 7 groups. And then when we come back from lunch, it's race time. We're going to have 25-minute sprint races for each and every one of the 7 groups. Tomorrow, kind of wash and repeat. Tomorrow morning, slightly shorter qualifying sessions, 15-minute qualifying sessions, but much longer races. We've got 14-lap or 35-minute races on tap for you tomorrow, but a full weekend of racing action here from Danville.
And it's going to be some of the best folks from the Northeast who come down for this Northeast and Southeast kind of merge together here. One of the joint divisional super tours, which is fantastic, and some of the best talent on. Oh, there's something over there. Somebody.
Yeah, you know, it's always slick early in the morning, Brian.
Yeah.
We did have I think a small little, I don't want to call it drizzle, but definitely a sheen of humidity last night, and we did have a car, it looks like, went off, locked up the brakes going into turn 1. We'll try and get the number on that car. We'll try and get that number for you here soon enough.
There's a slow one coming through turn 4 there, number 87.
Yeah, 87 exactly was the car, I think, that ran wide, listening to the flag net. And the 87 car, and looks like we've got another car off coming through the S's as well.
You know,
the 51
cooler temperatures,
machine.
Maybe some dew. You know,
exactly.
It's not uncommon for that kind of situation there.
Yeah, indeed, and it appears as though we'll see here. I think we just had the 51 machine go off track over going through the uphill S's, and that is Andrew Adler out of Sanibel Island, Florida. He's back underway, but a little bit off the pace. And so we've got racers right now, as we can see here, currently working their first flying laps, technically second lap on the timing and scoring. By the way, if you want to see the same multi-sector timing and scoring that we use here, that Brian and I are looking at to see when drivers are on flyers and when they've set fast sector times, you can go to scca.com/live. And probably the best thing going, or you can always pick up the live timing besides on our ticker on the left-hand side of the screen via the Race Monitor app and website as well.
Giving away all of our secrets, Greg.
I know.
You're going to talk us out of a job here real quick here.
Well, thankfully, Brian, you and I can talk. Well, you can talk. I can stumble and mutter and mumble. Here early on, Going to the top of the leaderboard, Bobby Sack. And again, this is after one flying lap. Bobby Sack, two-time national champion out of Bloomfield Hills, Michigan, with a time of 2:07.018. Russ Turner in the number 23 machine. Russ Turner with a time of 2:08.145. Brian Schofield, third fastest, at a 2:08.199. And top three drivers separated by 1.1 seconds. But again, early on, as you can see, we've got over 17 minutes left in qualifying, and we've only got one flying lap in the books.
Yeah, that's very early going as far as that goes. But, you've got these fantastic drivers at the top of the leaderboard already, and something we are not surprised by. You've got Sack, who's a national champion. You've got Russ Turner, who's a national champion. You've got Schofield, who is a national champion. So it's you got to expect that these are the guys, the cream of the crop, rising to the top at the moment.
Yeah, indeed. And of course, I didn't mean to brush over Russ Turner. Russ Turner is your defending national champion in the class. Had a stupendous drive at Road America, where we're going to be returning this fall for the national championships once again. A bit of a, I don't want to say a bit of a surprise, but we saw Dylan DeFonce going up towards the top of the leaderboard here early on, as well as Karsten DeFonce, both out of New Preston, Connecticut. Now as more drivers have completed their third flying laps, they're dropping down a little bit through the order here. Scott Monroe, after 3 laps, now moving up to fourth fastest. He is only about 1.6 seconds off a provisional pole. John Green in the number 29 machine out of Gainesville, Georgia. Fifth fastest, Andre Pera there as well. Jim Goffrey, great early run for him so far as well.
Yeah, we shouldn't forget that Russ Turner, he's going to be trying to go 3 times national champion. He won at VIR, right, 2023. And then he won again last year at the Road America.
America.
He'll be going for the triple here coming up this year if he can pull that off. So he's got a lot of experience here at VIR.
Yep, indeed. And let's see here. I still got a couple of minutes here before we get to halfway. But really a great morning of action, Brian, and a really good turnout here this weekend. Number of classes that have very full subscriptions. STL looks to be a barn burner this weekend. In addition to that, I think we've got close to 60 Spec Miata drivers entered here this weekend. SMX appears to be a pretty full house as well, so it should be a great weekend of racing. Want to definitely thank you all for joining us here on the SCCA official YouTube channel.
Now, looking at that leaderboard, and if you go a little bit deeper down the leaderboard, there's some other, pretty strong names. Todd Vanacore is up in the top 10 here. James Goffrey, he is number 12th right now. So there's some other drivers who I think are going to come up here as the day goes on here. We'll get a little deeper into this session. But there are some really strong, it's a strong field here.
Yeah, absolutely it is.
Trey Ayers.
Yeah, I was going to say, as we go through here now, we always Sam Schechter, who is put in, and Sam is coming off some repairs on his car. Came off that big wreck earlier this season to start off the season down at Homestead, but always very strong here out of the Washington D.C. region. Would call this probably next to Summit Point his second home. We've got also, we saw him early in the season. Jackson Deal driving the number 58 machine. He's here being coached this weekend by Morgan Burkhardt. Burkhardt was originally scheduled to race and didn't like what he felt in a car that it was actually the first weekend, I think, in 3 years that the chassis that he was going to race. It had been 3 years since it had been on track, and my understanding from talking to the Burkhardt camp is that they just thought it would be a tough slog this weekend to try and get that car up to where it needed to be by the end of the weekend. So he's going to be dedicated to coaching the driver of the 58 machine.
Brian Schofield jumps to the top of the leaderboard here. So he just put in his purple lap. That was a 2:05.306. Russ Turner puts in a purple sector coming up here, so we'll see if he can match that time by Schofield. And he wants to go to that top of that leaderboard. Bobby Sack drops down to third. Now you've got Clay Russell, who is in third place, James Goffrey. So that's all the names that we typically see up at the front again, Greg.
Yeah, not a huge surprise here whatsoever. Yeah, and especially to see Clay Russell, who took the national championship in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 here back in 2019, the first time the national championship runoffs were held at VIR. He, of course, came off of, that was his second consecutive national championship, having won at Sonoma the year before. But good to see him up towards the front of the field. And indeed, we're seeing a number of racers filtering up towards the front that we would somewhat expect. Maybe a few surprises and some racers that we might expect to see a little bit further up the field. But, at this point, we're not even halfway, Brian. I'm looking at, for example, good to see Lee Hill, former chairman of the SCCA Board of Directors, had the motor in his Spec Racer Ford go up in smoke during a regional event at Sebring about a month and a half ago. Car was being co-driven in an endurance race by both Lee and our president of the SCCA as well. And good to see. It looks like they must have put a new motor in that car, because I think it was pretty much done at the time. Yeah, so Mike Cobb and Lee were sharing that car, but just Lee Hill racing it this weekend. He is, well, a moment ago he was showing 20th. He's now dropped down to 34th, and I'm sure he'll pick things up here. But Trey Ayers, who is another former national champion, currently running 19th, and I'm wondering about whether or not there's a strategy here for Trey, because he's been pretty much locked in with his teammate Arvid Albanese now at every single event that I've seen them race at, that they have been locked nose to tail. And I think Trey is working with Arvid to move him up the field just a little bit, but they're currently sitting 19th and 20th. I think by the end of this weekend we're going to probably see them move up a little higher. Now, we do have a local caution, Brian, over by turn 17, over at Hogpen, and it's just out of our view right here. Matter of fact, it's past the final corner. There's a flag station just to the left of this shot, and I'm going to try and get the number on it. I think it is the 34 machine that might be dead stick over there.
Right.
There's actually another car that's off there as well.
Right.
I'll try and get the number on that one as well. I think it's the 55 car that may be off track. And as a matter of fact, Brian, real quick, we're going to be going to a black flag condition here, having all of our drivers come down the pit lane. So they're going to try, and pardon me, it's the 5-8 car that is off track. That is Jackson Deal. That's the driver I was just telling you that Morgan Burkhardt is coaching up, as well as the 34 car. So we are going to a black flag condition. All of our racers are going to be coming down the pit lane. And Brian, since we are just about halfway through the session, why don't we take a quick commercial break? We'll come back. Hopefully we'll be back to green flag racing, but we'll pick up on that thought that you've got there.
Yeah,
You're watching the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Virginia International Raceway. We'll be right back.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit scca.com for more information.
International Raceway, the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brian Bielanski. And Brian, we've got about 5.5 minutes remaining here in our first qualifying session. Let me make a quick call to the grid for our next group, if you don't mind. Should have done that before. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 2, STU, GT3U, T3, T4, and STL. Please head to the grid. STU, STL, GT3U, T3, and T4. Please head to the grid.
So a couple things, Greg. First of all, I don't mind when you make a call to the grid. That helps us get our next race going. I love that. So a couple things I've noticed, and you've been doing the Super Tour for much longer than I have. But I'm just getting to the point now where doing into my third year doing this, I've been able to watch some of the drivers who have been making their way up through the field. You know, we've got the guys we always talk about, the Schofields, the Turners, the Russells, that kind of folks. But take a look in fourth place. We've got Vaughn Mishko. He's been steadily improving over the last 3 years. And so I'm always interested in that group of drivers that we don't talk about all the time, but are ready to break in. And Vaughn Mishko is right there in fourth place. So that's really cool. And then
Brian, real quick. First off, going to have an early checkered flag here on this group. If we just had the shot, and Jordan, if we can go back to the previous shot, the one that's looking up the roller coaster, we've got a car off driver's left to our right along the tire wall there. Trying to get the number of the second car, but my understanding was two cars got together up at the top of the roller coaster. One of them was the 177 machine of Arvid Albanese, who got together with, and I believe that's the 87 car possibly that is up there, and I'm trying to determine if it's the 87 or the 187 car that is off there.
Yeah,
but
and that car definitely you could see damage, whether that was from the contact or from hitting the wall there. Looks like the rear end of that car is askew. So
all right, so that's going to bring the checkered flag, and so the last flying laps here will count. But I'm sure that as cars were coming up and seeing the yellow flag, they're up at the top of the roller coaster, probably caused a bit of consternation, and drivers probably had to pull those speeds back just a little bit. We also have a local yellow over coming out of turn 5 as well, from the looks of it, and I'm trying to determine what car that might be over there, and I think it's just out of our view, just past error shot here. So let's run down the top 10, Brian. I'm going to make another call to the grid, and then we'll take a little break here. Brian Schofield, your fastest driver in qualifying today with a time of 2:04.7, 15 hundredths of a second up on Russ Turner. Clay Russell, another 15 thousandths of a second back. He was third fastest today with Von Mishko in the 101, who I think you were just talking about a moment ago, Brian. Only 22 one-thousandths of a second back from Clay Russell. Top 4 drivers only separated by 19 hundredths of a second. Todd Vanacore, your 5th fastest driver with Sam Schechter in the 55 machine in that rebuilt car. He's 6th fastest. John Green actually did just turn his fastest lap on the last lap, 7th. And here's probably the biggest surprise, Brian, is Bobby Sack, 2-time national champion, who was our early provisional pole sitter, 8th fastest here at the end of the session. Jim Goffrey, 9th fastest, and Dylan DeFonts, 10th fastest.
All right, there you have it. That is our provisional starting order for our race that's going to be this afternoon, right after lunch. This race will go off approximately 12:10 this afternoon Eastern time, so tune back in for that if that's what you're interested in. But more importantly, stay with us throughout all of qualifying this morning. We've got another 6 sessions of qualifying before we get to our racing this afternoon. So let's do a short break here. When we come back, we'll have qualifying, as Greg just said, for our Super Touring GT3, Super Touring Under, GT3U, Tourings 3 and 4, and STL. That's next. Stay with us, everybody.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
welcome back to Virginia International Raceway for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Brian Bielanski here. Gregg Ginsberg. Brian Bielanski is not there, but is here. Gregg is there, but not here.
Not here. Here being, now you've got me confused.
Getting ready.
As I'm looking out the window and seeing cars go right by me, I don't know where I am anymore,
There you
Brian.
go. Group 2 qualifying's up. STU, GT3U, STL, T3, and T4. Greg, before we get into this, I want to just take a minute and congratulate DriversEye Live. And I should have done this at NOLA, because NOLA was their 100th broadcast.
Yeah.
And a great anniversary, a great achievement for a small company to do what they do. And I asked our good friend Gina Katzmark, who is Josh Schmidt's wife, Babyface Fabrication and B-Spec Racer, to help me out. And we brought some sweet treats up to the booth this morning to celebrate. And of course, Brendan, who's responsible for all of this, isn't at VIR today to enjoy them. But I just want to congratulate Brendan and all of the crew at DriversEye for helping us out for our things, but also on 100 episodes, 100 races streamed. That's a big deal.
Yeah, I feel bad because I missed the event, and definitely want to thank Larry Lefty McLeod and Tom O'Gorman for not only filling in for me, but obviously making me look like the amateur that I am, or sound like the amateur that I am.
No.
I went back and watched some of the broadcast, and it looked like you guys had a good time out there, out in the bayou.
Yeah. All kidding aside with that, it was a great food. Went to hear some jazz on Saturday night. It's one of those great places to go for a race because there's so much to do besides the racing. So
best 4 years that I can't remember, as I tell everybody, is I went to college at Tulane.
Yep.
Not that I can remember one bit of it, but I hopefully I'll be able to get back there soon. I had other commitments with another race organization that weekend. So
we're busy doing this stuff, so that's awesome.
Yep, exactly.
So. All right, so we're in qualifying here. Guys are getting their first warm-up laps out of the way, so the times right now don't mean a damn thing. But they will coming up here in a lap or two.
That's right. And, Brian, I said that the checker came out early on our Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 lap. I probably should have been paying more attention. So the qualifying sessions this morning, they are 20 minutes in length. And we pick up our information from the timing and scoring team here on site with the Super Tour, and they had keyed into their system that it was 25 minutes length. So when the checker came out, we were showing with 5 minutes remaining. It actually was at the end of the 20 minutes. So right on cue. Although this time here, now it's right, and as our racers are completing their out lap and beginning their first flying laps, we do have about 15 minutes remaining in this session. So this is for Super Touring, both STU and STL. GT3U, who we've talked multiple times over the course of the season, will be combined with STU next season, and as well as two of our 4 touring classes, Touring 3 and Touring 4, and so they're starting their first flying laps now in the field here, and I think this is going to be a good, once again, a good measuring stick for where the balance of performance is right now between STU and GT3U. We've got David Fiorelli, who's got a number of Super Tour wins under his belt in his Ford Mustang. We've got Tony Ave in GT3U, who, of course, is incredibly fast. We also have Darren Treacle in STU this weekend, Richard Estacio in his STU Exige, who I think won both races at NOLA just a few weeks ago, if I remember correctly. So it should be, I think, again, a good measuring stick here this weekend. Peter Tonelli in GT3U in his Mazda Miata. So we'll see how things play out. We also have here this weekend in STL, we've got John Sewell, who took a win on Sunday at NOLA. We've got Mike Taylor, who finished on the podium on Saturday at NOLA, but I think broke on the day number 2. And this is, Road Atlanta is his home track, but he's got many events here under his belt. So we'll see how things play out for him in STL. But we've also got Nick Leveroni, who is racing in his STL Mazda MX-5. Leveroni took the Touring 4 National Championship here at VIR back in 2019. So nice 10-car STL field here today, and we'll see how things play out in Touring 3. We've got Robbie Hines, who's a former national champion and podium finisher at the Runoffs in 2021 in his Nissan 350Z. Simon Foulweather in the BMW 330i, and I think we've got Alan Briere here this weekend in his Volkswagen Golf R. Should be a good outing this weekend.
I just saw a waving yellow, and now I know why. Looking off in the distance here, we've got a car coming back onto the racetrack.
Yes.
And that looks like could be one of the Integras, maybe.
Well, let's indeed.
Is that Mike Taylor?
Let's take a look. No,
it's not.
That is not the Taylor car, and I don't think that's an Integra either.
I think that's a Datsun 240, maybe.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna try and get the number there.
That's one of the Datsun Goldbreed cars.
Oh, yeah. Matter of fact, yes, indeed. That was Jim Schlechta in the number 75 Nissan 300ZX.
Yeah.
Out now showing being out of Moab, Utah, originally from the Washington, D.C. area.
I have to apologize to everyone, and Rob Hines especially. He was nice enough to pre-record an Inside the SCCA VIR preview show. And with my move, I did not have time to post it this week. So it will go up next week. It was most of the episode is about other stuff than just VIR. So it's still absolutely worth watching. And Rob is a great guy. So thank him for that. But I just, with moving, life got in the way.
Well, I could have preemptively thanked him last weekend, Brian, as I was at Summit Point Raceway for the kickoff of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season, and he was doing tune-ups both in Spec Miata and, interestingly enough, in Touring 3. Did not have the Nissan out in Touring 3. Actually ran his Spec Miata in Touring 3, but Rob had a great weekend, I think, taking the Spec Miata wins both days there. And I've known Rob and his father for, may he rest in peace, for many, many years. Rob actually used to live about 3 blocks away from me. So pretty, as I always called him, neighbor. But he's an amazing racer.
Yes.
Both in the pro ranks and the amateur ranks. Like I said, a former national champion. As we've got another racer that has gone a little too deep down at turn 1, Brian, and trying to get a number on him now. I think it's the 0 of Scotty B. White in his Ford Mustang, from the sound of it. And we'll see if that car makes it back out. He is racing in T4, and we got a nice T4 group this weekend. Of course, Mark Cefalo is out here this weekend, and I think I saw Nicole Cooper Cefalo in the chat as they have just returned from a pretty wild romp through Japan, and I think they were on vacation for about a week or so. And Mark with the RX-8 this weekend, as opposed to the Mazda MX-5. Devin Anderson, who's a former T4 national champion, bringing out his Subaru BRZ. We've got, I think, out of Cefalo's camp, out of the Planet Miata camp, we've got Dude Bro Brad Childs here running as well. And I always love talking about Brad, who goes by Dude. If I remember correctly, he has been a fishing boat captain for the past number of years, a charter boat captain down in Jupiter, Florida. And if you remember, he has an open invitation for us, Brian, to take us out on his boat that we still need to take him up on.
Absolutely. I would love to spend. The thing I like almost as much as cars is boats and being on the water. So I would absolutely take him up on that if we could make it work. No.
All right, so here, Brian, as we are now, we've got about 8 minutes remaining.
Yep.
We've already talked our way through most of qualifying. Let me make a quick call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 3, SMX. Please head to the grid. Spec MX5 racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more qualifying action from VIR. You're watching the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advantage technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction, designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right, Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country. It's the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
We're back here at VIR. You saw the dust, and now you see the Y. Greg, that's the 89 car, right?
Yeah, that's Michael Reese in the STU Honda S2000. It hurts me to the core when an S2000 goes off track and hits things. Not that I have PTSD. But Michael Reese running 7th currently in STU, and we've had a couple of updates here. Brian, with some real close running. We saw Rob Hines bring his Nissan 350Z back behind the wall just as we were going the break. And he and Simon Foulweather really fighting it out for the T3 provisional pole. Foulweather with a fast lap time of 2:07.861. Rob Hines, when he brought the car behind the wall, a 2:07.926. Only 65 thousandths of a second back from Foulweather. Todd Clark, another almost 5 full seconds back from Foulweather and Hines. In GT3U, and he just brought his car down the pit lane, Brian, I think he's heading back to the paddock. In GT3U, Tony Ave with about 13 seconds on Peter Tonelli and David Blaine. But I think, as we've been talking about, we really want to go and compare where Ave stands in comparison to the STU racers. And so Ave with a 2:02.688, the fastest of our STU drivers is Richard Estacio in his Exige at a 2:03.722. So almost a full second separating multi-time national champion Ave from our fastest STU driver, Estacio. Darren Treacle is almost 2 seconds off of Estacio with Fiorelli in his Mustang. another 1.8 seconds back from there. So big discrepancy in times between our STU drivers for sure. In Touring 4, Aiden Rose just comes across the line, and he is your new T4 provisional pole sitter, Brian, as he has 19 thousandths of a second on Mark Cephalo. Rose in his NC Mazda Miata 212.647, and Cephalo at 212.666. Devin Anderson in his Subaru BRZ is another 45 hundredths of a second back from there.
Yeah, and the reason we want to compare the GT3U and the STU times, for those who might know, is this is a one-year class GT3U. To be able to get the two classes as close together as possible and balance your performance, because next year GT3U is going to go away as a national class. You can still have GT3 in the regional classes races, but GT3 is going to be combined with STU next year, so they're working out this year to be able to make sure that they're competitive with each other. And Greg, I think after the last change, they've come pretty close.
Yeah, so they started the year with the GT. Real quick, Brian, will you make a call to the grid, and then we'll talk about that, what they've done here to try and balance the performance. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group 3, SMX. SMX racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. Race group 3, to the grid, please. All right, so, and as we just had Mark Cephalo bring his car down the pit lane, so it looks like he is going to concede the pole time for this afternoon's Touring 4 race to Aiden Rose. But so GT3U has had to go to DOT tires versus what they raced in GT3. And to begin the season, they were, I think, had 150 pounds added to them per spec line from what they ran in as GT3 cars.
Right.
Starting at the beginning of March. I believe that was increased another 100 pounds, so 250 pounds for each one of the spec lines. So a lot of weight, and having to go to these DOT tires. I think when you had Michael Lewis on before the Butwillow round, I think he mentioned that going to the DOT tires was probably the biggest thing that the drivers need to work on as far as reworking the tuning of their suspensions, and obviously having a lot of additional weight thrown on these very light tube frame cars certainly changes things up as well. All right, Brian, we are going to be seeing the checkered flag here as the clock counts down to 0. And we've got a car, coming out of Snake, drivers left.
Oh, yeah, if you see in the background there, folks, the car just slid off and went pretty hard into the wall there, kind of sideways, backwards, sideways, sliding in. And just like the car almost never even tried to stop for that right-hander there, turn 4 out there in the distance.
All right, and I believe, Brian, the car that we were watching that was just parked on driver's right is the 23 machine, and that is John Ferguson in his Subaru BRZ, so that makes sense.
Okay, yeah.
Was running 10th in Touring 3. I'm still trying to get word on the driver that went off at turn 5.
Yeah, it was turn 5.
Yeah, and that corner there, the car is so loaded up coming out of left hook. And if you drop a wheel there, the grass drops down. There's a very quick drop off down towards that brings you down towards that tire wall. And it sounds like it might have been the 11 car, possibly, of Todd Clark, the Touring 3 BMW 330 Ci. I'm trying to get confirmation on that right now. Yeah, indeed, it is the number 11 car. That went off. So again, Clark, who was third fastest in qualifying here in Touring 3 behind Simon Foulweather and Rob Hines. Should mention, in a great run for him, 4th fastest in Touring 3. Jiao Li out of New York City, 24 years old. He's and I guess he's probably up there for school. 2020 took the win in 2024, the SARC Touring 3 Championship, the SARC being the South Atlantic Road Racing Championship. So he was your 4th fastest car, and we'll have to see. Maybe starting 3rd in Touring 3 if the Clark car can't get repaired before this afternoon's race. The race this afternoon scheduled to start right around 12:50 today.
All right, well, let's, unfortunately, I think we're going to have a little bit of time again between this qualifying session and the next to do a little bit of cleanup. They got to get that car out that slid off, and hopefully there's no damage to the tire wall. So let's take a break, Greg, and when we come back, we'll have the SMX group.
All right, let me make a final call to the grid, and then we'll be right back. Attention the paddock. Final call to the grid for Race Group 3, SMX. Please head to the grid. SMX racers, this is your final call to the grid. All right, we'll be back here in just a few moments. More action from VIR. From VIR.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Welcome back, everybody, to Virginia International Raceway. It's a 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, rounds 9 and 10, I think, here this weekend, Brian. And on track now for their qualifying session is SMX Spec MX5. And I want to thank Ethan Jacobs for providing some in-car video for us here this weekend.
There it is. Ethan Jacobs has been in front of many of these races over the last several years. This is the 199 car. He is out of Oshkosh, Wisconsin, and not far from Road America. I'm sure that is his home track, and it's really awesome when we get these in-car views. I always enjoy. It gives a great different perspective, especially when you've got a car like this, who's often running towards the front of the pack. That makes it even more fun.
Yeah, indeed here, and as we can see, these drivers, Ethan Jacobs and the 32 machine directly ahead of him, that is Camden Hibbett. If I call him Cam Hibbett, I'm going to get an email. Camden Hibbett, who's, I think, been taking part in the Prodigy series as well, as they're trying to get some heat in the tires here before they start their first flying lap. See as they were all bunched up and packed up there, going up to the top of the roller coaster, going up to 14, obviously going to try to carry some speed down the hill, and coming out of Hog Pen, out of turn 17, key to getting a good lap here to carry speed onto the front straight. So a couple weeks ago at NOLA, Brian, we had Ethan Lampy, who made the trek from the West Coast down to the South, and I think his very first runs ever at NOLA took the win both days. Ethan Jacobs finished second to Lampy, so it was the battle of the Ethans 2 days in a row there at NOLA, and I think Luke Poland finished up on the podium. Of course, Luke coming to us all the way from London, England. He's driving the number 27 machine this weekend, as we've got a driver off early on here, coming out of turns 1 and 2 out of the horseshoe. And we'll get the car number on that in just a moment. I think that might have been... it wasn't the 27 car. I'll get if it was the 27, that would have been Luke Poland, but I don't think it was. We'll try and get the number on that in just a moment. Of course, we've got, we talked, Brian, about how these drivers were all bunched up and packed up going up to the top of the roller coaster. I mean, here, because much like Spec Miata, this class does rely very heavily on the draft. You do have drivers wanting to, as they come out of the Oak Tree turn, coming in. Here we go, as Ethan Jacobs just did that out of turn 12 onto the back straight here. It's fairly important to stay in close touch with the driver ahead. They can definitely give you a bit of a pull down the back straight. We'll see if he gives a little tap to the driver ahead. It looks like that's exactly what he's going to do here, just as they get up into the braking zone for the top of the roller coaster, turn 14. But you can see there they all kind of compress down the hill here. VIR has these two incredibly long straightaways, but it's everything that leads to those straightaways that is such a challenge. As you can see there, Jacobs getting a great run out of the final corner, out of Hog Pen. Michelle Squarick making, I think, this her season debut in SMX in the number 75 machine.
Genghis the Mighty, best screen name ever in the chat, is rooting for Patrick McGovern this morning, and he happened to be high up on the leaderboard after that warm-up lap, but he's now dropped down, but he's got a fan. Greg, do me a favor, wave out the window real quick.
Hi, there we go.
Ben Forrester.
I can't open the window. Beans, he's here.
Yes,
I saw that Beans was coming.
If he was close, if he had some good binoculars, he said he could see you this morning. So I wanted just to make sure he had a good shot at seeing you.
There we go. I'm I'm waving furiously. Where are you, Beans?
Tracy Victor in the chat. Nice to see you, Tracy. Mike Cottrell, I know who he's rooting for. Skyler. Skyler had a great run at Road Atlanta right until getting punted in turn 10 in the Sunday race.
Uh-oh.
And that would have been a great finish for Skyler, but that was an untimely moment in that race. But I look forward to Skyler running up front here again today, or at least close to the front, hopefully. Always good to try to brush that kind of thing off and get right back on the horse. So good for Skyler for being out here. Ethan Jacobs right to the top of the leaderboard early with a 2:11.074.
Yeah, and that's 0.28 of a second up on West Duchak.
Yep.
And got Rocco Pasquarella back. You know what this means, Brian, with Rocco Pasquarella here. It means between what Gina Katzmark brought by, I'm going to be filled with all kinds of confectionaries treats here in the announce booth. We'll see, because Rocco and his mother brought by cookies both at Sebring and also at Road Atlanta for us. So we'll see here.
Yeah, it seems like you have the confectionery fan club. Nobody
Yes.
likes me enough to bring confectionaries when I'm in the booth.
Well,
Well, that's not true though. Gina brought up.
Yeah, I was gonna say, did nobody bring you beignets when you were down at NOLA?
No beignets. I had to buy my own beignets, but Gina brought up some amazing donuts that were just so good. So I lied. We did get donuts at NOLA. So there's a donut shop not far from the racetrack, which is supposed to be fantastic. So Ben says, I'll be down towards the paddock later.
Okay. Well,
Good
Beans,
stuff.
you should know where to find me. I'm on the second floor of the North Tower. Come on by. Skyler Cottrell, Brian, now going to the top of the leaderboard. So the Atlanta, Georgia driver turns
car
into
going
2:10.5. Oh, yep, and running, coming off the horseshoe.
I think it hit the wall.
No, just came down. But again, you can see by these shots, and Brian, this is almost everywhere around the track here, that the grounds just drop off precipitously from the track surface, and if the grass is even just a little damp, it is always difficult to get back out on the surface.
May have just kissed the wall, so that car got to first base, basically. So up top right now, Skyler Cottrell, Weston Duchik, Ethan Jacobs, Roscoe Pasquarella. Greg's just dumbfounded at my comment. Hasn't said a word.
Nope.
Matthew Novak, 5th. Cam Evans, 6th. Alden Coleman, Frankie Barroso, Camden Gruber, and Mitchell Lowry. That's your top 10 at the moment.
All right, and it does look like we've got most of the Cottrells in the chat. We've got Jacqueline Cottrell, and Michael says, okay, Skyler's on provisional pole. We can stop the session now.
Okay.
There you go.
I love it. Perfect.
And we've got SMX driver Jillian Fichter, who's on the mend, and I think her mother, Tracy, here, of course, cheering on Jason Fichter at the moment. And Jason currently running 14th in the number 7 machine.
All of this close qualifying. Is this the fast way to make a lap here, Greg, with all these cars bunched up like this? It just feels like they're not optimizing. I mean, obviously Ethan Jacobs is near the front, but it just feels like they're not optimizing their opportunities by running like this in a qualifying session.
Well, you usually, let me just say that for the most part through SMX, the capabilities and the lap times here are all very similar, as we've got drivers all within thousandths of a second. Obviously, if you want to move up to the second row, or the first row, no, it's probably not optimal, because you're not going to be able to easily leapfrog anybody unless you know that you can get a little bit of a run out of Hog Pen or out of Oak Tree here. But, as we take a look, for example, Rocco Pasquarella has got the same lap time as Rocco Pasquarella, who's showing both his 6th and 7th fastest. But we're looking at drivers that are separated by 0.06 of a second, 11,000ths of a second. By the way, as Jason Fichter now goes up to 5th fastest in the session, he's only 11,000th of a second back from Ethan Jacobs, who is only 0.06 of a second back from West Duchak. Frankie Barroso now moving up into the top 2. He is running second, and I think Frankie, we've got a car off at South Bend, and talk about going a long way. South Bend, Brian, is one of the fastest corners here, blind left-hander. As you come out of the uphill S's, it's usually just a brush on the brakes, and I think that is the number 9 machine, because he's the only car that is showing as being in the grass between the two sections of the track. And that number 9, that would be Skylar Cottrell, who's your provisional pole sitter. So yes, Cottrell's in the chat. Perhaps we should have stopped after he took provisional pole.
Oh boy, yeah, it's very, very interesting. Skylar Cottrell. Yeah. That is the short way between those two parts of the racetrack, but as we've just learned, not the fast way.
Yeah. And it sounds like Emmy Kissick having some issues over at turn 10. The first of the two right-handers that includes, or probably not turn 10, over by turn 11 going into Oak Tree. Kissick, one of our SMX, and that is Jack Murchison, who is off the pace going up through the S's. I would say Emmy Kissick, one of our Spec MX5 scholarship award winners this season. But yeah, it looks like Jack Murchison having some challenges there in the number 1 machine. He's out of Sykesville, Maryland. Last weekend at Summit Point, got to watch his younger brother, 14-year-old younger brother, take part in his very first SCCA race, and did quite well. We've got another driver off at turn 5, so starting to get getting a little hectic out here. Should mention that the number 7 machine at Jason Fichter, he's just taken his car back behind the wall, so best he's going to do is 5th here in qualifying. All right, Brian, real quick, because we've got 6.5 minutes remaining, and we haven't taken a break yet, I don't believe.
Let's do it.
So let me make a call to the grid, and then we'll take a break. Attention in the paddock, race group number 4, GT1 and GT2, American Sedan, GTX, Touring 1 and Touring 2, please head to the grid. Race group 4, Big Bore, GT1, GT2, GTX, American Sedan, T1 and T2, please head to the grid. Okay, we can take a break. We'll be back with more qualifying action here from VIR in just a moment.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
Back here live at VIR, and we've got a couple cars go off at a couple different areas here. Been an eventful couple of qualifying sessions this morning. Luke Pullen has pulled, see what I did there, up to second place on the grid. Luke, of course, from the UK, also a member of the Racing Pride Initiative to celebrate LGBTQ racers and crew members and teams and all that kind of stuff. So really great to see him out there and to be working on part of this inclusivity and welcoming initiative that the Racing Pride is doing, and SCCA as well. So good on him for all of that, and it's a great program. So, but more importantly for here today, Luke in second place, and a whole bunch of people in the chat rooting for him. So.
Yeah, indeed, and as we mentioned, finished I think his first podium in SMX here at NOLA just a few weeks ago. Another driver heading down the pit lane, that is the number 43 machine of Patrick McGovern, and great livery on that. It actually has the old Richard Petty STP number 43 livery, gorgeous car. We did have a driver go off, Brian, coming up towards turn 11, so the right-hander just before you get to Oak Tree. That was Matthew Novak. Heard that he might have impacted the wall over there. I think we may still have a local caution going into 11. We've got a driver running wide through South Bend as the checkered flag is now out on the session. So the last flying laps here will count. But we're having a lot of drivers encountering local cautions there. Brian, as you can see at the exit of South Bend, pretty easy to drop a wheel over there as the drivers try to open up that very high-speed corner and, at least get two wheels in the dirt there. As long as you straighten up the wheel, it's fairly easy to save. When you get into difficulty is when you crank the wheel all the way to try and recover. And typically you then end up having cars hit the tire wall right where all those billboards are there on driver's left. But as our racers are completing their final flying laps, and we do have a number of them coming down the front straight right now to cross the line and finish what should be their 7th flying laps. We had Gruber, Mishko, I think Mitch Lowry come across the line as well. We'll take a look here at Skylar Cottrell in the number 9 machine out of Atlanta, Georgia. He is your provisional pole sitter going into this afternoon's race. SMX's 25-minute timed race should start right around 1:30 this afternoon. Luke Poland, 23 hundredths of a second back from there with a qualifying time of 2:10.773. Another 23 hundredths of a second back to Wes Duchak, 4th fastest. Ethan Jacobs, 68 1,000ths back from there. And then Jason Victor, only 11 thousandths back from Ethan Jacobs, 5th. Rocco Pascarella puts himself 6th fastest with Matt Novak, 7th fastest. Cam Eben, 9th fastest. And Michael Tinnis, now 10th fastest. And good to see Tinnis getting that car up and running strong. I know he wasn't happy with how the car was handling for him when I last saw him a couple weeks ago at Road Atlanta. So good to see him put that in the top 10. All right, Brian, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group, and we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group 4, GT1, GT2, American Sedan, GTX, T1 and T2. Please head to the grid. Race group 4 is your final call to the grid. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Stay with us. We'll have more qualifying action for you from VIR in just a few moments.
My
name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at SCCA.com. Learn more at SCCA.com.
back here live at Virginia International Raceway for GT1, GT2, GTX, Touring 1, Touring 2, and A Sedan qualifying. 20-minute session underway. And this is what we call the Big Bore group. Our fastest cars with fenders here. And many great cars in this group. This is Bruce Griffin. And got to remind, this one has 2 in-car cameras. So the rear-facing camera's on the right side. The in-driver inside the car camera's on the left side. Thank you, Jordan, our director, for taking down the pylon for a minute. Love the way this cockpit is set up, Greg, with the window net on the inside, the non-window-ish net, keeping the driver's hands kind of away from the rest of the car. Cool stuff.
Yep, and Bruce driving the number 125 Chevrolet Corvette this weekend. He is out of Trinity, Florida, as we've got our first drivers coming across the line. And we saw Bruce, I think, at Homestead and also at Sebring. He's the 2023 SARC champion for the Spec Corvette class. Spec Corvette, which has a spec line in Touring 2, so I greatly doubt he's modified that car anyhow. And this is a car that was actually built by Phoenix Performance. There he is in the white with green striped Corvette heading down the roller coaster, completing his outlap here. And so we've got our drivers now working their first flying laps. And, congratulations to our outlap champion. This shouldn't be much of a surprise. Michael McAleenan out of Tacoma, Washington, in that bright green Lamborghini Huracan FIA GT3 car, which is an SCCA GT1 machine. We got Tony Ave in his number 70 Camaro, or probably, he's running a Camaro this weekend, looking at the body. Bob Monette, Todd Peterson as well. This is, we'll watch here, and he's run a couple of rounds already. Michael Kamalian driving the 199 Mustang, an American sedan. We also have Thomas West and multi-time, I think 3-time national champion Greg Eaton in the American sedan field. James Candelaria works his way out. James, who started on the front row of the runoffs this year in Touring 1, was not at the round at Road Atlanta as he had an illness, but he does have his Chevy Corvette here and running, another Phoenix Performance prepared machine. We don't have in-car video from him right now, but hopefully we will when we go racing in a little bit. We've also got James Wilson in a GT4S Club Sport Cayman racing in T1 this weekend, and Robert Corzin in his Ford Mustang. Robert he's covered in VIR lore. They're actually a sequence of shots of one of his prior Mustangs adorns the walls here in the North Tower, and I'm actually looking at his rundown through Hog Pen right now on the wall here in our tower. But should be a great run here. We've got Jacek Muka and Richard Grant running in GTX, and talk about being outclassed. Jacek, who I think Brian at NOLA took the overall win in this race group.
I think you're right.
During the Sunday feature race, he's racing his Cadillac-powered Dallara P217 deep LMP2 car, and then Richard Grant, who's also in a Porsche Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport. They both end up in that GTX class for homologated race cars.
Yep.
So something tells me that the GT4 car probably not going to be able to put up a big fight there against an LMP2 car. But, who am I to say?
There you go. Also got former national champion Tiger Tom Patton out there in his GT2 Sunbeam Tiger. Always fun watching that car on the racetrack.
Ray Mason. Yeah, and from the same area, from Backwick, Ohio, Ray Mason, who is, I believe, in the Alliance Autosport number 82 GT2, and it's actually a TA2 car, Chevy Camaro.
Now we're starting to get some of our first really good laps in now that the tires have warmed up. And shocking to nobody, at the top of this session as well, Tony Have in that Camaro. Just put down a purple lap of 145.525. Michael McAleenan is in that beautiful Lamborghini Huracan. And that car towed all the way out from Tacoma, Washington.
Yeah.
He is now in second place. So strong field today in GT1 cars. What's that, 4, 5? So GT1's had a little bit of struggle in car numbers over the last couple of years, but we've got some cars coming out this year, which is great.
Yeah. So here's interesting. I didn't cover TA2 where we've got Aaron Kaplan, who's running
TA2?
his. Did I say TA2?
You did.
I meant T2, where we've got Aaron Kaplan in his BMW M2 Club Sport, Alan Phillips in his Mustang. We talked about Bruce Griffin and as well as James Davidson here as well. John Heinrichsey, who I saw out for the test day yesterday in that CT4 Blackwing, has not. I don't think he has brought the car out for the qualifying session here today. And I did notice, the Blackwing, Brian, is a bit of a, I don't want to say an oddball in touring too, but you had many time national champion John Heinrichsey on your podcast, I think a couple of weeks ago, and you discussed that car a little bit, where it is running essentially a bone stock suspension underneath the car with much more narrow tires than really the rest of the T2 field. And the decision was made because I think the engineers at General Motors had said that there were very limited things that they could do to restrict the power on that car, so it was handicapped a little bit on the suspension side. And I know that Heinrichsey and his team have run into to issues with that car. You'd think that the highest horsepower car in the field would be a great car to have when the runoffs are at Road America, and it turned out to be just the opposite, because even though he was able to go fairly quick in a straight line, he was never able to actually easily dig out of corners and carry speed through corners, which presented a problem. And there was another letter submitted to the Club Racing Board to give the Blackwing some help, and it looked like it was rejected. But and maybe this is the future where we'll see John Heinrichsey racing this car, is it looks as though it was just classed in the Touring 1 class at a lighter weight, and I think with the typical things that you can do to the suspension and run bigger tires and what have you. So I mean that may be the eventual home for that car. We'll have to see.
Yeah, that show with John was last year. But it was a great episode, and all race car drivers want more help.
Yes.
We joked about that. He goes, I want this and I want that. And I said, John, come on. Talk to any driver who says he doesn't want some sort of a competitive advantage, and I'll talk to a guy who's not driving race cars.
Right.
So, but no, there are some legitimate handicaps to that car, and if that is the way they go with it, that might be a great option for him,
right?
Because it is a gorgeous race car,
it
and
really
sounds
is.
Awesome. So we want to keep it out here if at all possible. But you also, a guy like John Heinrichsey, who's a multiple, what is he, 15-time national champion, has no desire to come out and race a car that doesn't have an opportunity to win a national championship. So I get that too,
All right, let's take a quick look here, Brian, and as we're actually over halfway. Tony Ave, currently your fastest driver in GT1. He's got about 2 seconds on Michael McAleenan. Jacek Muka, your fastest driver in GTX. Greg Eaton, your provisional pole sitter at the moment in American Sedan. James Candelaria, the same for Touring 1. Austin Jers in GT2. And Aaron Kaplan, your fastest driver in T2. So let's do this. Let's make a call to the grid, and we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock, race group 5, Spec Miata, please head to the grid. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more qualifying action from Virginia International Raceway. You're watching the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Brian Bielanski. Along with Gregg Ginsberg, we are here, and this is our fourth race group of the day. A little behind schedule. We've had some cleanups earlier.
Hey, Brian, I'm looking at our names on the screen.
Yes. Brian Ginsberg and Gregg Bielanski. Very nice.
Yeah, very nice.
Not uncommon at this stage of my life. Someone walked up to me at NOLA and said, "Hey, Greg, how you doing?" I said, "I'm great. I'm doing awesome. Happy to be here at New Orleans." And the whole conversation came and went, and they still think I'm Greg. So
perfect.
It was really nice.
Glad you didn't say anything to bring shame to my family. So.
Oh, you don't know what I said.
That's all right. Thank you.
Good stuff.
Thank you, Director Ryan McWorth. All right, so there you go, Brian. If one car looks a little different out there, that was Jacek Muka in the 07, the Cadillac-powered LMP2 machine, which looks like it has almost like a Gulf livery. It's got the Gulf blue colors there. Tony Ave, our fastest driver on track to this point. He turned in two flying laps and then came down the pit lane, decided to call it a session. And he has a 145, 525, almost 2 full seconds. And this is almost unheard of here, Brian. Almost 2 full seconds on the Lamborghini Huracan of Michael McAleenan, where, for the most part, McAleenan has been able at a lot of racetracks to really better the traditional GT1 cars. But I think it shows here, one, the fact that Tony Ave has probably, 20 years or so plus of seat time here at VIR, but also the long straightaways here at this track really play to the strengths of a traditional GT1 car.
Yeah, that Huracan's got amazing downforce. So places where it's really twisty is where that car shines. Places that have high horsepower, long pull straights, the old school big V8s are going to have an advantage. So, but that's the fun part. It's hard to build a race car for every single racetrack.
Yeah, indeed. And there are parts of this course, this section here coming out of 2, going through NASCAR Bend and in the left hook and in the 5, where that Lamborghini certainly has its strengths, or even going through the uphill S's and in the South Bend, where you're going to find that there's a lot more throttle management necessary for those GT1 cars. In GT2, Austin Jers out of Union, Illinois, your fastest driver on track at the moment, with a time of 1:52.8, almost 4 seconds up on the rest of the GT2 field. Ray Mason, second fastest. Kevin Allen in his Nissan 300ZX, third fastest. In Touring 2, John Heinrichsey in his Cadillac CT4 Blackwing, a 2:03.2. That's about 0.85 of a second up on Aaron Kaplan and the rest of the Touring 2 field. In Touring 1, James Candelaria brought his car behind the pit wall just as we were going to break. He's got almost a 6-second advantage on Robert Corzin and the rest of the Touring 1 field. And in American Sedan, Greg Eaton in his Mustang, again, 3-time national champion, the Woodbridge, Virginia driver, turning into 2:04.2. Almost 2.9 seconds up on Michael Kamalian. And Kamalian, I believe, actually I'm looking to see, no, that is actually Greg Eaton, who's on the pit lane right now. I think Kamalian is actually still out turning laps.
Yeah. Coming up on checkered flag time here, and it's
and just as you say it, checkered flag.
There we go.
Being displayed on the front straight.
It's just as you say it, checkered flag. There we go.
Gently waves in the breeze.
I see this shot, Greg, and all I want to do is pull out my 6-iron. Because I think I'm about a 6-iron away from that shed in the background.
That's quite possible. So it looks like Alan Phillips in his 2014 Ford Mustang, the turf trade car, was the first to take the checkered flag. And he was the New England Region Touring 2 points champion last year.
Nice.
New England Region. And all following cars. I'm checking our Flagtronic system. I think we might have a couple of machines now making their way possibly up to the top of the roller coaster right now. I think the 31 machine should be coming down the hill momentarily. Or is that of David Jans?
Well, and anybody who's on a hot lap before the checkered flag flies, that lap continues to count. So it always seems to me there's one that pops up on that final lap that kind of surprises us. So, but Ray Mason just crossed the line, and but no improvement on his. Or at least any time improvement wasn't enough to get him out of 6th place and up to 5th. So.
All right, his cars are making their way down real quick, Brian, and we'll run things down here again in just a moment.
Sure.
Let me make a call to the grid for the next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 5, Spec Miata. Please head to the grid. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid. All right, and it looks like all of our racers have now taken to the pit lane. So if we run things down, again, in GT1, Tony Ave, and he should be your pole sitter for the group. Michael McAleen in 2nd, Todd Peterson 3rd fastest in class. In GTX, Jacek Muka with Richard Grant. I told you it wasn't going to be a fair fight between the Lump 2 car and the GT4 Cayman, Brian, and it was 20-plus seconds separating those two racers at the end of the session. In American Sedan, Greg Eaton, Michael Kamalian, Thomas West. In Touring 1, James Candelario, Robert Corzine, James Wilson. In GT2, Austin Jers, then Ray Mason, then Kevin Allen. And in Touring 2, John Heinrichsey in that aforementioned Cadillac CT4 Blackwing, Aaron Kaplan in his BMW M2 Club Sport, and then Bruce Griffin rounding out your top 3 in that class of 5 drivers. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Be back here with more qualifying action. And should mention that this group here, our big bore group, scheduled to race at about 2:10 this afternoon. So we're going to take a break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more qualifying action from VIR.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
We're back here at Virginia International Raceway. Spec Miata out right now, one of our more popular classes here in the SCCA, and a lot of different sanctioning bodies. 33 cars scheduled to qualify today. Hopefully they all show up. And got some double dippers who drive in more than one class. So Danny Stain in the chat. So strange to be pedaling my stationary bike watching qualifying. Wish I was there mixing it up with my buddies. We wish you were here too, Danny. Keep mending, and we'll get you back out here before you know it. So.
All right, so we do have, Brian, I think 36 or 37 drivers that have taken to the track here for qualifying this morning. Led out on track by Travis Wiley out of Mooresville, North Carolina, just outside of Charlotte, and Robbie Hines. Skip Brock Jr., one of Danny's former OPM teammates in the, I think, the blue and yellow number 61 machine. Saw a video yesterday of Skip running wide coming out of South Bend. And we talked about how to recover when you run wide there and straightening up the wheel, and he was able to do it, but it looked like a pretty wild ride at that. So we'll see how things play out here. Frankie Barroso, congratulations. Well, for a moment, Frankie was our outlap champion. Trying to continue his run. Frankie took the win both in the sprint race and the feature race at NOLA a couple weeks ago. Frankie driving the number 148 machine. He's out of Miami Springs, Florida.
Now, we talked about running in a big pack during Spec MX5, Greg, and how I was questioning whether that was a really wise way to try to qualify and get one fast lap. Now, in Spec Miata, where the draft is so much bigger than it is in Spec MX5, it definitely makes sense to try to pack up, to try to make some good times. They have a little bit different body styles, different size between the two cars, and that makes a bit of a difference. These cars really react well to qualifying in a pack.
Yes, yeah, definitely, and much more so, I think, than the NC Miatas that they use in Spec MX5.
Right.
And so yes, you'll definitely see this here, and and again with these very long straightaways, it absolutely makes sense as long as you're not impeded in the corners. I mean, I think a great example, since he's in the chat, is I think we saw here where Danny Stain and his teammate Chuck McTudis would essentially draft and have their cars locked together nose to tail almost through the entire 3.27 miles of this course, to the point where, and I was absolutely stunned the first time I saw them really locked together, drafting through the uphill S's here, and then being able to carry that through South Bend as well. And there is definitely time to be found here when you have two cars working as one, as opposed to one car acting alone.
Yeah. Matthew Novak at the top right now. Deacon Greenfield in second.
Yeah, and should note here, and that was just on the outlap, Brian. But good to see Deacon Greenfield here, actually one of the co-rookies of the year 2 years ago in the Washington, D.C. region with Morgan Burkhardt. And Deacon has been racing in STL for the last season, the last 2 seasons. Had been developing a Honda CRX. Didn't have a great showing at the runoffs. Had some mechanical issues at Road America, but coming out this weekend, obviously racing in Spec Miata, I think in an AAG prepared machine. And Deacon has experience not in Spec Miata, but in a local regional class called SSM that is run in the Washington, D.C. region for NA Miata's the 1.6 liter cars, where he was consistently in his rookie season up in the top 5. So we'll see how he does here this weekend against some very strong competition. Getting word right now, Brian, that the stewards are seeing some issues with the 53 car. That's Ryan Peterman out of Broadview Heights, Ohio. Yeah, going for the taking the Skylar Cottrell line out of South Bend there. going to rejoin now during a race. That would be a perfect line. Look at that. He's going to rejoin in the lead. So Ryan Peterman, they're going to be meatballing or black flagging that car, having come down the pit lane. Didn't hear what they see as an issue with the 53 car, but if I hear something, I'll let you all know.
That has to be a track limits issue.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're likely. You can't set a track record in SCCA during qualifying, Brian. But when he knocks about 45 seconds off of everybody else's lap time, I think somebody's going to pick it out.
And iRacing, they'd be like, you must slow down for 174 seconds to make up for that off-track experience.
Yep, exactly. All right, so we're watching the lead car in that group now, Skip Brock Jr., currently fifth fastest, running in the number 61 machine. He's going to appear and cross the line. Skip Brock now moving up to third fastest, but the fastest driver on course. He's out of Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. I believe only his second year road racing in Spec Miata. Bobby Gossett in the number 144 machine. We saw his rookie year. Actually, this will be the start of his third season. Rookie year, ran very well in regional action in the South Atlantic Road Racing Championship. Did quite well at the Runoffs this past year. Had his debut in MX5 Cup in the Pro Series down at St. Pete, and for the moment, up to the top of the leaderboard.
Yes, Gossett, Wiley, Harmon, Skip Brock Jr., Scott Phillips, that's your top five. Then you've got Tyler Brown, Center Smith, Rob Hines, Christian Meyer, and Capers Zentmeyer. Love that name. Zentmeyer.
Yeah, out of Martinsville, Virginia. It's the first time I've seen Capers here on track with us for a Super Tour. So
I'm assuming you see him a lot up in the Mars Series?
No, this is the first time I've seen Capers, period.
Okay.
And actually, if he's from Martinsville, he's not all that far away from here. At VIR, yeah. And interesting to note, Chuck McTudis currently running 11th. And he's out of Little Mountain, South Carolina, and somebody who I have seen race quite a bit in the Mars Series. As a matter of fact, I was talking about that SSM class that's raced in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. Last year's SSM champion, Ryan Maloney, driving in the number 15 machine. And Maloney, who for a moment there was running 11th, and he now drops down in the order as some other drivers complete their third flying lap. We've now got Harmon moving up into third in the number 99 machine. And Brian, I'm fairly certain that I had heard you say during the NOLA broadcast, and it may have been somebody in the chat giving you the wrong information, that our reigning national champion, our defending national champion, Ethan Goulart, who was spending a lot of time both in MX5 Cup as well as the GR86 Cup,
correct,
where I think he was out at Sonoma last weekend, that he wasn't going to be doing any more rounds of the Super Tour. Well, Ethan Goulart indeed is on track, and he is currently sitting 11th here with 2 flying laps, 3 total laps complete.
Well, if that is the yes, that is the case. He's on the racetrack. He was the one who told me he wasn't going to do any more Super Tours. So this must be an additional ad, and that they've added to the schedule since New Orleans NOLA, because he was in the chat, and he was the one who said he wasn't going to be doing anymore. So great to have you here. But any of that. So Mike Cottrell in the chat says that Capers is usually a NASA guy, which is a competing series. But it's great to have, we'll take everybody. It's good to have people checking us out. And I'm always a firm believer that there's enough racing out there for all of us to have fun, and no matter which series you race with. And we'd love to have a lot more of those guys come over here and race with us too. So pretty cool. Hopefully he'll have a good time and tell all his buddies over there to come race with us on occasion. So.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 6, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, Prototype, and Prototype 2. Please head to the grid. Race group 6, Open Wheel and Prototype racers, please head to the grid. All right, Brian, moving to the top of the leaderboard now. my neighbor, well, my former neighbor, Robbie Hines, out of Arlington, Virginia, with a 216.7. That is 1300ths of a second up on Bobby Gossett. Skip Brock Jr. only 600ths of a second back from there, and now only 13 thousandths back from there. Fourth fastest is Chuck McTudis. That's going to move Travis Wiley down the fifth with Frankie Barroso, and I should mention that Travis Wiley is only 26 thousandths of a second back from McTudis. Frankie Barroso, our winner at NOLA both days, he now moves. Well, Brian, as he comes across the line and completes his fourth flying lap, Frankie Barroso, he's your new provisional pole sitter. So we've already had now lots of changes. Barroso to the lead, McTudis second, Bobby Gossett third fastest, Tyler Brown, one of our angry mooses or flying mooses? Flying mooses, I think, there for Tyler Brown. He moves up to fourth fastest, with Hines fifth fastest, Skip Rock Jr. sixth.
Have we taken our break yet?
No, as a matter of fact, we have not. So let's do that. Yeah, that's kind of why I put in the chat like 2 minutes ago that we should take a break. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing action from VIR.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at EnjoyMazza.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trial Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
We're back here live at Virginia International Raceway. Spec Miata qualifying, 2 minutes 50 seconds left in the session. Top 5 on our leaderboard right now: Frankie Barroso, Bobby Gossett, Charles McTudis, Tyler Brown, Rob Hines. Some really talented racers in that group there. So, and it's a good look at this pack coming up here through or towards the turn 11 section here. One of the fastest parts of the racetrack right there before you have to woe it down to get it ready to make that big loop, which used to be Oak Tree. As you can see, it is no longer.
And every time I see that corner from here where it's wide open and it gives, you can come into the Oak Tree turn, which arguably is the most important turn here. It's the slowest corner. leading onto this very long back straight. But how you can sight your way through the corner now, even though the exit does drop off. When the oak tree was there and the tree was right at the apex, and you had Armco at the apex, and it was a blind corner, no way around it. The corner station was inside the Armco there, inside the corner. But it has really changed, not only the profile for the racers themselves and how they can sight their way out of that corner, but from a visual standpoint here, it changes things considerably as well. Should mention, Brian, as the clock is running down and we have less than a minute and a half left, during our break, Frankie Barroso, who currently is your provisional pole sitter, took his car back behind the wall, willing to sit on the 2:16.12 that he turned in on his final flying lap. And he's got about 0.15 of a second right now on Bobby Gossett. You were talking about some of the other strong racers here. We've got Noah Harmon, who's got a number of podiums on the Super Tour, Travis Wiley as well. And Ethan Goulart, our defending national champion, seems mired down in 11th position, just has not been able to move into the top 10 here with now less than a minute remaining on the clock.
Coming up next, we've got qualifying for our wings and things, so don't go away for that. 2 more qualifying sessions before lunch, and then we will get to our racing this afternoon. Big docket of racing action today. 7 races after lunch today here from VIR.
All right, Brian, and the starter, I can see they got the checkered flag in hand. And I think the next group to cross the start-finish line, which is going to be the 72 car of Ethan Goulart and the 0 car of Sean Noonan. They're going to be the first ones to see the checker. And the 0 car of Sean Noonan, they're going to be the first ones. And Goulart, now let's take a look here. Goulart moves up to 9th on that final flying lap. And the 0 machine of Sean Noonan's going to have to settle for 14th here, as we still have a majority of the field working their way down, coming down the roller coaster right here. And by the way, as they're trying to speed things along here, let me make a final call to the grid for the next group, Brian, because they've just given the 5-minute warning. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group 6. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, Prototype and Prototype 2. Race Group 6, please head to the grid. Your session is scheduled to start in less than 5 minutes. All right, let's see if we've got any changes here at the front of the field. Brian, as we did have the 07 machine, the Sneaky Moose car of Tyler Brown came down the pit lane, did not take a final flying lap. Skip Brock Jr., I think, brought his car back to the paddock as well. And I think that Frankie Barroso now, as Bobby Gossett crosses the line, I think Frankie Barroso, he's going to hold on the pole for this afternoon's race. Spec Miata scheduled to race just before 3 o'clock today, right around 2:50. Things might be delayed a little bit, as looks like we've had a couple of early morning delays here as we had to do some track repair. I think that's going to do it. Barroso, Gossett, your top 2. McTutis and Brock should make up row number 2.
Yep.
Tyler Brown, Robbie Hines, row number 3. Travis Wiley and Scott Phillips out of Chandler, Arizona, 7th and 8th. And then Ethan Goulart and Noah Harmon rounding out your top 10.
Sorry about that, Greg. I had the mute button on. I started talking.
That's all right.
And you couldn't hear me. So, yeah, this is going to be a great race, Greg. Lots of strong cars. A tight field in the top 10, which we always get for these Spec Miata races. But this is going to be a barn burner when we get to this race.
I think it will be. All right, let's take a break, Brian. And when we come back, our open wheel and prototype racers will go out for qualifying at Virginia International Raceway, where you're watching the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Back here at VIR for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour Wings and Things, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, P and P2, that'd be Prototype and Prototype 2, out on the racetrack right now. Got some folks in the chat want to say hi to. Kurt Gortz is in the chat. Paulie Veltum is here. Hey, Paulie, how are you? Of course, we talked about Danny Stain earlier. Kurt Schneipel is in Central Illinois on a jury day, but he says that we brighten his. Well, he says the Hoosier Super Tour brightens his day.
Yeah,
I'm
not
going to
you
think
and
it's
me.
just you and me who are brightening his day. Oh, we've got a slow car. Is that Todd Vanacore there with the slow prototype?
No, actually, Vanacore is just now coming down the pit lane.
Okay, I don't know
So
who
he was
that
maybe
is.
slow
but
off the grid.
That will bring out a full course yellow if they can't get that car going.
And that is the 77 machine of Michael Moulton, however, out of Wilmington, North Carolina.
Yeah, that is a place where they will not leave a race car.
No,
so,
typically not.
If he cannot get that started rather quickly, we will go to a full course yellow or maybe even a quick black flag to get this thing cleared as quick as possible. And yeah.
Yeah, we'll see here. Yeah, but they're not gonna leave him on the surface there.
In the chat says can't wait till Group 7. Is Eric with us this weekend?
I don't believe. And there we go, Brian. Black flag. Also, the drivers before they complete their out lap, because I haven't had any of them come on to the front straight here. They will be coming down the pit lane, and that's going by the operating procedure here at Virginia International Raceway. That they either need to have cars behind the safety car or on the pit lane before they will deploy vehicles in.
Another car, Greg, pull off right there. That's the alternative pit lane for when they use the track as two tracks. He pulled off right at the end of that pit lane there.
Yeah. Over at the South Paddock, yes.
Yep, South Paddock pit lane, right. Well, let's do this, Greg. Let's take this opportunity to get the break out of the way.
Yeah, and real quick before we do, Brian, that is another one of our prototype cars, Todd Parks.
Okay.
In his Critter that just pulled off. Todd out of Winchendon, Massachusetts, and was our Northeast Majors champion, and he finished 4th at the 2023 Runoffs, but apparently he's not going to be putting in the qualifying time today. Yeah, let me make a first call to the grid for our next group, and we'll go and take a break. Attention in the paddock, first call to the grid for race group 8. E production, F production, H production, and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Race group 8. Please head to the grid now. Your qualifying session is next. We'll take a break. We'll be back here in just a few moments.
Beautiful.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco is trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
So we're back here at VIR, and when you see a bunch of cars standing like this on pit lane with a guy in the white in the front, is that Ben?
That is Ben Tyler.
It is.
Absolutely. And Ben Tyler is signaling to our drivers that we're going to send them out on track here in just a minute, Brian. So the clock's still running. We are down to 13 minutes on the clock, and we've been seeing outlap times of about 4 minutes, Brian. So it's not going to leave a lot of time for racers.
Yeah, this outlap.
Go ahead.
This outlap should be a little bit quicker because they might have a little bit of heat still in their tires.
Possibly.
So they'll get it going here. Ben was doing the 1 minute to go dance, which was really kind of cool. So it's the Ben Tyler dance party there on pit lane. But so when you see them, we stopped because there was a car that needed pickup right there on the racetrack. And now we've given the one, but we're not starting up again. So that's very interesting to see what's going on.
Oh, well, again, they should be releasing them here momentarily. And, so my point, Brian, being that, now that we're going to be at about 12 minutes, and even if it's like a 3 to 4 minute outlap, we'll have 8 minutes, let's say 8, maybe 9 minutes max left on the clock. And this group was putting in qualifying times, a little bit, right around the 2 minute range.
Mm-hmm.
So not a huge number of laps they're going to be able to put in here. They're going to have to get those cars up the temp and get those times in quickly, and they're going to start releasing cars here right now.
Got a couple of Formula Atlantics here. Great to see another class that's working hard to get their numbers back up. And that is, so your Formula Atlantics in this group are Jay Schuler, Jim Booth, Larry Howard. Didn't get a chance to say hi to, we did actually. We've got Brian Dean now in the chat. Also, Eric Yeagle says he's sitting on the couch. He'll be back with us at Mid-Ohio and Watkins Glen.
That's right. They were, he and Sidney Davis Yeagle were trying to avoid tornadoes, I think, that had blown through the Indianapolis area here. So interesting about Jay Schuler, Brian, is that he's actually team engineer for Flynn Lazier and Rhett Barku. Both Rhett Barku, I believe, FE2 national champion. Flynn Lazier, if I remember correctly, took the FE2 national championship at Sonoma at I think it was, and yes, he's part of that Lazier family. I think it's like 15 or 16 or 17 years old, if I remember correctly. And also did a lot of work with Tony Ave when he was racing in Formula Atlantic as well as midgets and sprint cars. So we'll see here. He's in the kind of baby blue-ish Elan Pro Formula Mazda, the 85 machine. And he's that first car in line right in front of Ben Tyler.
Yeah.
As the clock now down to 10 minutes, Brian. So, I'm not sure what the delay is here at the moment. Should mention that even with the Parks machine, well, let's see, we had the Parks machine, and I think didn't we say it was Michael Moulton was the other driver, the 77 car that pulled his prototype machine off over by the South Paddock. I think that leaves only Todd Vanacore in the number 19 Elan DPO2. And I think the issue, Brian, is they were waiting to get, they still had to get the car, the Parks machine off the race course. So now they are releasing race cars, and they'll be heading out on track. In FE2, we saw Russ Turner a little bit earlier today in the Spec Racer Fords. He'll be in the blue number 32 machine. We also have Eric Cruz in I would call it the mid-80s, or not mid-80s, but the early 2000s Ferrari livery. Actually, we just saw him. There's the second car leaving the grid. Kelton Jago out here today. Kelton with getting his Formula Enterprise 2 machine, the number 29 car, out on track. He, such an odd path for Kelton in FE2. He was part of that huge wreck that we had on the very first lap of the FE2 race here for the national championships at VIR back in 2023. Took about a year to get the car back up and running. In the meantime, he was doing some endurance racing, I think in a BMW, got the car together and brought it out to race at Homestead to start off the new calendar year with the intention to race at the first Super Tour at Sebring. And he got caught up in an incident at the hairpin at Homestead, did quite a bit of damage to the car. So now he has it here, and what this means, Brian, is that I should be seeing donuts and coffee from him and his beautiful wife Angela tomorrow morning, because for some reason they didn't look at me as the priority. They looked at getting the race car on track today. So with a day on track behind them, hopefully they'll focus on Gregg.
Exactly. Thankfully, that Homestead incident was a lot less of a problem than what happened at the VIR race, where a car was really torn up. But he got the time to put it back together now, and he's back out here this weekend. So hopefully he can get a good, clean weekend here of racing in, which would be fantastic. Someone in the chat asked when the Spec MX-5 race is. Well, first of all, that race is going to be at approximately 1:30 this afternoon, but all of the schedule is in the chat or in the description on YouTube. So if you're looking for a particular race, pop on there and take a look at the description. I'll have all the times there for you.
Yeah, and we think that it might be pushed back just a little bit. We did have a delay this morning. Had to do some tire wall repair in our first two groups, so things might be delayed by about 10 minutes or so, possibly. Sure. But the approximate times, they're listed in that event description. All right, quickly going to the top of the leaderboard is Todd Vanacore in his Elan DPO2. Todd was our 2023 national champion in what was then the Prototype 1 class, now just the P class, as for 2025 we are combining both P1 and P2. We do still have on the Super Tour the P2 class competing. They will not be running at the National Championship runoffs. Only the P class, the combined class, will be. Paul Schneider out of Charlotte, North Carolina, your early provisional pole sitter in FE2, and Jim Booth in his Swift 016, the number 63 machine, quickly going to the top of the leaderboard in Formula Atlantic.
And they're all trying to get in a really good lap here. They've got a very compressed timetable with that black flag that we had early. And unfortunately, because we're behind, there's really, I'm guessing, no opportunity to extend this session at all, since we're already significantly behind from our earlier stuff. If we were on schedule, there might be a chance to do that just a little bit. But I suspect we're going to get to the end of this at 5 minutes from now, and it'll be done. So whatever fast lap they can put in quickly, this situation really benefits the people who've been here before, who know the track well, and we will see who rises to the top here with this compressed qualifying session. It's actually kind of fun when this happens on occasion. Not fun because you pay good money for a long as much track time as possible, but when you're talking about it, kind of like a shootout format, it's a lot of fun. Ooh, that car went a little wide with a car trying to go around it.
Yeah, and that's Todd Vanacore coming underneath Eric Cruz there going into the NASCAR bend. I was just going to say, Brian, in FE2, I was a little surprised that Russ Turner, was hanging out around 8th fastest in the class. He now jumps up to provisional pole in FE2 with a time of 1:53.0, 1 full second up on Paul Schneider, with Kelton Jago 3rd fastest. In the prototype class, not a big surprise because he's the only driver setting laps at this point is Todd Vanacore. He's also your fastest driver on track at a 1:52.58 in Formula Atlantic. And here's probably the biggest surprise for me, Brian, is that the FE2s are actually lapping faster than the Atlantics right now around VIR. Jim Booth, your fastest Atlantic driver, with a time of 1:54.53, almost 8 seconds up on Larry Howard and Jay Schuler. And in Formula Continental, we shouldn't forget that the 2 leaders are out here. Tim Miner turns in a 153 flat, and that is at the moment almost 12 and a half seconds up on Rick Silver, who is our second fastest driver in the class. All right, Brian, real quick, let me make another call to the grid for our next group as the clock's winding down here. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group 7, E production, F production, H production, and B-Spec. E production, F production, H production, and B-Spec. Please head to the grid.
Want to wish a happy birthday to our driver who is 5th fastest right now, Jim Booth, in that Atlantic out of Daniel Island, South Carolina, celebrating his 60th birthday this weekend. Happy birthday, Jim. I won't sing. Nobody wants to hear that. So he is moving in that Atlantic in 5th place right now. Paul Schneider is who's on a flying lap right now? Todd. Russ Turner just put in a very good lap. Came up to 2nd place, just a few tenths behind Paul Schneider. So he's now like 3 tenths slower. Schneider with a 152.6 and Russ Turner with a 152.9. So just a little more out of that car, and Turner could have the pole here in FE2. Not much time left to make that happen, though. 1:55 left in this race, or in this qualifying session, I should say. Your top 5 right now: Vanacore, Schneider, Turner, Miner, and Booth. Interesting, your top 5, a prototype, 2 FE2s, a Formula Continental, and a Formula Atlantic car. So,
yeah, and Brian, Russ Turner was your 2023 national champion in FE2. Right, he took the championship right here at Virginia International Raceway. So obviously not a surprise to see him performing well. And I think at the moment where we are seeing Paul Schneider outperform him, and has been with almost 0.35 of a second up. Over 0.3 right now. I think it's probably the biggest surprise. Schneider, again, out of Charlotte, North Carolina, has been racing here at Virginia International Raceway for a number of years, but I'm a little surprised at how this is playing out, at least for the moment. Kelton Jago, about 2 seconds back from there, and Jago and Harrington, Sam Harrington, separated right now only by 5/1000ths of a second, so very, very close there. Jim Booth, birthday boy, with about 6 seconds on Larry Howard in Formula Atlantic, and Tim Miner with about 7.5 seconds on Rick Silver in Continental.
All right, we should see that checkered flag here any minute, and when it does come out, we will the cars on the racetrack who've already taken gone past before the checkered, those laps will count. And usually that's not such a big deal, but when you've got a short session like this, you might see somebody throw down a fast lap. Russ Turner just goes to the top of the FE2 leaderboard with a 152.3. So now he's 0.3 faster than Paul Schneider.
All right, and Todd Vanacore is going to be our first racer to see the checkered flag. And in doing so, Vanacore resets fast lap in the session at a 145.1. Again, his competitors in the prototype field, neither one having set a qualifying time, as both cars retired on the out lap. And we do still have, I think, a number of racers coming down the roller coaster right now. Or maybe not a number, but, well,
a few.
2 is a number.
2 is a number. That is true. 1 is a number.
It's the loneliest number.
That's right.
that you ever did see, Brian.
Oh, we need more coffee.
Yeah, definitely. I've got to stop with old 70s songs. All right, coming across the line there is going to be Russ Turner. Does not improve on his previous fast lap, but at the moment has about 0.3, as you mentioned, on Paul Schneider. Sam Harrington, a full 2 seconds back from there. 3rd fastest in FE2. Kelton Jago, 4th fastest. in Atlantic. Larry Howard with 3.5 seconds on Jim Booth. And actually, Jim Booth just crossed the line and improved, but not enough to make up the difference to Larry Howard. Jay Schuler third. Jay Schuler looks like he did not go back out after the black flag. So the Prairie View, Illinois driver is going to be third fastest in the class. In Formula Continental, 6.5 seconds between Tim Minor and Rick Silver. All right, Brian, let me make a final call to the grid for our last group as the 5-minute warning is being given on the grid. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 7, E Production, F Production, and H Production, as well as B-Spec. Race group 7. 5-minute warning has just been given on the grid. You should be there now. Let's take another break, Brian, and we'll be back with the end of qualifying here for today from Virginia International Raceway, where you're watching the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Stay with us.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com. Race cars. Learn more at SCCA.com.
It is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Virginia International Raceway. Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg, Group 7 qualifying right now. E, F, H production, and B-Spec. 20 minutes of qualifying delight. And it is going to be, this could be a fun race this afternoon. B-Spec, these production cars, they always, seemingly this year especially, they've been putting on great shows.
Yeah, without a doubt. And we have some new additions to the field here, Brian. One, and I wanted to highlight it right off the bat, not a new driver edition, but certainly a new car edition, as we've got Tom Roaring out in the field. Tom we typically see in either an H production right-hand drive Triumph Spitfire, or sometimes his wife Carolyn's Volkswagen Rabbit GTI. Tom is debuting, new to him and new to Carolyn, a Toyota Yaris, and this car definitely has some provenance to it. This is the car that Jason Isley took to the H Production National Championships in both 2017 and 2018. I think for the last couple of years, Amber Stevenson has been campaigning this car. Matter of fact, we saw, I think it was 2 years ago, Brian, and you weren't here for that round of this round of the Super Tour, but 2 years ago, great fight between Amber and Rick Benazik at Watkins Glen International, and that Yaris is a beast in H production. So we'll see how things go for Tom. I'm as good friends with Tom and Carolyn. I'm glad to see him in a car that hopefully will be a little bit more reliable than the Spitfire. We also have. And this is a neat story in B-Spec, Brian. I'm looking to see which driver is in the car right now. It's James Nurr in the car, driving the number 89 B-Spec Mazda 2. He's sharing the car this weekend with James Kohler.
Right.
And they worked together back in Jim Nurr and James Noller built an F Production Sprite back in 1978 together.
Oh.
And they, I know that James has had about 30 years off from racing, but looking to see what as far as Jim goes, I think pretty much the same story. So, but Jim was your 1987 F Production National Champion. Okay, and also a 5-time Northeast Division champ. So he's got a little bit of little bit of history there. And good to see him back racing here. And Jim does World War II vehicle restoration. So maybe maybe driving a Mazda 2 a little bit more modern for him. But we'll see how he does that. He's in the 89 car, by the way.
Yeah, we had a local yellow at turn 1, and I don't see anything, but
Yeah,
that means that it could be way out. I think this actually might be the car that was off. But anyway, it's been cleared. Good news on that. That's pretty cool.
Yep, that's one of our Honda CRXs. And that particular one, that's the 91 car that had gone off, Rob Horrell. That had gone off, and we seen Rob where he's had some mechanical issues over the last couple of rounds. I don't think he managed to turn a race lap at Road Atlanta a couple of weeks ago, and had some mechanical issues down at Sebring earlier in the season. So we'll see if he can pick up the pace here just a little bit early on. Going to the top of the leaderboard, we've got in pretty close proximity on track. They all came out together. Peter Norton in his Caterham 7. He is, after one flying lap, your provisional pole sitter with local hot shoe Doug Piner in his bright green BMW Z3 convertible. Second fastest John Hainsworth in the black turf trade Mazda Miata, another probably Mazda RX-7, open top RX-7, the third fastest. And John Balcom has brought out that yellow number 86 Alfa Romeo Spider. So top 4 drivers all in E-production. Chris Copley in his Toyota Paseo, currently your fastest F production driver in the black Paseo. And that is a former GT Light car. Matter of fact, I think the first time Chris brought that car out was at the National Championship Runoffs at Road America this past year. and so he jumps out to an early lead. In B-Spec at the moment, and they're heading down in the turn, going through turn 1 right now. You'll see the two minis, the Mini Coupe and the Mini Cooper, Dan Conway and Rich Roman. Roman, who is in the trailing car in the bronze-colored coupe. He is not only your defending national champion, he's your defending 2-time national champion in B-Spec, and Dan Conway was your pole sitter at the Runoffs in B-Spec this past year.
Yep. Ember Lynn Racing in the chat is rooting for 2-time national champ Rich Roman. He'll, I think, be going for his 3rd consecutive national championship this year at Road America. So we got another one trying for the triple, as I like to call it. And I can't say the other word because it's copyrighted or trademarked by Pat Riley. But so he's going for the triple. I don't want to have to make the SCCA pay for me for saying that. So, but
Pat Riley will never find out.
Yeah, you know what? In my luck, he would. Someone would save this moment and send it to him, and yeah, that's how my life goes. Anyway, so Kramer's in the trap, Crystal's in the chat, rooting for Rat Sports, Rich and Dan.
Yep.
So good times. Lots of good folks in the chat. So looks like I got a slow-moving car there at the exit of Oak Tree on driver's right there, staying nicely out of the way. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I think that's Thomas Bird in the 01 Mazda RX-7.
Okay.
The production machine.
Doing a great job of getting off in the South Paddock pit lane there, so he'll wait till the end of the race. And I believe they actually stage a tow truck down there, so they'll be able to get him back pretty quick.
Yep, exactly. They have somebody just waiting for just such an occasion.
Playing Johnny Bench with a catcher's mitt, waiting for people to get there.
That's right. All right, so we talked about early on Chris Copley being your fastest F production driver. That is no more. Wade McBride out of Azley, Texas, in his Mazda Miata, the 07 car, now your fastest F production racer with almost 3 seconds on Copley, another half second back to Patrick McGovern in a Mazda Miata. And so, we were talking about in E production with John Bauckham in the Alfa Romeo Spider. We also have Gary Bauckham, Gary who used to race in GT1 here in the SCCA for quite some time. Gary in the number 124 Fiat 124 Spider, currently 4th fastest. I think that 124 might have been part of a very, very interesting race at the 2015 Runoffs at Daytona, where it was just a rocket ship in a straight line. I think that Fiat was faster than a good portion of the E production field, I think, that weekend. It just absolutely fast as can be. Couldn't turn, but it was very fast. In B-Spec, Conway, Roman, your top 2. As we mentioned, Rob Bukarczyk now moving up to 3rd fastest in his Honda Fit, with Adam Benaway, local racer here. Benaway doing a lot of regional racing as part of the South Atlantic Road Racing Championship. He's out of Fayetteville, North Carolina. He and Blair Deffenbaugh running 4th and 5th. I think the two of them were racing one another at Carolina Motorsports Park a week or so ago. So good to see them both out here. Matter of fact, you see Blair a lot during our broadcasts. He's the face of the spec. What do we call the two spec classes? The Mustang and the NC Miata Club Spec, which are for the time being for solo and for time trials competition.
Yep.
All right, coming down the pit lane is the number 91 machine, and looks like his session. That's Rob Horrell in that Honda CRX. He's been limping around, running almost a minute off of the other H production cars, and again, that CRX continues to be a mechanical issue for him here this weekend.
All right, let's take our break, Greg, our last break before lunch.
Okay.
And then when we come back, we'll get all of the rest of our qualifying action here, and we will get our Pantone color education after this break. Stay with us, everybody. We will be back in just a minute. Stay with us, everybody.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit scca.com for more information.
Back live at VIR, 5.5 minutes to go in qualifying. Then we're going to have a break for lunch, and then we'll come back with 7 races this afternoon. Fred Noel says, SCCA, my son and I are joining. This race coverage is amazing. Yay! I love it. Max King's in the chat. Chris Taylor is in the chat. We miss you out here at the B-Spec race, Chris.
A matter of fact, we were just talking about a race at Sebring, Chris, and your issues with Honda CRXs. Anyway, glad to have you in the chat. Doug Piner bringing his car down the pit lane. He's going to head back to the paddock. He's retiring after 4 flying laps. 3rd fastest in E-production behind Peter Norton and John Hainsworth.
Also in the chat, Grass Paddock Motorsports, Frank Schwartz. Good morning, Frank. Glad to see you're able to join us today. 4:35 to go, and looking at the top of our rundown, Peter Norton still with the fast time in E-production with a 2:06.2 in that Caterham 7. Then you've got John Hainsworth and Doug Piner. So good times there. And in H production, Steve Sargis in his time Spitfire is your top driver there. F production, it's Wade McBride in first place in that class with Chris Copley and Patrick McGovern rounding out the top 3 in E production. And then, of course, the battle for the lead, or for the top spot on the grid in B-Spec, probably a split start for this group. So at the moment, that split start pole sitter would be Daniel Conway, Rich Roman, and Rob Pekarchik. Yep, Pekarchik in 3rd place right now. A Weisberg caged B-Spec is sitting unused in the shop. Hint, hint, hint. Okay. Love that. Try to get more B-Spec cars out there. Of course, Frank Schwartz, one of the big cheerleaders for this class, and one of a handful of drivers who really championed this class to try to get it where it is today. So, great job by Frank and a handful of other folks.
And I think you mentioned Max King there in the chat from New Jersey. Just saw his faster younger brother, Jake, who on his birthday took a race win at Summit Point. I always have to joke that the younger, faster racer. Sorry,
I caught
Max.
that. I'm picking up what you're putting down, Greg.
Yeah, absolutely. Max has had some amazing races on the Super Tour. I think one at Watkins Glen comes to mind, and great majors race between he and Morgan Burkhardt at New Jersey Motorsports Park, which is Max's home track. I think last year in the rain. Amazing. Chef's kiss. Great race. So glad to have Max here, and I'm sure wherever Max is, we'll have his dad, JD, in the chat as well.
John Weisberg's in chat. Hi, John. Welcome. 2 minutes to go here. Not a lot of things changing so far. Still the same pretty much in each of our classes. Not a ton of changes.
Yeah, so John Hainsworth inching closer to Peter Norton, but just as he was, Peter Norton threw down his fastest lap of the session. He's your fastest driver on track. At a 2:06.217. Just had Rich Roman come down the pit lane, so he and Dan Conway, looks like they are going to retire from the session, go back behind the wall, as they have about almost 3/10 on Pekarchik and Benaway. Conway and Roman, as you would imagine, as they were more or less locked front bumper to rear bumper, only separated by 14 one-thousandths of a second here. And, interesting to note, Brian, is, we know 2 years ago Rich Roman famously worked with Steve Introne, to go to the championship in 2023. Of course, Introne got shuffled back early on, but they had worked for a good portion of that 2023 season, and certainly during qualifying last year. Roman and Conway out of the Washington, D.C. region were working together. Steve Introne, who has been racing a Mini Cooper for a number of years, he's been putting together a new Honda Fit, and that's the chassis for the year. I don't know if he's had it on track yet, or when we're going to see the debut. If the plan is only for it to do regional racing this year, hopefully we'll see that car and Mr. Introne at the runoffs. Last year he was on the corners flagging, and hopefully we'll see him behind the wheel at Road America.
Coming up on a checkered flag here in this session. Then we're going to take a break for an hour for lunch, and then we'll come back, and 7 races this afternoon. Looks like I don't know what the temperature. What's your temperature today? It looks like a Chamber of Commerce day.
It's still a bit hazy out here, Brian, but we're up at 77 degrees ambient air temperature. Now, wanted to take a look here. Is the checkered flag is now out for our first car to cross the line, and that is the 01 machine. I believe that is Tom Burt, the first to take the flag there out of Fort Myers, Florida, in his E-Production RX-7. In H-Production, and I believe he's already taken the car behind the wall, Steve Sargis, many-time national champion in his Triumph Spitfire. He should be your pole sitter coming into our race this afternoon, and this race scheduled to start at 4:10 this afternoon. Steve Sargis with a qualifying time at 2:15.390. Tom Broering in his first ever day behind the wheel of his new Toyota Yaris, about 8 seconds back from Sargis, but more importantly, ran flag the flag there, second fastest in H-Production today, with Robert Bax in his Mini Cooper. That is, I believe, an ex-B-Spec car, or might actually be a B-Spec car running in H-Production, as they can do. Bax third fastest. Eric Vickerman in his MG Midget. Good to see Eric back out on track. fourth fastest. And, of course, it looks like Eric only completed 2 laps, however, much like Rob Horrell, who retired early in the session in his CRX. In F production, Wade McBride is your provisional pole sitter going into this afternoon's race with a time of 2:16.9. Chris Copley, second fastest in the session, about 2.3 seconds back from there. Then Patrick McGovern and Gary Balcom. In in E production, it is Peter Norton, as we mentioned, with John Hainsworth, and then Doug Piner. So Hainsworth was able to leapfrog Piner after Piner went back behind the wall. Bryce McGuire, fourth fastest, and then John Balcom, fifth fastest. And then finally in B-Spec, as we mentioned, Conway and Roman, Rob Pekarchik, Adam Benaway, Stuart Black. And Black had an engine expire during the testing yesterday, Brian. He brought the car out today, was able to put his Chevy Sonic fifth fastest, but certainly on the backup motor here. We'll see if he can contend for a win, but he will round out the top 5 in B-Spec. All right, so let's wrap things up as we're going to be going to lunch here, Brian, momentarily. As soon as I get word on a starting time.
12:35.
Well, there you go. You got it before me. We are going to be with cars on course at 12:35. So we're running about 20 minutes, 25 minutes behind right now.
Not too bad.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. But when we come back at 12:35, we'll have our very first sprint race of the weekend. It is going to be Spec Racer 4 Gen 3s with a 25-minute run to the checkered flag. So for Brian Bielanski, we'll be back in just about an hour. Thanks for joining with us, and stay with us.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. This is our first of 2 race weekends here at the VIR, and Spec Racer Ford's going to kick us off. Greg has our starting lineups.
Indeed. So all of our races this afternoon, 25 minutes on the clock, 7 races here today. First up, as you mentioned, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 as they're out on their pace lap. Let's run down the starting order. Starting on pole today, representing the Central Florida region of the SCCA, is Brian Schofield. Russ Turner will start to his left on the outside of row number 1. The Washington, D.C. region driver, Montpelier, Virginia, drives the number 23 machine. Clay Russell, 2-time national champion Clay Russell, will start on the inside of row number 2 in the number 31 machine, and he will be joined by Vaughn Mishko out of Sylvan Lake, Michigan. Then we got Todd Vanacore. Todd's driving the number 119 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, and he starts 5th, with Sam Schechter out of Boyds, Maryland, driving the number 55 machine, starting in 6th position. Starting 7th today, driving the number 29 machine, representing the Atlanta region and hailing from Gainesville, Georgia, it's John Green, with 2-time national champion Bobby Sachs starting in 8th today. Bobby is representing the Detroit region of the SCCA, and he drives the number 19 machine. Jim Goffrey will start 9th today. He drives the number 68 car. He's out of Jupiter, Florida, with Dylan DeFonts representing the New England region of the SCCA. He's from New Preston, Connecticut, drives the number 26 machine, and he starts 10th. Then we got Jackson Deal. Jackson driving the number 58 car, represents the Tennessee Valley region, and comes to us from Granger, Indiana. Then we got Bruce Myers starting 12th. Bruce is in the 111 car, representing the New England region. The South Jersey region's David Dickerson's from Wall, New Jersey. He will start lucky 13th today in the number 33 machine. Driving the 00 car and starting on the outside of row number 7, Scott Monroe from the Houston region of the SCCA, with Gianclaudio Angelini starting 15th. GC's driving the number 6 car, and he's from New Haven, Connecticut. Karsten DeFonts from New Preston, Connecticut, is driving the 187 car. He'll start on the outside of row number 8, with Ben Jacobs driving the 171 machine. He represents the Milwaukee region and is from beautiful Oshkosh, Wisconsin. He starts 17th. Tom Burt is from Ballston Spa, New York. He's driving the IceRace.com machine, and he starts 18th today in the 45 car. Starting on the inside of row number 10, driving the number 40 car from the Mahoning Valley region. Let's try that again. He's from Ballston Spa, New York. I'm not even going to try and tell you who MHR is. It's Patrick Stringer. Dexter Suba is going to start 20th. He's in the number 89 car. He's from Hollis, New Hampshire, in the Alliance Autosport machine, with Trey Ayers starting 21st. He's in the 71 car, and he's representing the Atlanta region of the SCCA. Craig Chase is from Darien, Connecticut. He drives the 42 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. He starts 22nd on the grid. Starting 23rd today, driving the number 193 car from the Detroit region, is Michael Odell, and I believe this is Michael's first weekend in that car. Andre Pera is driving the 77 machine. He's from Government Camp, Oregon, and he starts 24th. As the lights are now out on the pace car, they start to head down the roller coaster. We'll give you Mac Harrison, who starts 25th, driving the number 30 machine. Mac is right out of Washington, D.C., with Charlie Rogers starting 26th. He drives the 21 car, and he's from Pittsboro, North Carolina. Then we've got Keith Frazier from Annapolis, Maryland. He starts 27th, driving the number 7 machine. Lee McNish driving the 22 car. He's from Duxbury, Massachusetts, and starting 30th today, driving the number 72 car from Reidsville, North Carolina. It's Lee Hill. As the field now, Brian coming onto the front straight, and the starter looking over the field here as our pole sitter Brian Schofield takes control of the field.
Yep.
As they come down past me on the start-finish straight and start to rave the engines. There they go. Green flag is in the air.
Green flag is in the air. 40 cars heading down towards turn 1 for the first time. And it is always a big funnel here at VIR. It's two kind of 90-degree right-handers as they come through this first turn complex, and then over to this beautiful little section, NASCAR bend, and Brian Schofield in the lead early here as they start to work their way through still a lot of side-by-side action as they head down to turn 3 and 4.
Yeah, a little surprising here, Brian, even as they come down into left hook, that the majority of the field still locked in 2x2, but almost by necessity as they come out of turn 4, out of left hook and go into 5, that you're not going to see many drivers go side by side because of the nature of turn 5. We've seen a lot of drivers not pushed off, but falling off the track there on the outside of that corner as it is. But we have a car off going into the S's and a local caution. Brian, I'm going to try and get the number of that car for you. That was a very strange angle to take as our 3 leaders, Schofield, Turner, and Clay Russell, were starting to break away from the field there. And I think that was like the 5th or 6th place car.
Yeah, I don't know who.
The 101 car is, I'm getting word, and I don't know if that's accurate because I don't. The 101 Von Mishko, who was running 4th, appears to be the car that went off, and he has managed to continue. We'll see how far the mighty Mishko has fallen when we complete lap 1.
Yeah, that was a weird spot to go off. I have to imagine there must have been some sort of contact there to send him off in that direction right there. But here we have our whole group of cars here in a snake formation, just basically going around this racetrack single file now, already with a 3-car pack starting to pull away at the front just a little bit, with 4th, 5th, and 6th trying to stay in contact here as they come through this turn 17, and they'll be on the main straightaway here. And there you see first 3 cars, a little bit of a gap between the 2nd and 3rd, and that 4th place car trying to keep up. So you've got Brian Schofield up front with Clay Russell, Russ Turner, and Bobby Sack. There are 3 of those for our national champions.
Yeah, and that was a great start by Sack to move up to 4th. Of course, we lost Mishko, who started 4th today and was in 4th at the time, but Sack started 8th. So making up 3 positions there on the start. Good for him. Todd Vanacore, who started in 5th position. He finds himself in 5th, right back behind Sack, but a good run there. Bruce Myers in the 111 car started 12th. He now moves up into 10th position.
Yeah, Bobby Sachs tends to have really good starts. He's very good at making up some time on colder tires early in a race. So that's something I've seen him do several times. So fantastic there. But now you've got this 3-car train, Schofield, Russell, and Turner, trying to pull away from the field. That'd be the best thing they can do if they can work together and make that happen in this 25-minute sprint race.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say that Sack, where he stands right now, I don't think he's out of the draft.
Oh, no.
Yet. He should be able to pull himself up to this lead group. The question is whether or not, he brings Vanacore and Green along with them. And actually, it's not just Vanacore and Green, but James Goffrey, who is in the Silver 68 machine. He's locked in right behind the 29 of John Green there as they head up to the top of the hill, up to the entrance to turn 14, and then start to work their way down the roller coaster. As a matter of fact, you even see there, Brian, as Schofield, I think, got a much cleaner entrance in the 14. Clay Russell and Russ Turner, who were kind of locked together, had a little bit more trouble getting the 2 cars, the 2 cars acting as one, to rotate at the top of the roller coaster. You'll notice there the 21 machine now heading back behind the wall as our leaders complete lap number 2. That 21 machine belonging to Charlie Rogers, and Rogers not completing a single lap.
Clay Russell takes the lead here at the end of the 2nd lap, followed by Schofield and Turner here. Russell with just a tiny bit of a lead, but Schofield and Turner working together. They'll catch right back up there.
Yeah, and Von Mishko, Brian, the driver who went off on the opening lap, he has fallen all the way to the back of this just about 40-car field now, and he is a very long distance back. there back behind the 63 machine of John Dunches, who's running in 39th position. As a matter of fact, Mishko just now coming to the start-finish line to complete lap number 2. He is almost 20 seconds back from the car just ahead.
Yeah, it's sad to say with the short nature of these races, even if there were to be a full course caution to bring these cars together, when you get punted to the back of the field like that or moved to the back of the field because of either a mistake or whatever, it is impossible to get back to the front. So for this particular race, just going to spend time learning this racetrack and being ready because he'll start up front from tomorrow's races, very likely.
Hey, want to welcome Dave Ogburn to the chat. Of course, Dave, a podium finisher in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 this past year at the Runoffs, and heard he's made some very big changes in what he does during the week, Brian, having left Goodyear Rubber Company, Goodyear Tire Company, after a number of years to go into, I think, do coaching, driver coaching full-time.
Yep, driver coaching and working for a car manufacturer to do some car testing still. So that's going to be pretty cool. Being a car test driver almost sounds like the ultimate race car job if you can't drive race cars full-time, you know? Jamie Turner is in the chat complaining about having crappy internet in Florence, Italy, but he's in Florence, Italy, so I don't feel really that bad for him.
I wouldn't either. Hey, Brian, we have a new leader, and that is Clay Russell, who has managed to draft around Brian Schofield. So move Schofield back to second. Russ Turner sits in third. And that last time by, Bobby Sack, he made up maybe a couple hundreds. You can see there, he's now within about 5-6 feet of Russ Turner in that blue number 23 car just ahead. So it really is, I'd say it's a 4-car fight, but no, let's add the red number 119 car, Todd Vanacore, into this battle as well.
Yeah, the thing is going on there is they're just far enough apart where this could become problematic. The draft on these cars doesn't go back that far. So if they cannot get, gapped back up together, there's a good chance that any of these groups could start to drive away with not a lot of effort here. So very interesting to watch to see how these other cars, how Turner, Sack, and Vanacore work, if they can get together and try to catch up here as they head up the hill out of Oak Tree. Do we still call it Oak Tree even though there's no Oak Tree there?
Or as I like to as I crib from one of my great flagger friends here at VIR, Heather Clark, where she calls it Oak Treeless.
I like it.
But I don't think that's the official name.
Probably not. So anyway, there are your leaders there coming now through the roller coaster and now down the hill towards 17, and there's just that little gap between second and third, and Russ Turner's going to have to put a move on here because that if that gap gets a little bit bigger, Greg, that becomes really problematic.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that could become a huge issue here, as obviously this breakaway now stretching out to almost a half second. And should mention this, so Vanacore, who's right at the tail end of that backpack in the red 119 car, he just reset fast lap of the race, albeit he was only a 10th faster than the 4 cars directly ahead of him. But again, it's allowing him to separate out from Jim Goffrey. Goffrey in the silver 68 car managed to get around John Green. So Green is in that blue and yellow machine there. Starting to slide back just a little bit. We should be watching for Sam Schechter. Schechter was so quick, Brian, at Homestead Raceway. We saw that huge wreck that he had right at the very end of the Sunday race. But where I think he finished, well, he crashed out. He had the car back together at Sebring, where he finished right around 20th position, I think 21st and 19th. But he did finish in the top 10 at Road Atlanta. I think finished 10th on the Saturday race, 12th on the Sunday race, and I think we should watch. He, I think definitely throughout the season, as somebody as he gets more well accustomed to some of these national level competitors, I think we can start to see him move up through the field a little bit.
Denny Stripling in the chat. He says, big southwest wind today impacts passing zones at VIR more than other racetracks. So that's something to keep an eye on. Thanks, Denny, for popping in and providing your always welcome and knowledgeable insights. And now you can see that Russ Turner has bridged that gap, and there's now a 3-car pack. Now the question is, can Bobby Sack and Todd Vanacore do the same thing here? And with just under 14 minutes to go, that is a big, big move there, and a good move as well. Here they come across the line. Russell, then Schofield, then Turner. 0.07 seconds between first and second place, and then 0.4 back to Russ Turner. That was at the line. So those front 2 cars really working together, being very smart. Now 3 cars, if they can continue that. In Spec Racer Ford, I think 3 is faster than 2, 4 not necessarily faster than 3. So it's my experience that the best drafting situation is a 3-car pack, and that's what Turner and Russell, Schofield, and Turner are trying to do to work this out. And I'm always confused in my brain, Greg, because it's Clay Russell and Russ Turner.
Yes.
And my brain doesn't process that properly.
Well, you should have tried when it was Paul Schneider and Mark Snyder for years in FE2. It was just as difficult for us here. All right, Brian, so we're just about halfway through this 25-minute race. So let me do this. Let me make a first call to the grid for our next race group, and we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2, STU, STL, GT3U, T3, and T4. Please head to the grid. Race group number 2, this is your first call to the grid. All right, so we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here with more racing action from Virginia International Raceway. It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Stay with us.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Might in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Back here at Virginia International Raceway, and we are racing Spec Racer Ford 3. We have a 4-car battle for the podium here. Your top 4 cars right now up front: Clay Russell, Brian Schofield, Russ Turner, Bobby Sack. That red car about 10 car lengths back is Todd Vanacore. He's trying to catch up, but that's going to be a tall order, Greg. Less than 10 to go, and that's a big enough gap where those 4 cars up front can just drive right away.
Indeed, and Brian, some big changes up at the front. Right before we came back from commercial break, we had a driver who spun coming through 11 going into Oak Tree, and that was John Green in the number 29 machine. He had been running in 6th place at the time. That now drops him all the way down to, I believe, 22nd position. We also had the 33 machine go and retire, but that now moves Todd Vanacore up in the 5th position. Goffrey's in 6th, and I was talking a little bit earlier about Sam Schechter. Schechter now takes over 7th position. Jackson Deal, who I think is all of 18 years old, and had his first SCCA races at Sebring earlier this year. He now moves up into 8th position, having started in 11th place.
Denny Stripling says off the top of his head there are 9 national championships in the top 4 and 10 in the top 5. Pretty salty. We won't hold you to the math, but the numbers are, I'm pretty certain, are right there. And as you can see, those top 4 pulling away, and at some point in time, with 8 minutes to go here, they're going to get really, really dicey here, because I can tell you every single one of those cars is hoping to take a checkered flag today.
All right, and Brian, we do have a local caution over at the NASCAR bend at turn 4, and that is for the 197 car, who has pulled over just before the entrance to turn number 5. He's driver's right. I don't know if we're going to be able to pick him up on the cameras or not.
We saw him earlier, and then he pulled just off of our screen. So we saw him pull off, and then he pulled just to the, when we go to this next camera.
Yeah, we may see him in the next camera here. Let's,
he's already off to the left.
To our left, to driver's right. That's Michael Odell. And again, I think his very first race weekend in a Spec Racer Ford here. So that is, I don't know how much that's going to affect things, because again, at this point in the race, I don't think we'd be looking for many passes there going into turn number 5. But huge breakaway at the front of the field. Schofield back to the lead with Russ Turner, Clay Russell, and Bobby Sack. And all national champions at this point, right in that lead pack, with Todd Vanacore, also another national champion, albeit in the prototype class, is sitting back a little bit further back in 5th, and it doesn't look like Vanacore has been able to really make up any ground on our leaders.
So the big question, Greg, is going to be, are there any friends in this top 3 group? They all want to win. Oh, here comes a move for the lead. Russ Turner pulls out. Clay Russell right behind him as the pusher. I was just going to ask who's going to push who, and it looks like that Russell decided to push Turner at this point in time. A little early to make that move, in my opinion, but that's what's happened.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, we know all of Russ Turner's teammates not here racing this weekend, like Denny Stripling, who's sitting in the chat right now, and probably that would leave him, I think, with Clay Russell, who also I don't think is aligned with, say, Schofield or Bobby Sack. And that just may be the 2 pairings that you see to get through the end of this race is Russell Schofield. Although, I think that we've seen this from Bobby Sack in the past as well, is, he's very opportunistic. He'll take whoever's there that might present the opportunity to him and that there just may be no real friends from lap to lap to lap here. As soon as I say that, Bobby Sack now getting shuffled back, Brian, as he now falls about 4 car lengths back from Turner, Russell, and Schofield.
Yeah, that's good news for the 3 up front. He's a guy I wouldn't want to be there if I could avoid it if at all possible. They say politics makes for strange bedfellows. The same for Spec Racer Ford. Now popping out to go around Gropius and Clay Russell with Brian Schofield doing the pushing. Let's see if they can make that stick, and they have. So now Turner drops back to 3rd place. And now every time that pass gets made, the one that gets shuffled out tends to be a little further back.
Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 2, STL, STU, GT3U, T3, and T4. Please head to the grid. Race group 2, STL, STU, GT3U, T3, and T4 racers. Please head to the grid.
I'm wondering if there's a problem with Russ Turner's car, because he just basically, looked like he almost just let Bobby Sack by, and
yeah,
he's not catching up.
Yeah, well, and Russ Turner is starting to fall off the back of the 19 car as well, as he definitely has some kind of a mechanical issue, whether it be with the engine, whether it be with another part of the drivetrain, and he's starting to fall off the pace. At this point, obviously he's off the podium, but it looks like Vanacore is starting to make up some ground on him pretty quickly. Again, as this group had really left Vanacore for not for dead, but had left him quite a ways behind. You also notice that Jim Goffrey now has separated himself out from our new 7th place runners. Jackson Deal, that number 58 machine, has gotten around Jim Goffrey. So Goffrey, who started off this race in 9th position, moved all the way up to 5th, now finds himself back in 6th place here as the field starting to really fan out here going into turn 1.
Yeah, there's some suggestions in the chat about whether or not the Russ Turner car might have some overheating issues. There's a very small inlet in the front of these cars, and that's the only place where they get air into the radiator. And if in bump tracking, it does look like there's some damage to the nose of that car, which would make complete sense here. And you don't want to overheat that car because that's an expensive fix. Yeah, he's definitely falling back now.
Sure.
And go ahead, Greg.
And I was going to say, as Vanacore gets around him now, we do have a local caution. It sounded like up at the top of the roller coaster, but as we had a car go spin around there under braking, but it sounds as though that car now has continued, so it's clean and green up at the top of the hill. Also, we talked about that local caution going through left hook going into turn 5. The local caution there has now been withdrawn, as well as most of our racers have seen and been through that, we'll call it an incident, with the car parked off track now for 2 laps in a row.
Yeah, well, all that's been going on. Big off there with a big wheel off there with the dust. But while all that's been going on, Clay Russell and Brian Schofield pulling away. 2 cars off there, pulling away out up front. So the big winner here in that whole situation, Russell and Schofield, they now have a 2-second lead over Bobby Sack with 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go here. Unless there's something that brings this field to slow it down, I don't think Bobby Sack can catch the 2 leaders at this point, Greg, which means it's a 2-car race with the white flag in the air.
Exactly. I was going to say, Brian, here, only 1 lap remaining for Bobby Sack, unless we saw our 2 leaders going off, maybe going through South Bend. Stranger things have absolutely happened, but at this point, is Bobby Sack now a little less than 3 seconds in arrears of Clay Russell and Brian Schofield. It's going to be very difficult for him to get back up to him. Todd Vanacore about 2.5 seconds back from Sack in 4th. Again, unless something quite odd happens, it'd be very strange to see Vanacore move up in the 4th. And that last time by, as we're tracking lap times here, maybe it was a question of Russ Turner needing to get the water temps down in that car, because he tracked, he tracked about 5 seconds longer than both Sack and Vanacore on that last lap. So we'll see if he can continue that, or pick up the pace a little bit. But most everybody around him, either in front or slightly behind, are lapping at about 4 seconds to 5 seconds faster than Russ Turner. And we can see here now as Jim Goffrey has gotten around the 23 machine as well. So move Russ Turner back to 6th.
All right, so we're a quarter lap to go here, and almost always best to be in 2nd place going into the last lap, and Brian Schofield's making it look like that's the right place to be here as he tries to go around Clay Russell here, heading up towards turn 14, side by side. Russell's going to be on the inside of this right, left, right situation. I see a bunch of dust. One of them goes off. That's Russell. Now we've got Schofield at the lead here. Not sure if there was contact
but neither one of them went far enough for Bobby Sack to take advantage. But right now, Brian Schofield, clear run down to the checkered flag.
And I could swear, Brian, that I might have seen at least one arm in the air gesticulating quite furiously as he was trying to get the car back out on course. But taking the win here in race number 1 this weekend in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, it's going to be Brian Schofield, with Clay Russell finishing almost 2 seconds in arrears. Bobby Sack will bring the number 19 machine home in 3rd, with Todd Vanacore 4th. Jim Goffrey, then Russ Turner, who manages to hold off Sam Schechter. Schechter will finish 7th. Jackson Deal 8th. Gianclaudio Angelini, who started 15th, will moves up 6 positions, finishes the race in 9th. And then Karsten DeFonts. And Karsten, who started in 16th position, he'll round out the top 10 just ahead of Dylan DeFonts, who finishes in 11th.
Brian Schofield takes the win on the racetrack, but it's still not sure who's going to take the win in the steward's room. This may become a discussion point. We'll have to wait and see how that is. Coming up next here, we're going to have our second race of the day. That will be STU, GT3U, T3, T4, and STL. Let's do another call to grid, Greg, and then we'll take a break.
Read my mind. Final call to the grid for Race Group 2, Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, GT3U, Touring 3, and Touring 4. Race Group 2, please head to the grid. And so, yes, Brian, let's take a quick break. We'll be back with more racing action from Virginia International Raceway. It is the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Stay with us. It is the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Stay with us.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, parts support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer, and get you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
Attention in the paddock with the following Spec Racer Ford, or drivers of the following Spec Racer Ford cars. Please see the race director in impound. Bruce Myers, driver of the 111 car. Patrick Stringer, driver of the 40 Spec Racer Ford. Tom Burt, driver of the number 45 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please see the race director in impound. Again, would Bruce Myers, driver of the number 111 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, Patrick Stringer, driver of the number 40, and Tom Burt, driver of the number 45 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, all see the race director in impound.
All right, we are back here at VIR for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Getting ready for Group 2 to hit the track here. STU, GT3U, STL, T3, and T4. I would have thought they'd have started their pace lap by now.
Yeah,
Greg.
well, Brian, for whatever reason, they are actually still on the grid, starting to make their way down the hill to the end of the pit lane. So we'll see them on the screen here in just a few moments. But what we're going to do for the very first time here today, we are going to have a split start. We're going to have our GT3, STU, and STL racers. They're going to be behind the first safety car. They're going to be at the front of the field. They'll take the green flag first, and then back behind them, we'll have our Touring 3 and Touring 4 racers. I believe they'll be heading out behind a second pace car, and they will, oddly enough, take the green flag after the Super Touring and GT3U cars do. So let's run down the starting order here, and we'll start off with the Touring 3 and Touring 4 racers, where Simon Foulweather out of the Alabama region of the SCCA out of Birmingham, Alabama, puts his BMW 330 Ci on that group's pole. That's the number 61 machine. Rob Hines in his Touring 3 Nissan 350Z will start on the outside of the front row. Then we got Todd Clark. Todd's driving the number 11 Touring 3 BMW 330 Ci. He starts fourth with our Touring 4 pole sitter, the number 46 Mazda Miata, driven by Aiden Rose, starting fourth. Then we got Mark Cefalo. He drives the 00 Touring 4 Mazda RX-8. He's going to start fifth with Jiao Li starting sixth. He's in the number 27 Touring 3 Subaru Toyota GR86. The Subaru BRZ, though, driven by Devin Anderson. That's the number 14 Touring 4 machine. He starts seventh. Starting eighth, driving the number 73 Touring 3 Ford Mustang from the New England region. It's Daniel Moen with Randy Johnson from the Northwest region, Tacoma, Washington to be exact, also driving a Ford Mustang. His number 1 Touring 3 car will start ninth. Starting 10th, driving the number 53 Touring 3 Volkswagen GTI in Touring 3 is Alan Briere with Kyle Jansch starting 11th. He's in the number 123 Touring 3 BMW 330 Ci. Now we got Robert Damler. He's going to start 12th. He's in the number 121 Touring 3 Ford Mustang. And starting lucky 13th in that group, driving the number 23 Touring 3 Subaru BRZ, John Ferguson, starting 24th, or probably starting 14th, driving the number 0 Touring 4 Ford Mustang, Scotty B. White. So let's now move over to our front group, where Tony Ave will start on the pole. He's driving the bright blue number 44 GT3U Honda Civic. And then we've got our STU pole sitter, Richard Estacio, in the yellow Lotus Exige. The number 80 car starts second. Starting third, driving the number 70 STU BMW 325 is Darren Treacle, with David Fiorelli driving the number 190 STU Ford Mustang out of Coppell, Texas, starting fourth. Starting fifth, driving the number 3 STL Mazda Miata, Nick Leveroni, with John Sewell in his Acura Integra, starting sixth. That's the number 48 car out of Tallahassee, Florida. Then we got Chuck Hines in the number 57 STL Mazda MX-5, starting seventh. and Mike Taylor driving the number 39 STL Acura Integra, starting 8th. Starting 9th is Peter St. Pierre. Peter is in the white STU Honda Civic SI. He's out of Dallas, Georgia, the 84 car, with Austin Hill starting 10th. Austin is in the number 8 STL Mazda MX-5. And God, I hope we have in-car video of Austin Hill. That's always a good show. Amy Mills will start 11th. She is in the number 114 STL Mazda Miata. She's out of Manson, Washington, with Thomas Paulino in the number 34 STL Mazda Miata, starting 12th. Whitfield Gregg, that's Amy's husband, starting 13th today. He's in the number 17 STU Mazda Miata, with Mark Bradley, also in an STU car, the 106 BMW 325 IS, starts 14th. Starting 15th is going to be Peter Tonelli II. He's in the number 5 GT3U Mazda Miata. And Michael Reese driving the number 89 STU Honda S2000 out of Brooklyn, New York, starts 16th. All right, Brian, so we've got the first pack, our Super Touring and GT3 racers now heading up to the top of the roller coaster, and I can tell you that the lights are out on the pace car.
Yes, they are.
So we should be going racing here this next time by, as our second pack just now coming out of the Oak Tree turn. And I always found getting gridded up in this section of the track to be incredibly difficult, primarily because even at the lower speeds of a pace lap, Brian, just because of the cambering of the track, you're always really just trying to keep the car on the course, let alone, side by side with another car through there. But they come down through the roller coaster and get it all straightened out.
Yeah, and luckily with a group this small, there's a pretty decent length from the start of the straight down to the start-finish line. So shouldn't be too problematic to get them lined up properly. And if the starter likes what he sees.
All right, Brian, and there's the green flag for our first group. As the second group has the lights out on the pace car, they'll be ready to go next.
Yep, there comes our first group now, past the start-finish line. They'll head down to that first turn, and we'll see who comes out in the front. Looks like it is going to be Tony Ave with Richard Estacio going to slide in right behind him. At least one car has put at least a wheel off, if nothing else. A little puff of dust there as they come. That'll be an interesting for the second group to come into that puff of dust, wondering what might be there.
All right, and as they lead through, Tony Ave's got about 4 car lengths now on Richard Estacio, but I think technically not in the same class, but Estacio now with about 2 car lengths over Darren Treacle. As our second group now, our Touring 3 and Touring 4 racers, Brian, they take the green flag and they start to make the run down towards turn number 1. As we had Simon Foulweather in the white BMW, he'd already eked ahead of Robbie Hines, but it looks like Hines has been able to return the favor as they went under braking down into turn number 1 and in through the horseshoe. There is Hines, lots of seat time here at Virginia International Raceway, and that not Mercedes, the Nissan, a little on the heavy side, a little on the porky side maybe compared to the BMW, but very, very strong under braking.
Rob might take offense to you referring to his car as porky. Because he is the skinniest guy you're ever going to meet.
Yeah, absolutely.
Had a great conversation with him on the podcast that we're going to get posted up in the next day or so. But here's a good shot here from the Austin Hill car.
I told you having Austin Hills on board is always a treat, Brian.
Yes. Yes.
Usually about midway through the race is when it gets really exciting for Austin.
Yep. So here he
more
comes.
Exciting in the cockpit than on the track.
Right now he is in 5th place in STL, 9th overall. The 84 car right in front of him. That is Peter St. Pierre, which means I think Hill might be in 10th now.
Yeah, and we'll take a look here as they come across the start-finish line. So Austin Hill driving his SMX car here in STL, as he very often does. And I kind of expected to see the Honda Civic, which is an STU car, start to move away from him. Matter of fact, that STU car has the same turbocharged drivetrain that a Honda Civic Type R has. Typically what they have in the TCR cars. And we saw at the and actually took the STU National Championship at at Sonoma, Kevin Bohm in a very similarly prepared Honda Civic Si Coupe with that Type R drivetrain. And I think for St. Pierre, the biggest challenge for him is going to be dealing with heat soak over the course of this race. And that drivetrain is really known for starting to heat up, and when it does, the computer starts to dial the timing back considerably.
I hate it when it does that.
Yes, absolutely.
Up front, it's Tony Ave, then Richard Estacio in that Lotus Exige. And now we have more dust at turn 1. Let's see if that ended up with a car and a yellow flag out there, which makes me think somebody's definitely off track.
2 cars may have gotten together over there, Brian.
Oh, 2 cars got together potentially. All right, that's oh, and there I bet you is one of them, and there's number 2.
Yeah, and it was the number 1 car getting into the back, and I'll have to say the number 1, that's Randy Johnson in his Ford Mustang, getting into the back of Zhao Li's Toyota GR86 car there. And again, that was under braking as maybe the Mustang ran a little bit too deep, sending them both off into the grass.
Yeah, either that or the other car broke a little earlier than the Mustang expected, which I've seen that happen a bunch of times. So could be one way or the other. Estacio now takes the lead in STU, according to our timing and scoring. You should see him coming out of turn 2 at this point in time. And there he is. That beautiful yellow Lotus has pulled around the Honda Civic. Both really cool race cars, Greg, in very different ways.
yeah, exactly. You know, the Exige is basically a race version of the Lotus Elise.
Yep.
You know, it is a unibody tub essentially, but incredibly light. Very, very nimble. Toyota engine powering it that doesn't have a ton of torque, and it is essentially a momentum car. The GT3U car behind the Tony Ave is racing is a purpose-built tube frame chassis silhouette body car with Honda power, and when we say the Exige is light, well, the Civic incredibly light as well. Here, and much more adjustable suspension, but as we've talked about in GT3U, that was a car that originally was built to run on true slicks as opposed to DOT tires,
right,
which it's on now, and it's carrying about 250 pounds more weight than it had to run last year as well. And so what we're actually seeing, and I'm sure that Estacio, who just got repassed by Ave, not so much interested with Ave, but should be much more interested with the big blue BMW that is creeping up on him, and that is Darren Treacle. Treacle, who finished on the podium here at the National Championship Runoffs. Actually, did he finish on the? Everybody had a wreck at the end of the STU race at the runoff. So let me double check that because now that I think about it, I think he and Joe Moser came together with 2 laps to go, and I think Treacle did not finish on the podium in 23.
Those who might be new to SCCA, there's no trophy for winning first overall, so it doesn't really matter to him whether or not he finishes first or second in the race. He just needs to make sure he finishes in front of that same class car right behind him. And now you can see Estacio making another attempted move on the inside of Tony Ave there. Oh no, I'm sorry. I was looking at two other blue and yellow cars together on the racetrack. How do they can't do that to me, Greg.
No, of course they can't.
Hey, that Honda, that Tony Ave Honda, Greg, is that a King Motorsports car?
I don't believe so.
Okay,
No,
I wasn't sure.
No.
Okay. I know Tony is down in North Carolina now, but he's a Wisconsin boy to start with, and I wasn't sure if maybe there was some sort of a relationship there. So, 17 minutes, 40 seconds to go. Your top 10 right now: Tony Ave, Richard Estacio, Darren Treacle, David Fiorelli, Nick Leveroni in 5th, John Sewell in 6th, followed by Mike Taylor, Chuck Hines, Peter St. Pierre, and Austin Hill in 10th place. Looking at the second group, our T3 group, Rob Hines is your race leader right now, followed by Simon Foweather, Warren Sackman, Todd Clark, Mark Cephalo, Aiden Rose, Daniel Moen, Alan Briere, not Alien.
Alan Briere.
These little tiny words with my old man eyes, and Scotty B. White.
Yeah, I would say quick, Brian. I want you to pronounce Volkswagen for me, so you can say Alan Briere in his Volkswagen.
Alan Briere in his Volkswagen. Golf.
There you go. Good.
His
Excellent.
Peopleswagen. Anyway, good stuff going on here in this race right now. That battle up front between Ave and Astacio, 0.8 seconds at the line last time by.
Yeah, and Brian, I think we're seeing a great little fight unfold for the lead in Touring 4.
Okay.
Just saw the Mazda RX-8. There goes leaving our frame now. Was the Touring 4 machine of Mark Cephalo. And Cephalo started second in class today to Aiden Rose, who is in the black Mazda Miata. Cephalo just got around Rose as they were coming out of Snake, going up through the S's, and has opened up about 3 car lengths on him there. And we'll see if he can make that hold. Scotty B. White currently sitting third in class, almost 12 seconds in arrears. So, it really is a 2-car fight now in STL.
Greg, can you hit the tone so I can make a message?
Absolutely, I can.
Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Giancarlo Angelini in the number 6 Spec Racer Ford. Please see the race director, Giancarlo Angelini. In the number 6 Spec Racer Ford, you are being asked to report to the race director. Okay.
All right, as we go back on with Austin Hill here, and in STL at the moment, Hill is running in 5th position, let's take a look. Actually, yeah, we're on board with Hill. The question is, as I'm looking at the order right now, so he's got the 84, and I'm wondering if the 84 car, Brian, possibly might be having some transponder issues, because I was showing him as being directly behind Amy Mills the last time by, and I let's take a look here. As I look back through the field, I see what's going on, Brian. I see my issues. Is that I think we saw the STU car. No, there's the 184 car. I'm not actually sure if we're having some transponder issues for the St. Pierre car, because is that Amy Mills just ahead of the Civic by chance? Because I was showing the battle in STL between Hill and Mills was only a couple tenths apart the last time they crossed the line, with Chuck Hines about 10 seconds up from there. I'll take a look here as they come across the line. Yeah, indeed. If we can jump back to that Austin Hill in car, Jordan.
Oh, look at that traffic jam.
And that's Amy Mills to his right, as he's going to thread the needle, try to come underneath the STU Honda S2000 that we have there. That was, I think, Michael Reese in the 89 machine. But yeah, right now that is the battle for 4th in STL between Hill and Mills. And it's as though Austin Hills make that pass stick.
Yeah. 13 minutes to go in this race, Greg. I think now would be a great time to do a call to grid, take a little break, and then when we come back, we'll get you all the way to the finish line.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. SMX racers, race group number 3, please head to the grid. Your race is next. SMX, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with more action here from VIR in just a moment.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advantage technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction, designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right, Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country. It's the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
We are back here at VIR here in the middle of our GT3U, STU, T3, T4, and STL race. Got some fun stuff on the racetrack right now. Tony Ave's opened up an 8-second lead over Richard Estacio overall. Ave is in the GT3U car. They are STU race right now. It is Richard Estacio and Darren Trakel, and they're actually not too far apart from each other, about a second for those two cars. Lots of battles throughout the field here. Right now, we're looking at Austin Hill's onboard camera. Austin Hill right now is sitting in, let me see if I can find him on my list. He's sitting in 11th overall. He was just passed by Mark Bradley on that lap. Bradley now going underneath that is the Flat Out Motorsports 114 car. That is the Amy Mills car. So lots of dicing going on in this little part of the racetrack, and that's been the case now for several laps. And Amy Mills, that's a brand new race car for her, and she had it out at NOLA. And if my memory serves me correctly, she was on the podium both days at NOLA with the car. Oh, a big spin right in front of our camera. Both those cars able to avoid it. I believe that happened all by himself. That is the BMW right there. That was Mark Bradley, who had just gotten around Austin Hill and just could not keep it together coming out of turn 4. And now right back onto the racetrack, no issues there, but he has lost a lot of positions. This is going to take him down probably 10 spots. In the
I was going to say probably around 10 spots or so.
Yeah.
Huge for him.
Good news, though, for both Amy Mills and Austin Hill. They were able to just avoid it.
Avoid that, yeah, exactly.
Yes. That could be one of those Code Brown moments. Maybe still is one of those Code Brown moments.
Yeah. And, and that is turning out to be, as we saw a little bit earlier with Mills and Hill, a little bit earlier, turning out to be a neat little race there, kind of a point counterpoint as they are trying to work their way through traffic. We saw earlier when they both had to tuck underneath that S2000 that Hill was able to get a better run as the middle car was able to get a better run through the horseshoe and beat Mills to 3. But, Mills in that, again, a brand new chassis to her that was built over the winter. Really looks as though she's taken to that very, very well.
Yeah, definitely. So interesting start to this first. Well, we're past halfway now.
Yeah.
Well past halfway, and now it's kind of getting to go time here. There is, I believe that's the Planet Miata car, Mark Cephalo, coming through the screen right there.
Yeah, and Cephalo now has, I think, really opened up a pretty substantial lead over Aiden Rose. Aiden's in the black 46 NC Miata and is almost 7 seconds back now, and then another 18 back. So apologize, we're not showing you much of a T4 battle here, but about 18 seconds back from there to Scotty B. White and Dude Bro Brad Childs, another 40 seconds back from there. But this is turning out to be a neat little fight. And Brian, I look back to last year when we check in with Austin Hill. There was a race where he was trying to find any way around Chuck Hines, and you could see his level of aggression starting to rise. And what I said, it's sometimes more fun to watch what he does in the cockpit than what he does, than the racing up ahead. We'll see if he can keep his cool here for this race. Maybe another year older, another year wiser, and he's got a lot more pro racing experience under his belt now as well. But nice little fight here as he took a little look. Amy Mills getting a little bit defensive there coming into 11. If Hill can square this up, he might have a bit more of a run coming onto the back straight here. Let's just see if he can do anything with it. And look at that, the Mills car actually started to ease away, at least for a moment there. And it might have been like in the middle of a shift, obviously.
Oh,
now, great opportunity for Hill, though, as he's going to use, I think is that the foul weather car?
That's the 61 car. That's foul weather.
That's foul weather running second in Touring 3 right now. And he was able to use the BMW to pull him right on past Amy Mills.
Yeah, very savvy racecraft there by Austin Hill to get that pass done. And of course, he's not racing against foul weather. That's a T3 car. So good move there to make that work for him here. And I think the Spec MX-5 in STL is not the best horse for that class. So he's got to take advantage of any opportunity that he can, and did a really nice job there.
Yeah, I mean, indeed. On the horsepower side, certainly not horrible compared to what you can do with the other STL cars, but certainly from an aero standpoint, the fact that the other STL cars can and do typically run a wing on the rear to help a little bit more with mid-speed grip. Certainly helps a lot in some of the sweeping turns here at VIR, and that's something that Hill and the SMX car drivers don't have available to them. Interesting to see that Hill is out here racing. I want to see if he's going to be, and I'll check to see if he's going to be in our next race, which is for SMX, because I know he spent a lot of time last year splitting time and running. And no, he did not take this car out for qualifying, because I thought perhaps, he might be a little bit more conservative if he had another 25-minute race coming up. But it looks like he doesn't. It looks like he's not, at least not scheduled to run in SMX.
It's certainly challenging when the double dip classes are back to back. It's not impossible to do, but you have to make a decision when they are. If you're going to only do one, which one you're going to do. And today he's chosen to do STL, and that could be because he needs to get another race. Oh, there's a car off there. Yeah, and he's back on the racetrack. That could be great because he needs another race in STL to qualify for the runoffs.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's sometimes where the decision comes down to, even though the car is obviously better for Spec MX-5. Yeah, it's tough when, on occasion, just the way the cookie crumbles, those classes you want to do are back-to-back, and that makes it hard. Some people do it, but yeah, it can be challenging. So.
All right, as we've got about 2.5 minutes remaining. Next time our leaders come by, they should be getting the white flag, Brian. And I believe we've got Tony Ave in his Honda Civic coming down the roller coaster right now. And there he is, the second car in line. So he'll see the white flag. And he now, Brian, has opened up, and again, technically not in class, but he has about 8 seconds now on, actually now down to about 5.8 seconds on Richard Estacio. And we should follow this, actually, if we can, Jordan. They were going into turn 1, Estacio and Darren Treacle. So the yellow Exige and the blue BMW, that is the battle for the lead in STU. And that last time around the circuit, Estacio was marginally faster, 5/100ths of a second faster than Treacle. As Treacle, we saw going in the left hook, maybe a little bit extra rear brake bias, trying to get that car to rotate. Here, we'll see if he can carry speed. I think where that Lotus is going to shine is actually through this section of the course right here. These high-speed sweepers through the uphill S's and then into South Bend. The question is going to be, Brian, are they going to run up on some of this traffic just ahead? Because if Estacio has to get out of the throttle, that's where the torque from the inline 6 in that E46 BMW is going to come to the fore, and he might actually have probably his best chance with Estacio. But he's drafting up pretty quickly right now.
Yeah, he's definitely getting a bit of a pull there, but Estacio gets around that first car without any issues. Got a couple more cars coming into the fold here, and we will see how that plays out right there. Oh, right behind, I believe that's Mark Cefalo.
Yep, that's right ahead of the tour as they come up on the Touring 4 leader there, and they all get bottled up. But for Treacle, he's the last car in the line. He's got a car between he and Estacio, and Estacio sneaks around Mark Cefalo. That's going to be probably all he needs, Brian. As Tony Ave comes across the line, he takes the overall win and takes the win in GT3U with Richard Estacio beating Treacle to the line for the win in STU. And then that Touring 4 win going to Mark Cefalo.
Yeah, big finish there for Estacio to hold off to get the STU win. Your podium in STU is going to be Richard Estacio, Darren Treacle, and David Fiorelli. Again, this is our provisional results. Looking at STL, Nick Leveroni takes a win. John Sewell will come home second, and Chuck Hines will finish third. In first in T3, Rob Hines, no relation to Chuck Hines, in first. Followed by Simon Fullweather, and Todd Clark will end up third. Then we talked about STL. I've already done STL. T4, here we go. Mark Cefalo will be your race winner in T4, followed by Aiden Rose and Scotty B. White will take the last podium spot.
Yeah, and Rose really closed things up on Cefalo in the last 2 laps, Brian. Margin at the line only half a second.
Yeah.
And so Rose actually closed up, I think around 4 seconds in the last 2 laps. Pretty amazing there. But Cefalo still holds him off at the checkered flag. Some of our last racers come across the line. All right, let me make a final call to the grid for our next group, Brian. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 3, SMX. SMX racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back here with more racing action from VIR in just a few moments. Stay with us.
We'll take a quick break. We'll be back here with more racing action from VIR in just a few moments. Stay with us.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
Welcome back, everybody, to Virginia International Raceway. It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. And next up is Spec MX5, or SMX. We had 23 drivers set qualifying times this morning. Let's run down the starting order. Starting on pole, driving the number 9 machine out of Atlanta, Georgia, it's Skylar Cottrell with Luke Poland from London, England. He will start on the outside of row number 1. He's in the 27 car. Then we got Wes Stuchek. He's in the black SMX machine. He's from Jupiter, Florida. The number 40 car starts 3rd with Ethan Jacobs driving the number 199 green machine from Oshkosh, Wisconsin, starting 4th. Jason Fichter is in the number 7 black and green Mazda. He hails from Jupiter, Florida, represents the Florida region of the SCCA, as does Rocco Pasquarella, starting 6th. Rocco's driving the number 95 machine. He's from Boca Raton. Matthew Novak's going to start 7th. Matthew's in the number 11 car. He's from Bartlett, Illinois, represents Central Illinois region, with Cam Eben representing the Milwaukee region. He's from Appleton, and he starts 8th. Starting 9th, Michael Tinnis, representing the New York region of the SCCA. He's from East Meadow, and he is driving the number 60 car. Starting 11th, driving the number 75 machine from Peachtree Corners, Georgia, it's Michelle Squarick, with Camden Gruber starting 12th. Camden's in the number 24 Mazda. He's from Winchester, Virginia. Vaughn Mishko will start 13th today. Vaughn is in the number 99 car. He's from Sylvan Lake, Michigan, represents the Detroit region of the SCCA, with Mitch Lowry starting on the outside of row number 7. Mitch is driving the number 2 Mazda, and he is from Springfield, Ohio. Then we got Camden Hibbett starting 15th today. He's driving the number 32 Mazda, representing the Ohio Valley region, hailing from Galena, Ohio. And starting 16th, driving the number 12 car from Dallas, Texas, representing the Texas region, Vinny Miskelis. And hey, look, there's an onboard of Vinny Miskelis' Mazda. Hopefully we'll have his and a couple of other in-cars as well this weekend, all supplied by Mazda. I want to thank them. As the lights have just been extinguished, Brian, on the safety car, and that means we should be going racing here in just a few moments. And as the field now makes its way down the roller coaster, we'll see our Mazda racers start to get gridded up as they're all behind the beautiful ND Mazda pace car and safety car here, provided by the North Carolina region of the SCCA, our host region.
Yeah, and look at how nicely they are lined up in 2x2s, Greg.
Indeed.
No issues for this group, and there is the in-car with Ethan Jacobs. He's starting in the 2nd row here, and I don't think we'll be able to see from this angle the flagger maybe.
We'll see if you can move that rear view mirror out of the way for tomorrow. And actually, yes, we got a great view of it there, Brian. As the green flag is in the air, just ahead of Ethan is our outside pole sitter, Luke Poland, and Skylar Cottrell in the pink, black and white machine to the inside. Looks like he's going to lead the field into and through the horseshoe. Now, the problem is that he's not going to have inside position going into the NASCAR bend. That's going to be Luke Poland to the inside, and we'll see here if a couple of those inside cars. I mean, great move here to start off a race, Brian. If you can keep the car stuck to the inside, is to try to drive down and pick up a couple positions going into left hook right there over turn 4. And it certainly looks as though Luke Poland has been able to jump to the lead, and Wes Stuchek, I think, was able to get around Rocco Pasquarella as well.
Got a couple cars putting the wheel off there through the snake. No issues though. We also had a car put a wheel off at the exit of turn 1, and it was able to keep the car pointed in the right direction. Now we've got a 3-car little trio there up front. I almost said duo. That would be weird. A 3-car duo. There's Polish math for you. As they come up towards turn 11 here, and they get ready to go into Oak Tree. Now you've got about 5 cars up front trying to get something hooked up and work together here.
All right, as we jump on board here with, I think this is the Vinny Miskelis machine. And I can tell that because it's got his name on the dashboard, Brian.
Perfectly. I love when they do that.
And again, Miskelis, who started off this race right around the middle of the pack. Started in 16th position in the number 12 car, and I believe just ahead of him there, I believe that's Ayrton Grimm, although he's just getting up, and we got a driver off at the top of the roller coaster. And
it may have been our leader.
I think that might have been, well, our pole sitter. I think that was Skylar Cottrell that went wide. Yeah, indeed, Brian. That was the pink number 9 is Skylar Cottrell, and I think he's now rejoined. But certainly not the opening lap that he wanted as we jump back on board with Ethan Jacobs. And that is directly ahead of him. I think that is the white and blue machine of Luke Pullen.
It is Luke Pullen, and he has done a nice job of getting out front here early in this race. And he's got a great pushing partner, Ethan Jacobs. There's probably nobody better in this field than Ethan Jacobs of working with someone. We saw that last race, both races at NOLA. It was really fantastic how Ethan Jacobs worked with whoever was in front of him and to keep going. And as long as those two guys work together up front, you've got all these people racing side by side in the back. That's good news for Pullen and Jacobs.
All right, as we had a couple cars there pushing through the, I think the 4-0 machine actually there. Pushing a little wide, and actually it was the
back of this field.
Yeah, actually it was I was seeing the car that ran wide through NASCAR. That was the 55 of Cam Eben, and gathered that up, and it took had to take a very wide line through left hook. We'll see where he puts his car, and actually I think he's now moved up to, looks like up to 6th position. I was looking, Skylar Cottrell now, Brian, when he rejoined, was able to rejoin in 11th position. I never thought he'd be able to get that far up the field, given how far off he traveled at the top of the roller coaster.
Back on board now with Vinny Miskelis here. And the car right in front of him is the 17 car, I believe. No? Anyway,
yeah, I think it's the number 2 of Mitch Lowry.
Yep, you're right.
The green and white number 2.
You can see the hand signals trying to get cars to work together, and that's kind of part of the effort here. And now we're on with Emmy Kissick. Camera's a little twisted, kind of like your announcer.
And we were told about this. Yeah, I mean, it looks great for these off-camber turns,
yes.
Brian. Like Hog Pen right there. It looks like she's almost flipped over on the roof, but I don't want to jinx anything by saying that. And so Emmy is, and Vinny also, 2 of our scholarship award winners from the Spec MX5 shootout this past fall.
You can see a little bit of gap. Luke Pullen pulling away a little bit from Ethan Jacobs. That comes after a fast lap in the session, a 2:12.265. That's 0.4 of a second faster than Ethan Jacobs. One thing we learned about Jacobs in the 2 races at NOLA is that he has a really tremendous amount of patience, Greg. He didn't seem to be in a hurry to get to to make that move to be in first place, understanding how the strategy and how these cars work so well together, and really did a great job of putting himself in the position at the right time. And patience is not something you really think about often as a race car driver, but I think it's oftentimes one of the most important traits for a good race car driver.
All right, Brian, real quick, got a quick announcement to make. Let me play the annoying tones. Attention in the paddock, Kirsten Dion, driver of Spec Racer Ford number 187. If you could please see the race director in impound. Again, Kirsten Dion, driver of the Spec Racer Ford number 187. Please see the race director in impound.
Back on board with Ethan Jacobs here. And you can see him now trying to catch back up to Luke Pullen, and he needs to be careful as he, starts to catch up there. If that car gets a little too far away, the draft's about 7-8 car lengths, maybe 10, and then you really start losing the benefit of the draft.
Yeah, well, Brian, interestingly enough, we also saw him move over to driver's left towards the center, about midway down Madison Avenue, down the back straight. And that was because he had another car in his draft. And that was Michael Tinnis, Brian, in the number 26 machine with the New York region. Tinnis, who started this race in 9th position, now up to 3rd. And you can see the red. Not in Ethan Jacobs' eyes, but you can see it in his rearview mirror as the red and black car directly behind Jacobs now, as those two cars have started to break away from Wes Duchak in 4th, driving the number 40 machine.
You know, being from the UK, I'm wondering, Greg, how many of these racetracks he's seeing for the first time this year, rather outside of iRacing.
Well, remember, he raced with us quite a bit last season as well. Okay. Yes. Yeah, okay. So I think he's seen a number of these. Whether NOLA was the first, whether this year was the first time he'd ever been there or not, and of course he finished on the podium, put in a real good showing at NOLA a couple weeks ago. I don't know, but I believe he was here with us. I'll have to go back through the record
right
books.
In front of Miskellis there. And that car, I don't know if that car even lifted.
You know, for a lot of these places to recover, you probably don't want to. And I think that's the number 2 machine that we saw ahead of Miskellis, Mitch Lowry out of Springfield, Ohio.
So in the chat, someone says that this is the first visit to all these tracks for Luke Pullen, except for Road Atlanta, where he did last year.
Last year, that's right.
So every single one of these is new for him, which is really impressive when you look at that. I'm going to have to get him on the podcast. Talk to him a little bit about this, because he's really doing a great job. And he's got that lead over Ethan Jacobs. But now here's the deal. Michael Tinnis and Ethan Jacobs, if they hook up, they can bridge that gap up to first place really quickly.
And it looks like they are definitely starting to work together now. Tinnis making sure not to show the nose, not to show any kind of intentions. And I'm sure, you know, as these drivers are all, you know, always giving hand signals, I'm sure that that Tinnis is, you know, giving the let's go sign to Jacobs ahead there, knowing that they can work together. And, you know, and since we're only 8 minutes in, we're only about a third of the way through this race, I think there's, you know, certainly plenty of time to get up to Jacobs, but also plenty of time to increase the advantage that they have over the group behind.
Right. And look at how quickly, when those two cars work together, they can bridge that gap to the first place car. Now the whole trick is for those 3 cars to work together to continue to pull away, which shouldn't be hard for them to do. And then it comes to that little chess match, Greg, in the last 3 or 4 laps to decide who's going to go and when they're going to go.
Well, and I was going to say, it's going to become even easier for them to move away. We've got one car, and that was the Tinnis car that actually ran a little bit wide coming through the NASCAR bend, putting up a little bit of dirt there, much like we saw Cam Eben do a little bit earlier. But I was going to say, speaking of Eben, we had Pasquarella and Eben go side by side through the NASCAR bend, right back behind Wes Duchak, and that for the moment has actually dropped Cam Eben back just a little bit. But you also notice how that second group has continued to fall away from our top 3 racers. And you know, and if they get the feeling now that they're not battling for a podium position, you're only going to start seeing them fight that much earlier and fall back that much sooner from our lead pack.
Then their only hopes is to be there if there's a problem with the front cars, either both mechanical or if they come together on a final lap, kind of thing. I've seen that happen before. So, but here's Jacobs right on the rear bumper. The question is, does he want to take the point here for a couple of laps to see if maybe he is, if he is better up front with Pullen pushing? See what I did there? Looks like he's gotten around now. Pullen slots in right behind him. If you can see that in-car camera there. Look at how hard they hit the curbs there as they go down the roller coaster down towards turn 17. Wow, look at that.
Yeah, and Brian, that was a great pass. As we said, that he and Tinnis were going to work to get up to Pullen, and Pullen now he's going to find himself out of the lead for the first time in a number of laps as we're going to complete lap number 5 here. And as they come across the line, that the advantage
side by side again.
Yeah, And, and that's going to at least bring Duchak, I think, into the fight here if they continue to do that as they go through the entire horseshoe. Poland wasn't quite close enough to outbreak Ethan Jacobs into one, and now they're going to go through another series of corners door to door. And you can almost sense where Duchak is closing things up here through this portion of the track. The question is the drivers right behind, and we now have Cam Eben, who's looking very loose coming out of 4 going into 5. Cam Eben, who's gotten around Rocco Pasquarella, so move him up to 5th, move Pasquarella back into 6th.
Now we have a 3 and almost a 4-car battle here. This could get really interesting, Greg. Coming up on halfway, so let's take our break, do a call to grid, and then we will have all the excitement here. Maybe during the break, pop yourself some popcorn, because this could get really interesting in the last 4 or 5 laps of this race.
Yeah, I certainly don't need any more sugary confectionery treats from Gina Katzmark, that's for sure. All right, let's make that call to the grid. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 4. GT1, GT2, and GTX. American Sedan, T1, and T2. GT1, GT2, GTX. Touring 1, Touring 2, and American Sedan racers, please head to the grid. So we'll take that quick break. We'll be back here in just a few minutes with more SMX action from Virginia International Raceway. You're watching the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Experience Program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
Back here live at VIR, when we left, it was a 3-car battle. Now it's a 12-car battle. Not quite that much, but my gosh, it has gotten fast and furious, Greg, over the last lap.
Yeah, and as we went to break, Brian, and there you go, it's actually a 5-car battle at the moment. We had 2x2x2x1 for like 5 corners in a row, and Ethan Jacobs, he is your new leader. He brought Michael Tinnis along with him there, and so at the time we could move Tinnis up to second, and now we can see here as it's 2 wide, almost 3 wide, going in the NASCAR bend. We've got Wes Duchak and Rocco Pasquarella there. Poland, who had been sitting up in the lead now, he's sitting back. There you go, that blue, white, and yellow car. Luke Pullen now sitting all the way back in 5th position after having led more than the first half of this race, actually more than half the race.
Yeah.
We do have the 13 machine on the pit lane. That is Emmy Kissick, one of our camera cars. You're going to see her start to head back to the paddock. Unfortunately, she's retired a little bit early with a little bit of damage to the front end of that car.
Yeah, now you've got this battle with Jacobs and Tinnis trying to work together to pull away, and then you've got the 4 cars of Weston Juchik, Roscoe Pasquarello, Luke Pullen, and Matthew Novak is now in the mix. And the cars 7 through 11 or 12 aren't that far back either, so this is getting to be very, very interesting here as we come into the last 8 minutes of this race. That whole train there, that is 1st through, I'm going to say 10th maybe, Greg?
Yeah, it's pretty close. Here, let me see how many fingers I have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, Brian.
13 cars.
I have 13 fingers.
Well, there's a story.
Yeah,
I'm going to have to go back to the office and wite a new story about this thing. 13 fingers. Anyway,
good thing
13 cars.
Good thing I still have health insurance. Anyway.
13 cars here. 3 or 4 still up front. Oh, a little brake lock up there from Pasquarella.
Yeah, Pasquarella. Yep, absolutely. And Duchek, pardon me, looks as though Poland may have just lost another position, possibly 2 to Novak and Eben. Let's take a look here as they come across the line. Yeah, Luke Poland now losing a position to Matt Novak, so moved the driver of the number 11 car up into 5th position. He started the day in 7th, and so he tries to work his way up. Cam Eben, who started 8th, that's where he finds himself now in 7th. Michelle Squirick, who started 11th, she's made a good run so far. Michelle's now up into 8th position, just ahead of Jason Fichter, with Camden Gruber in the Planet Miata RP Performance car running in 10th.
I have to wonder if Pullen overheated his tires working so hard to stay in front of Ethan Jacobs there in the first half of this race, and he just doesn't have much usable rubber left, or at least useful rubber at the moment. And of course, he's got to use these tires again for the next or for tomorrow's races as well. So very interesting to see how this whole thing plays out.
So talk about interesting, Brian. We actually have our starter stand displaying a debris flag. And we've noticed where, as we've gone 2 and sometimes 3 wide through a good portion of this course, kind of like this, Brian, and that is Michael Tinnis, who went very wide through South Bend and decided to take the grass over towards turn 11. That's going to drop him out of 2nd position and much further back. But we've got many different corners with debris flags being shown, as I think the drivers are using some of that grass and some of that dirt as a racetrack extension at this point. And yeah, it looks like Tinnis now may have fallen back as far as 6th position after having been up and running 2nd. That is now going to move, I think, Rocco Pasquarella. Yeah, the red white machine. And that's
Cottrell again?
Is that Cottrell? It might be the Tinnis
car.
No,
it's a Tinnis car.
Yeah, once again, that is Michael Tinnis, the red with the black-nosed machine, as he has trouble once again. And I was just going to say, Rocco Pasquarella now moving up into 2nd in his run to the checkered in the AKG machine. There they are as they cross under the starter stand now with about 5 minutes left to go. And Brian, that is Wes Duchek in the black number 40, currently running 3rd, with Matt Novak now up into 4th position as Tinnis finds himself back now in 7th. So we've got Novak 4th, Eben 5th, Squirick in 6th, Tinnis in 7th, Camden Gruber, Jason Fichter, Camden Hibbett for the first time today finds himself in the top 10. And that is where he stands. But still, although, you know, the guys in the front, by running wide, have done their best to split this up from a 13-car fight, still a huge fight here up at the front of the field. Real quick, Brian, let me make another call to the grid for the next group.
Okay.
Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 4, GT1, GT2, GTX, American Sedan, Touring 1 and Touring 2. Race Group 4, this is your second call to the grid.
Oh, there's Ethan Jacobs with a little 2 wheels off there with Rocco Pasquarello right behind him. One thing that's interesting we haven't seen yet, Greg, this is the hottest temperatures we've run this year in the Super Tour. And, you know, these tires definitely good enough to make it through the weekend, but they are going to react differently when it's 15 degrees warmer today than it has been on pretty much any other day we have. And drivers are having to get a little bit used to that, it looks like.
All right, Brian, we just had Patrick McGovern in that Richard Petty STP livery for the second time today take his car behind the wall early. He had retired from qualifying as well. And I believe we may have, I heard some of our flaggers covering Luke Poland's machine with a white flag. We'll see if he comes down the pit lane. We also have one other car sitting on the pit lane currently, and I'll try to get the number there. Actually, it's the Mitch Lowry machine, the number 2 machine that's on the pit lane currently.
All right, so there's Ethan Jacobs, your leader, and you can see a little bit behind our pylon. There's a second place car of Rocco Pasquarello thinking about making a pass. Question is he going to try to put his nose in there right now? No, he's decided that discretion is the better part of valor. And maybe it's the decision-making process, Greg, that he doesn't want to make this move on this lap.
No.
I think the last lap move here is the right move. He's got a partner who could push him past with Weston Duchik, and it feels to me like that was maybe testing, like, can I do that there? So that when he comes by next time, which we should have the white flag, I believe, that could be the place to do it.
Yeah, I mean, either that or at the top of the roller coaster. I think we've seen many times before that trying to drag race somebody out of hog pen to the start-finish line and try to make a draft pass is sometimes a fool's errand, that they just need more room, more distance in order to be able to get that pass done. So likely we'd see the move there at the top of the hill. We'll see, however, how this plays out. I talked about Luke Poland being covered by the white flag earlier, and unfortunately for Luke, our former leader, he is now showing in 20th position, just ahead of Pat McGovern, who we saw bring his car back behind the wall. So it looks like Luke Poland's day now effectively done.
There are your 3 race leaders there. The first car, Ethan Jacobs. The second car, Rocco Pasquarello. Right behind him, Weston Duchik. Next time under the start stand, they should have the white flag in the air, and that will be game on for these 3 drivers. It looks like if one of them will take the checkered flag, but with a lap and a quarter to go, Greg, I couldn't tell you which one of them it's going to be yet.
No, certainly. Although, Brian, I'm telling you, if Rocco Pasquarello takes the win, I am expecting like a big, giant cookie here in the announce booth. Wow, speaking of which, as Rocco takes a huge piece of dirt, goes over the inside of the apex curbing here, as our leaders are on the front straight. There we go, as they come side by side onto the front straight. And Pasquarello, he's gotten position to the inside of Jacobs, and they're going to make it 3 wide.
3 wide. Yep. Duchik on the inside, Pasquarello in the center. Duchik taking advantage, and he's going to be at the point when they come out of 2. The question is, can he hold on to the lead for the entire lap? There is Ethan Jacobs fighting back now on the outside, going through NASCAR Bend, and now he retakes the lead, and Pasquarello tries to follow him through, but doesn't get that job done.
Yeah, and Pasquarello, who was stuck, he was the meat in the sandwich, Brian, going down into turn 1. I think wisely got into the brakes a little bit earlier, decided to follow Duchik and Jacobs through turns 1 and 2. So we got a driver that just went off over at turn 5 and has rejoined. But again, talk about discretion being the better part of valor, as Pasquarello backed out of it, and he now finds himself in 3rd. He's going to have to, the question is he going to try to push Duchik back to the lead at the top of the roller coaster, or is he going to try to outrun both of these cars ahead of him as they come up to the roller coaster, maybe try and outbrake them before they head down the hill?
Well, in order to push him past the lead, they first got to catch the back bumper of Ethan Jacobs, and Jacobs has done a really good job. Now, did they get a good enough pull out of Oak Tree here? And it looks like there's still a maybe 1.5 car lengths difference between the first and second place, but the second place car has a draft right there. Now, he is going to pull out to try to go around here. Yep. He is in the spot, takes the lead for the moment as they go into... Oh, very nicely done by Ethan Jacobs to hold on and slot right back in front.
Yeah, and that was a great move by Jacobs. Very, very late on the brakes. He shifted over a little bit drivers left to really complicate things for Wes Duchak. That Duchak, it was going to make it very difficult for him to go around the outside of Ethan Jacobs as they came down the hill. And now as they come onto the front straight, Brian,
yep, here they come.
I don't think Duchak's going to be able to draft past them as they come to the line. And there you go, fist in the air.
Yes.
Ethan Jacobs takes race 1 in SMX here. Wes Duchak finishes 0.13 of a second in arrears. Roscoe Pasquarello is going to have to settle for the last step on the podium. Cam Eben works his way up to 4th. Camden Gruber will finish in 5th. Great couple last laps there for Gruber, who started this race in 12th position, finishes in 5th. Jason Fichter finishes in 6th. Michelle Squarick, great run for her. She finishes 7th. Camden Hibbett works his way up to 8th. Michael Tinnis will finish out in 9th position, and our pole sitter today, Skylar Cottrell, will round out the top 10.
All right, that's going to do it for our Spec MX5 race today. We're going to come back right after a short break, and we're going to bring you our big bore race, GT1, GT2, A Sedan T1, T2, T3, or T2 and GTX. Greg, let's do a call to the grid.
Yeah, I was going to say, why don't you let me call him to the grid, Brian?
Good idea.
And I'll
shut
get
up.
the list right for you. Attention in the paddock, forget everything Brian just said. GT1, GT2, GTX, American Sedan, Touring 1, and Touring 2. Just like it's on the screen here. Please head to the grid. This is your final call. Race Group 4, GT1, GT2, GTX, Touring 1, Touring 2, and American Sedan racers. This is your final call to the grid. So let's take that break. We'll be back here in just a few minutes with more racing action from VIR. It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at SCCA.com. Race cars. Learn more at SCCA.com.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour here. And we are getting ready for Group 4. GT1, GT2, GTX, Touring 1, Touring 2, and Ace. And see, Greg, if I just read the screen, it's a whole lot easier.
It's a lot easier.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Greg's
now
got our starting
now you know
lineup.
all my secrets, Brian.
Exactly. Let's get to Greg for the starting lineup.
All right, so we are going to have another split start here, Brian. We've got our GT cars in the first group. We've got our touring and American sedan cars in the second group. I'm going to run down that group first. Your pole sitter for our touring and American sedan group, representing the Central Florida region, driving the number 134 Touring 1 Chevrolet Corvette. It is James Candelaria. Robert Corzin will start second. He's in the number 88 Touring 1 Ford Boss 302 Mustang. He represents the Washington, D.C. region. John Heinrichs is in the number 135 Touring 2 Cadillac CT4 Blackwing. He's out of Clarkson, Michigan. And then we've got Aaron Kaplan driving the number 18 Touring 2 BMW M2 Club Sport. He's out of Evanston, Illinois. Then we've got Bruce Griffin. Bruce is in the number 125 Touring 2 Chevrolet Corvette with Greg Eaton, our American sedan pole sitter, starting sixth. He's in the number 21 Ford Mustang. James Davidson's in the number 157 Touring 2 Chevrolet Corvette. He will start seventh, with Michael Kamalian starting eighth, driving the number 199 American sedan Ford Mustang. Then we've got Alan Phillips. He's in T2 this weekend, driving a Ford Mustang. He's from Glassboro, New Jersey. And then starting 10th, Thomas West in the number 56 American sedan Cadillac CTSV. He's from Standish, Maine. Finally, we've got James Wilson starting 11th. James is in the number 29 Touring 1 Porsche GT4S Club Sport. Let's move over to our GT cars, where our pole sitter is Tony Ave. Second time we've seen him today. He's in the GT1 Chevrolet Camaro. He's out of Maiden, North Carolina. Michael McAleenan is driving the number 3 GT1 Lamborghini Huracan. He's out of Tacoma, Washington. He starts second. Jacek Muka, he's going to start third today. He's in the number 07 GTX Cadillac powered Dallara P217 LMP2 car. Austin Jers will start fourth. He's in the number 131 GT2 Chevrolet Camaro TA2 car, as the lights are extinguished on the pace car for this front group. Todd Peterson starts fifth. He's in the number 24 GT1 Ford Mustang, with Ray Mason in a GT2 TA2 Ford Mustang starting sixth. That's the 82 car. Starting seventh in the number 64 GT2 Nissan 300ZX. We've got Kevin Allen with Tiger Tom Patton in a GT2. Go figure. Sunbeam Tiger, the number 50 car, starts eighth. Starting ninth, driving the number 35 GT1 Ford Mustang out of Milton, Georgia. It's Bob Monette as the pace car hits the pit lane. Brian Garcia starting 10th. He's in the number 48 GT2 Porsche Dodge Challenger. And then starting 11th, Richard Grant in his GTX Porsche Cayman, and David Jans in his GT1 Ford Mustang, as the green flag, Brian, is in the air for our pole sitter, Tony Ave.
Tony Ave takes the early lead going into turn one. Michael McAleenan right behind him as they're already single file all the way back through probably number 5, maybe already 6th place.
Yeah.
They really got single file quickly here. McAleenan trying to keep into the right on the back bumper there of Ave as they come through NASCAR, heading now towards turn 4. And they've already, look at the lead that those two cars have already got in this race, Greg.
Yeah, already walking away, and I think we're going to probably see that GTX car, at least early on, while Jacek Muka tries to get some heat in the tires, probably dictating the pace of the GT2 machines directly behind, as our second group, our touring machines and American sedan cars, they get the green flag heading down into turn number 1, and Bruce Griffin saw that as he went really deep from the inside lane there, Brian. Good thing he didn't collect anybody. He has just ahead of him the two Touring 1 machines, Candelaria in the black Corvette, and then Corzin in that orange Mustang.
Yeah, how he kept that car on the racetrack is completely unbeknownst to me. That's about as deep as you could go and not find agricultural racing at that point in time. But there you go. Ave, McAleenan, Muka, Jers, Todd Peterson, Ray Mason, Kevin Allen, and Brian Garcia Thanks, Tom Madsen, for helping us with the pronunciation. Brian Garsha is in 8th place right now in that Dodge Challenger.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
I called him Garcia. Well,
Sure,
you know,
which would be the common pronunciation.
Yeah.
So, but thank you, Tom. Appreciate that. We always like to try to get it right, even when we don't. So, good group of cars are heading up towards 11 there as they're going to get in through Horseshoe. There we go. Already a very good racing. I should say already single file throughout most of the pack here, and different drivers starting to pull away. Here is James Candelaria, and he's got that rear view camera on the right side of the screen. Thank you, James. That helps us a lot.
I talked to James this past weekend. He said he was working on getting as many of his driver systems updated as he can. So
yeah.
We'll see that more and more.
Yeah, it just helps because, you know, we got to have the pylon up because we want to know where people are. And I don't want to block some of these awesome views. So I put a post up, and thank you for helping us out, getting the word out. We appreciate that.
Yeah, indeed. Here as we've got him working his way through, and he's already opened up a nice little advantage over Robert Corzin behind. As you look in the rearview mirror, you don't see the orange Mustang there as they cross the line to complete lap number 1. Candelaria had already opened up almost 4 seconds on Robert Corzin. So essentially, a pretty boring view out of the front of the Corvette here, Brian, is he's got, I think, 30-something seconds before he gets up to the back of the GT group ahead.
Got Ave, McAleenan in the second group, Candelaria, Corzin, Griffin. Griffin, after that little moment there on turn 1, lap 1, able to hold on to 3rd place here, first overall in T2. And then there's a couple
Brian,
of
we've got a driver getting out of the car right now in the pit lane. He looks pretty hot. That is the number 18 machine of Aaron Kaplan, who started 4th in our second group. He started 2nd in Touring 2 right alongside John Heinrichs, and he is looking awfully hot right now. We did hear that there was word of some contact between a couple cars going into turn 1 in that second group, but I don't think the call involved the 18 machine. I think it involved James Davidson in the Corvette, the 157 Corvette, and possibly Thomas West in the number 56 American sedan Cadillac, who are all much further back than where Aaron Kaplan was in the field.
Yeah, 88 degrees right now at VIR, so it is a toasty day, hottest Super Tour we've had so far this year. So if you're not prepared for those temperatures, you haven't hydrated all week, it doesn't take long to overheat. There is that Cadillac T1 car coming through our view there. Fitness is important even for these shorter races, and if you're not on top of that game, it can really come out and bite you. Especially it always happens great the first hot race of the year, and then people remember, oh yeah, I got to do things differently for this.
Right. All right, so Brian, we did have a car off over at turn 5, where we've seen a number of drivers go off today. Temporarily, we did have a local caution over there. I believe that local caution is being dropped because, matter of fact, you can kind of see where the car is. It's actually right near the flag station there at turn 5, kind of on the right-hand side of the screen. And I'll try and get the number there in just a moment. Our flagtronic system, unfortunately, is not showing a car stopped over there. But as soon as I find it, I'll get it to you.
Yeah.
I would say it may very well be Ray Mason in the number 82 car, the number 82 GT2 Ford Mustang. I'm showing that he has not completed his second lap, and only he and Thomas West on the pit lane right now are the only 2 drivers that did not complete it.
Looking at the top 3 in each class, you've got Ave, McAleenan, and Peterson. That's your top 3 in GT1. GT2, Austin Jers, Kevin Allen, and Brian Garsha. GTX, it's 2 cars, Jacek Mucha and Richard Grant. In A sedan, we've got Michael Kamalian in that Mustang. Gary Eaton and Thomas West. And then scrolling
Gregg
down. What's that?
Gregg Eaton.
Oh, that's right, Gregg Eaton, sorry. In T1, James Candelaria, Robert Corzin, and James Wilson. And then in T2, Bruce Griffin, James Davidson, and John Heinrichsey.
All right, as we jump back on board with Bruce Griffin's touring to Chevy Corvette, and also a spec Corvette car in regional racing, and he is currently your leader in class. And it's funny, as we go on with all these in-car streams, we're getting the cars. Good for them that they're actually leading the class, and there's nobody ahead of them. About 7 seconds up the road is Robert Corzin in his Ford Mustang. So Corzin there splitting the difference between our two camera cars.
Joe Aquilante in the chat wants to remind us that the Griffin, Heinrichsey, Phillips, and Candelaria cars are all originally built by Phoenix.
And Brian, we may have a new leader now here as they just completed last lap. Tony Ave drove, probably not intentional, I don't think, drove his GT1 Chevy Camaro off track coming down through the roller coaster, and that now moves Michael McAleenan up to the lead. McAleenan, we see him there. We just saw him coming through turn 5 and through Snake. That also now moves Jacek Muka, our GTX leader in that prototype, that LMP2 machine, coming into our view. I'll be here in a moment. There he is, right the lead of those two cars there. Moves Jacek Muka up into second place overall, and he now has Tony Ave right on his, I won't call it a back bumper, we'll call it a rear diffuser, and now Ave gets around the Lump 2 car.
All right. Ave's got some work to do, though, to get back up to McAleenan at this point in time, but he will do the best he can and try to make up that gap. He's only lost one position in class, which is good, and Todd Peterson's a good bit back, so really no worry at this moment of not being able to hold on to second place. But that's not what he came here for. He didn't come here for second place. He came here for first, and now he's got some work to do.
Jordan, if we can stay with this for a moment, we have coming down the hill the lead car in that group there, the black with day-glow yellow numbers. That's the 199 car of Michael Chameleon. He's your American sedan leader, and I think 2 cars back from him is Gregg Eaton, 3-time national champion in American sedan, currently running 3rd in class. They should be making the run down towards, I think we'll see him down at turn 1 now. Let's take a look. Well, actually already through turn 1. There we go.
Look at the dust, too.
Yeah, indeed. And they have, as we see Jacek Muka coming up on them, they also have that Cadillac Blackwing of John Heinrichsey sitting right between them. Currently running 14th, 15th, 16th overall. Or pardon me, running 12th through 15th overall.
Yep.
That's what I meant to say.
Big shout outs to people in the chat. Donzer, Tom Madsen, Excessive Motorsports. We talked about Joe Aquilani. Layla Griffin is rooting for Bruce. That makes sense.
Yes, I would think so. So it sounds like, Brian, we also may have another car off by turn 5. We talked earlier about Ray Mason. But Tom West in the American sedan Cadillac, I think is the other car that is, I think the one that just made it past turn 5 that was along the wall, driver's left. Or pardon me, driver's right that is on to our left side. Easy for me to say. So it looks like his day now is done, and so that battle of the Mustangs that we're seeing in American sedan as they just go by us right here. And it looks like possibly, I think, we're seeing where Gregg Eaton has got around Michael Chameleon now. We'll track him as they come down the hill. But yeah, indeed, Chameleon, who's the last car in this group here, has now fallen back to second in American sedan. And Gregg Eaton kind of followed on the coattails of the Cadillac as they came out of Oak Tree and onto the back straight. They've also got Tony Ave on that recovery run, kind of bearing down on them there as they come out of hog pen onto the front straight.
Yeah, Ave, 4.7. Oh, big off right there. Spinning all the way down towards turn 1. Took out something there. I don't know.
Well, it took out one of the brake markers, Brian.
But that shouldn't cause that kind of damage.
No, well, again, I think he dropped the wheel in the grass. We'll get the number, and it was the call is that it's the 137.
Maybe it's the 131.
That's what I think, is that it's Austin Jur's GT2 Camaro. The word is that part of the roof came off the car, Brian.
Well, that'll give you a moment.
Yeah, absolutely.
And especially if that roof, it can catch the wind, and that could certainly cause you to go spinning.
Yeah, and it also looks like a lot of that, it's a pretty big piece of debris. It's right on the line going into the braking zone of what, yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
And so they are showing they're showing the debris flag, and we are going to be going to a full course caution. As they showing the yellow flag isn't necessarily what I would consider normal, but we are going to a full course caution here at Virginia International Raceway because of that large piece of debris. And when the field is collected behind the safety car, we'll then be able to send out our emergency services teams to go and retrieve that. So hopefully not a long period here, but let's do this, Brian. We're about 12 minutes into this 25-minute race. Let me make a call to the grid for our next group, and we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock, Spec Miata racers. Race group number 5, please head to the grid. Race group 5, Spec Miata, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments. We'll get you caught up on all the action here from VIR. It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsored the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event. The Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
And I'll go and reset the field, Brian.
All right, so we're back here at VIR. We're trying to do some sleuthing to figure out what really happened on the front straight, and someone suggests in the chat, which is plausible, that the car spun and the air got up under that roof and rear window area.
And Brian, if we take a look, he just went out of our shot. It's the 157
we'll get a good shot here. Stay with this shot.
Yeah, it's the 157 Touring 2 Corvette of James Davidson. And as he went by, essentially the whole roof blew off the car. And
there it is, right there.
Yeah, took the rear window with it. And Brian, I am getting word from race control that this race is going to be checkered the next time our racers come by, because not only were there the body pieces from the roof itself of the car, but the rear windscreen, the rear glass, an actual glass shattered. And so there are glass shards all over the track surface as well that they need to clean up.
That's going to be a hard one to clean up.
Yeah, so again, we are going to be checkering the race this time by. Let me go and reset the field here, and we'll pick things up. All right, so let me go and get things all squared away here, and we'll get it. We'll get everybody up to speed on where we stand. Our first car, and I'll give you the top 10 here, and then we'll break it down by class. Michael McAleenan, your overall leader. He's in the GT1 Lamborghini Huracan. Tony Ave was able to work himself back up to second overall in his GT1 Camaro. Jacek Muka, our GTX leader, running third overall. Then Todd Peterson in the number 24 GT1 Ford Mustang. He should take the bronze in GT1 today. Austin Jers in the number 131 Chevy Camaro, your GT2 leader, with David Jans in his GT1 Ford Mustang 6th overall. Kevin Allen should finish second in GT2 to Jers, finishing 7th overall in his Nissan 300ZX, with Brian Garcia taking the bronze in GT2, the driver of the number 48 Dodge Challenger, finishing 8th overall. Then we got James Candelaria. Candelaria, your T1 leader in his Chevrolet Corvette, finishing 9th overall, with Robert Corzin in his Touring 1 Ford Mustang, finishing 10th overall, second in Touring 1. And we'll just keep going because it's easy for me to run them down here. Bruce Griffin, who we're on board with right now, right behind the Corzin Mustang. Griffin in the number 125 Touring 2 Chevy Corvette. He'll take the win in class, just ahead of John Heinrichsey in his Cadillac CT4 Blackwing, which we can kind of sort of see in the rearview mirror there over the wing. Heinrichsey's car, it's black, it's stealthy there. Greg Eaton will take the win over Michael Kamalian in American Sedan. They finish 13th and 14th. And from there, James Davidson, again, the Chevy Corvette with the that brought out the debris and the full course caution. Jonathan Hansen, Touring 1 Ford Mustang. They finished 16th and 17th. And James Wilson in his Touring 1 Porsche GT4 Club Sport, with Richard Grant in his GTX Cayman 19th. And that rounds out the 20 cars still running here at the end. We had Ray Mason, Tom West, Aaron Kaplan retire early.
I tell you, Greg, before we do our call to grid for the next race, the lucky winner of this race of this moment is Michael McAleenan, because Tony Ave was coming fast, and he was already only 4 seconds back when that yellow flag came out. So this would have been a big race here. I would have liked to seen how this thing finished out. So. All right, let's go to break. Greg, you want to make a call to grid, or should we wait a second because of the long delay here we're going to have? Oh, I think Greg's on mute, so I'll...
Yep, I'm muted. There we go. I should be back now.
Sorry.
I was just going to say, Brian, let's take a break, but first let me make a call to the grid for the next race. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 5, Spec Miata. Please head to the grid. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
back here live at Virginia International Raceway after some cleanup for some interesting schmozzles in the last race. We got a good one coming up now, though. It is Spec Miata. It'll be always a good race. So here we go. Greg, you've got our starting lineup.
Yeah, Brian, and I'm still trying to find out how a factory car or a car that came from the factory is only a hardtop actually had its roof blow off. But we'll figure that out at some other point in time, maybe after I get an engineering degree. Anyway, all right, we had 40 drivers set qualifying times in Spec Miata. Let's start running down the grid. As you'll see, the pace car with our front row coming into view. That front row led by Frankie Barroso out of Miami Springs, Florida, in the IAG Auto Group machine. That's the 148 car. He's your pole sitter today with Bobby Gossett starting to his left. Bobby's in the dark gray number 144 machine. He's out of Hilton Head Island, South Carolina, in the Salty Dog Racing machine, as is the inside of our third row's driver, and that is Chuck McDudis. Chuck's driving the number 66 machine. He's out of Little Mountain, South Carolina, starting fourth today. In the MTP Auto Sports machine, the number 61 car of Skip Brock Jr., and he is out of Birmingham, Alabama. Tyler Brown, Sneaky Moose Motorsports. Tyler Brown driving the number 07 machine. He's out of Milwaukee, and he is starting fifth today. Starting sixth, driving the number 4 Tech Sport Mazda, it's Robbie Hines. Starting seventh, driving the number 77 machine, representing the Lone Star region of the SCCA from Mooresville, North Carolina, Travis Wiley. Scott Phillips will start eighth today. Scott is in the number 166 car, and he is from Chandler, Arizona. Our defending national champion, Ethan Goulart, drives the number 72 SCDA Track Days machine. He starts ninth, with Noah Harmon starting 10th. Noah's driving the number 99 machine. He is representing the Central Florida region. Christian Meyer, also representing CFR, will start 11th. Christian's in the number 92 machine, and that 92 car is sponsored by Mom, Dad, and I think Grandma and Grandpa. Nick Leveroni from Flat Out Motorsports will start 12th. Nick's in the number 94 Mazda. He's from Mendon, Massachusetts. James Newell starting 13th. James is driving the number 70 machine, and that is, I think that's Elvin Goulart's old car. Matter of fact, he broke that out at Road Atlanta, did really well. He's from Old Hickory, Tennessee, and like I said, he starts lucky 13, starting 14th, driving the 0 Spec Miata, the Kessler engineering machine of Sean Noonan. Capers Zentmeyer will start 15th today. Capers is driving the number 88 car, represents the North Carolina region, our home region here for this weekend. Matthew Novak will start 16th. He drives the number 11 machine, and he is out of Bartlett, Illinois. Ryan Maloney driving the 15 car. He represents the Washington, D.C. region, and he will start 17th. Starting 18th, John Salerno. John is driving the number 32 Mazda, and he is from Fairfield, Connecticut. Then we've got Center Smith starting 19th. Center's in the number 55 car, and he is from Greenville, South Carolina, with Jose Olfe, also from Greenville, starting in 20th position, driving the 19 car. Bob Mueller Jr. driving the number 60 car. He's starting 21st today, with Andrew Devoto starting 21st. He's in the 09 machine. He is from Wilsall, Montana. Alfredo Zidane starting 23rd. He's in the lucky number 13. He's from Miami, Florida, with Peter Tonelli II starting 24th. Peter's driving the number 18 Mazda, and he is from Westboro, Massachusetts. And we got Zachariah Rosenberg. Zachariah is driving the 171 Mazda. He's starting 26th today. With Here Come the Wits, we got Dylan Witt starting 27th. He's in the number 84 car. And he is representing the Blue Ridge region of the SCCA, as is Scott Witt, who is starting 28th today. He is in the number 85 machine. I just saw them last week at Summit Point. They are brothers. Their sons just went to driver's school, but not racing this week. And then starting 29th, we got Tom Brown in the number 27 Mazda. He's from Muskego, Wisconsin, and starting 30th, Spencer Patterson out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, as the green flag, Brian, is in the air, and we are underway here at VIR.
30 cars, 40 cars set to take the green flag here as they come down to turn 1 3 wide. That doesn't always work out so well, but we're going to see what happens. I see a little puff of dust there from someone who put a wheel off, and a lot bigger puffs of dust. Oh, there's a car way off there in the grass. 2 cars, 3 cars, 4 cars. 4 cars off in the grass. All of them will try to get back on the racetrack and continue. Not sure who or where those cars came from, but we will know pretty quickly here as the front of the field. Oh, there's another car right off there on driver's right as they come through NASCAR. Fast and furious action everywhere, Greg.
Maybe not so fast if they're going through the grass.
That's true.
But certainly furious. Brian, it sounds almost like we were watching Sesame Street. Just call me the count. As they had 1, 2, 3 cars off at turn 1. Anyway, we ought to clip that and put that up on social media.
Yeah,
anyway,
probably so.
Anyway, our leaders now making their way up through the S's for the very first time, and it does appear as though Frankie Barroso has managed to hold off Bobby Gossett, and I'm going to try and get from the radio a couple of the cars that went off, but at this point, as they've all recovered, yeah, we'll pick them up afterwards here, as it was just cold tires and not a lot of racetrack there going into turn 1.
There you go. 3 wide, way at the back of the pack.
Oh, and actually, I'm getting word now, Brian. It was the 72 machine, Ethan Goulart, getting together with Travis Wiley, and all the other cars that we saw off at turn 2, they were going to avoid that melee. So we'll have to watch and see where Wiley, who started off 7th, and our defending champ, Ethan Goulart, who started this race in 9th position, where they end up after lap number 1. And I'm guessing probably at the tail end of the pack.
Frankie Barroso, who had a great weekend at NOLA, starting off with a great weekend, and at least in the first race lap here, taking the lead early, and we'll see how long he can hold on to that. Lots of good, strong cars, though, at the front of this race.
All right, and I have gotten word that Travis Wiley has already, he pulled off over at NASCAR, and so his race is now done, Brian, as we got Frankie Barroso and Skip Brock Jr. up at the front of the field after lap 1. Robbie Hines, who started in 6th position, move him up to 3rd, and Ethan Goulart, who was apparently, and we've got more cars going off at the end of the line there, going into the horseshoe at turns 1 and 2. I would say Ethan Goulart had moved up to 4th position after having started 9th, and we had seen previous rounds of the Super Tour, both down at Sebring, obviously, where he took double wins, as well as Road Atlanta, where Goulart maybe didn't start or didn't have such a great starting position, but was able to make up a number of positions in the first 2, sometimes 3 laps. Now it does look like Skip Brock Jr. may have been the driver who went off at the end of turn 1, Brian, because it looks like he has now lost a number of positions.
Yeah, Barroso, Skip Brock Jr., Bobby Gossett. It's interesting the way this thing is playing out right now as we get to the early stages of this race. That duo up front already working closely together, but the 4 cars behind shouldn't have too much of a problem sticking with them as long as they work together.
Yeah, indeed. And actually, it does look like Skip Brock Jr. didn't fall as far back as I thought he did. He's actually sitting in 3rd right now, just ahead of Ethan Goulart. I'm going to try and track the car that I did not see, Brian, and he was running, well, there he is. I was going to say the one car that I didn't see was the light blue car of Rob Hines, but it looks like he is in with that pack as well, sitting in 4th position.
Early stages here of this Spec Miata showdown. Drafting momentum, very, very important in this class, as we've seen time and time again. And you've got these 6 cars up front. 2x2 also tends to be a good way for these to drive as well. So we'll see if these folks can team up, even in the not traditional sense. Just you got to kind of go with the dance partner that you're driving with. So we'll see if these cars can work together. It looks like they're trying to, but sometimes the patience runs thin after a little bit of trying that.
All right, Brian, and once again, if we take a look at we can't see it from this shot, but our starter stand is displaying a meatball flag. They're trying to get the 53 car of Ryan Peterman to bring his car down the pit lane. Now, remember that Peterman was shown a meatball flag during the qualifying session as well. Now, it's a little bit too early to be breaking the sound limit here of 103 decibels. Apparently, there's something else with that car that the stewarding team does not approve of. And if I get more word on what that issue is, I'll certainly let everybody know. But unfortunately, I don't have any more information at this point.
So at the line this time by Barroso, Gossett, Goulart, Brock, Hines, and McTudis. That's your top 6. Those 6 cars working in groups of 2. So the cars up front. And now look at Ethan Goulart. He has already bridged that gap. So now it looks like we've got a 7-car pack starting to form up front. So that would add the 1 car after McTudis. That would be Ryan Maloney is starting to also be part of this discussion.
Yeah, indeed. And we talked about during qualifying, Maloney comes to us from the SSM class at the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, which was made for 1.6 liter Mazda Miatas. A little bit more restrictive than what you find allowable in Spec Miata, but probably did not take much to convert his car to Spec Miata specs. And he's always shown to be a very quick racer, and it was that SSM champion last season. We just had Deacon Greenfield in the 192 AAG machine bring his car down the pit lane. We talked about Deacon this morning as well, coming over from the STL ranks. So it looks like race number 1 not working out the way he expected. And he retires early as our leader is now coming across the line going into turn number 1. And Brian, I think
Look
we've got a new
lead.
leader. Yeah, indeed. Ethan Goulart getting around Frankie Barroso there to take the lead into 1 with Bobby Gossett, Skip Brock Jr., Rob Hines, and Chuck McTudis there as well.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Greg. Ethan Goulart has won every Super Tour he has been in this year. He won both the Sebring rounds, both the Atlanta rounds.
That is correct, and did not race at NOLA, did not race at Buttonwillow, exactly. Right. And that's the case. Now, for the first 2 rounds, he did have his father there to help. Matter of fact, at Sebring, I think he and Dad finished 1-2 both days. But the car that Elvin Goulart, who was our 2012 national champion in Spec Miata, if I remember, and of course a former Formula 500 national champion as well, sold that car to James Newell, and Newell brought it out. Actually, I guess it was before Road Atlanta, because Newell brought that car out to Road Atlanta and did incredibly well on his debut. Newell currently running 9th in the 70 car.
First 6 cars, you can cover them with a blanket. Goulart, Barroso, Gossett, Brock Jr., Hines, and McTudis. And all of them just right there, nose to tail, trying to pull away from that 7th place car and doing a pretty good job of it. Little bit of a gap. Oh, now the Gossett has pulled around Frankie Barroso, it looks like. That's your new 2nd place car.
All right, and Brian, I am getting word that we do have a local caution over at turn 9. And so that is coming out of the uphill S's before we get to South Bend. May have been contact between Dylan Witt in the number 84 machine, Rob Ashcroft in the 187 car. They were running, I think, 36th and 37th at the time. Witt had started quite a bit high, about 10 positions further up, but I believe the 187 car may be still sitting up there, having retired with quite a bit of front end damage.
All right, Goulart holding station up front with Brock Jr. and Barroso now trying to work it around. This is one of those, it's kind of futile to try to figure things out at the moment, Greg, because there's so much time left.
All right, Brian,
and such good cars.
Brian, let me jump in here as we are going to a full course caution as I've just now received word that Zachariah Rosenberg in the number 171 machine has gone off, and I'm still trying to get the corner where he is, but might have had light impact with the tire wall, and they want to send emergency teams out to get his car out of the area. And so, again, going to full course caution now with about 14 and a half minutes remaining here. So let's do this. Let's make a call to the grid for our next group, and we'll take a quick break here to thank some of the partners that bring you the Super Tour every couple of weeks. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 6, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, Formula Enterprises 2, Prototype, and Prototype 2. Please head to the grid. Race group number 6, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, Formula Enterprises 2, Prototype, and Prototype 2 racers, please head to the grid. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here with more racing action from VIR in just a few moments.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trial Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Back here at VIR, 10 minutes and 15 seconds to go in this race. We're under full course yellow for a couple of different incidents, or it might be two cars from the same incident that ended up in different parts of the racetrack.
Well, we know, and I think they were actually separate cars. I think one of them was the 171 machine, and then the 187 car. The 187 was the one up by South Bend who had apparently had contact with the 84 car. We did receive word from emergency services, Brian, that the 187 is now back underway. I would suspect that he's probably going to pit in. The 84 car had continued on after the incident. So just the one other car, I think the 171, and I think they may have already picked it up. So we'll see here. Hopefully we'll be able to get underway soon enough.
Yeah, the car in 5 may be gone, but we still have got this group here at Oak Tree. They're trying to get that car. I see a tow truck, a hook out there. I see a flat tow out there. I see a course truck, and a fourth course truck is showing up to see if they can, add another cook to the kitchen here and get this thing done.
Yeah, and the instructions from race control were for the safety car to stay out for at least one more lap. So
yeah, of course,
obviously makes sense.
The clock keeps running here, so we will, at this point in time, we're going to be probably at the very luckiest around 5 minutes to go in this race by the time we get this thing back underway, and that will be an adventure to stay the. Oh, look at the art from Jordan, our director, with the beautiful long to solve there between cameras. Yeah. Oh,
this is what I come here and why I broadcast, Brian, so I can see stuff like that. Real quick, even though obviously time is running down here today, tomorrow we are going to have our much longer feature races. They're going to be 14 laps or 35 minutes, whichever comes first. And this will be a good time to tell everybody what we have coming up tomorrow as we get underway once again tomorrow at 8 a.m. There it is right on the screen. We are going to start off with the second qualifying sessions for each of our 7 race groups. And we should have our very first race for Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 before we break for lunch tomorrow. Yay. So we'll have it tomorrow morning, hopefully somewhere around 10:20, 10:30 tomorrow morning, and then we'll have our remaining 6 races after we come back from that lunch break. And the grids for tomorrow's races, they're going to be set based on the fastest lap from today's qualifying session, today's race, and tomorrow's qualifying session. So essentially, there are 3 different qualifying sessions that set up for those races, but feature race day should definitely be a good time for all. He's muted. Hey, Brian, you might want to unmute yourself there, my man. Otherwise, you've been talking for the last 15 seconds or so.
What did I do wrong?
Yes. And we are now getting word from race control that the safety car will be pitting in this time by. And so we'll be getting underway, Brian, with about probably around 5 minutes on the clock. And obviously that first lap under green going to be a little bit slower than the 2:20 or so times that some of our best racers, or 2:18 times that are some of our best racers have been putting in. So this is essentially going to be a 2-lap, maybe 3-lap run to the checker.
Yeah. Which will be exciting. Always good with that. Ethan Goulart, Skip Rock Jr., Frankie Barroso, Bobby Gossett Jr., Rob Hines. All those cars still with a good shot to take home some sort of hardware. But Ethan Goulart's got to be it's hard to bet against the guy who is first of all, the defending national champion, the youngest ever national champion, and the guy who's won every Super Tour Spec Miata race he's been in this year. So it's hard to bet against that,
All right, and getting word from race control, it will likely be a green-white checker here for Spec Miata. So we'll see as Ethan Goulart has been able to work his way to the front of the field after starting 9th this afternoon. There with Skip Brock Jr. running in second. Our pole sitter, Frankie Barroso, currently in third with Bobby Gossett, who started next to Barroso on the front row. They're now in 4th position. I mean, it is definitely Goulart's race to lose, but we've seen here where certainly right here at the top of the roller coaster, prime passing area here, and it's going to be very tough to defend as our racers then make their way down through the roller coaster. So we should have our safety car pitting in, Brian, and when Ethan Goulart brings the field onto the front straight, he'll see the green flag, and green flag means go here with just about 4.5 minutes remaining on the clock.
Yep, 4.5 to go. That's definitely going to be 2 laps, and it will be very, very contentious for those 2 laps as we get ready for the green flag here. And it's anybody's race at this point. Anybody in the top 5 or 6 could come home with the big trophy, and the other 2 trophies way, way, way up for grabs. Big, big wave of the green flag, and they are single file down into turn 1 now double wide, and maybe even 3 wide at some point in time. But Ethan Goulart going to get through there first.
There you go. So he is your leader as they come through the horseshoe with Skip Brock Jr. taking a look to the inside coming through the horseshoe. That, of course, would put him on the outside coming through turn number 3 through the NASCAR bend. Robbie Hines going and taking that outside lane, and it looks like Hines may have lost as many as 3 positions going through the NASCAR bend as he now drops very far back, actually more than just 3 positions. Looks like Robbie Hines may have lost around 7 or 8 positions as that entire inside lane got around him. And next time our leaders do come by, they will get the white flag.
Spinner.
And
Back
we do have a
in the
car
pack.
off at stake. I'll try and get the number on that car from race control. Brian, I hand it back over to you.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened to Rob Hines, but he fell way back. He was so slow that when a car came up behind him, he didn't realize that he was going that slow and had to avoid off into the grass. Luckily, no contact, but here they go through the going into Oak Tree. It's going to be Goulart, then Brock Jr., then it looks like Frankie Barroso has slotted into 3rd right now.
Yeah, and Brian, and I haven't heard word from race control yet who that car was that went off at turn 5, and at this point I don't think the whole scheme of things probably doesn't matter that much as Goulart's starting to open up a bit of an advantage as they came out of the Oak Tree turn there as Skip Brock Jr. has Bobby Gossett bottled up behind him. Frankie Barroso trying to make a move to the inside. And yeah, indeed, Robbie Hines, he got pinned to the outside going through the NASCAR bend, and it allowed a number of cars to just come right underneath him with position going into left hook. And he now finds himself, I think, back somewhere around 12th or 13th position as our leaders now coming out of Hog Pen for the second to last time.
Down out of turn 17 onto the main straight. White flag will be in the air for Ethan Goulart right now. Will he be able to hold on through turn 1 right now? Brock Jr. right behind him, then a little gap down to 3rd, 4th, and 5th place. And we will see who takes this thing at this point in time. We've got about 16 corners left to go to decide who is going to win the first race of the weekend in Spec Miata for VIR.
And
Goulart.
Skip Brock tried to take a look up the inside, Brian, on Ethan Goulart. Wasn't for the second lap throw. Not able to get close enough. Didn't get a good run as he was pinched down to the inside. And now Skip Brock Jr., I think he is much more concerned with holding off Bobby Gossett in that gray 144 machine behind. As well as Chuck McTudis, as Gossett and McTudis both running out of the same shop now as we once again got a car that's run wide through turn 5, maybe as a couple of drivers went side by side through that very difficult corner off camber, and he runs down through the grass. But it is a 3-car breakaway up at the front of the field, and the fewer cars there, I think, at the front that Ethan Goulart has to contend with, the better. Actually, I say 3, make that 5, as it's Goulart, Brock, Gossett, McTudis, and Frankie Barroso, our pole sitter.
And here they come down.
They're going to come through Oak Tree for the final time, and up the hill in front at the moment is Ethan Goulart. He's got 4 cars in tow behind him, about a 1-car length gap back to Skip Brock Jr. And right behind Skip Brock Jr. is another gaggle of cars trying to use a draft to get up to Ethan Goulart, but so far Ethan Goulart has the match of this group. Now they're all trying to get around him, and side by side for seconds going to be a good news for Goulart. Oh,
Brian,
a bunch of cars spinning off.
Yeah, Brian, I got word that there was contact up at the front of the field. It looks like Skip Brock Jr. may have been involved trying to get some of the other racers, but I think now moving to the lead, I think that may be it's either Chuck McTudis or Bobby Gossett.
I think it's Chuck McTudis.
Yeah, as they come now out of Hog Pen for the very last time. And that streak may be broken. Frankie Barroso right alongside the car coming to the line and taking the win. Margin of victory, Brian, 12 1/1000ths of a second. Frankie Barroso, who on the last lap works his way back up. Chuck McTudis will finish second. James Newell in the number 70 machine. That's the team car with Ethan Goulart. He will finish third. Ryan Maloney in what I believe is his Super Tour debut works all the way up to 4th position, and that is after having started in 17th, Brian. Great run for Ryan Maloney. Ethan Goulart's going to come home in 5th with Bobby Gossett 6th, Sean Noonan 7th, Center Smith 8th, Tyler Brown 9th, and rounding out the top 10 is Chris Allen.
I ask you to do it for Spec Miata. What a great finish, but still some fantastic racing to come. Do not tune off now, because still ahead we have got our Wings and Things race, and then B-Spec and production cars. That's all up next.
Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for Race Group 6, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, Prototype, and Prototype 2. Race Group 6, this is your final call to the grid. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here with more racing action from VIR in just a few moments.
Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway. It's a 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Next up is our open wheel and prototype racers. But before we do that, I got a couple quick announcements to make about Brian, if you don't mind, if you'll indulge me for a moment.
I mind.
Here, regarding tonight's social here at the track. So
I definitely mind.
I figured you, food and we'd both be in trouble. Let me ring the nasty tones here real quick. There we go. I feel better using that first. Wanted to let everybody here at Virginia International Raceway know that that our social tonight at the Pavilion will be starting 30 minutes after racing ends. For those of you who don't know, the Pavilion is a big open kind of, pavilion thing just outside of the North Paddock. And real good reason for you to join us for the social tonight, not because Brian or I will be there. That's definitely not a good reason. But the Oak Tree Tavern is closed this evening. So unless you want to go off track for or off the facility for any kind of meal and dinner tonight, you want to join us over at the Pavilion for the social. All right, that being said, Brian, and I'll probably say that like 6 more times in the next hour, let's run down the starting grid for today's 6th of 7 races. And we're going to start with our Formula Enterprise 2 and Formula Continental drivers. They're going to be behind the second safety car, and then we'll move up to our Formula Atlantics and prototype cars. Our pole sitter in the second group, starting on the inside of the front row, is Tim Miner, representing the Blue Ridge region of the SCCA in his Formula Continental Citation chassis. Russ Turner, our pole sitter in FE2, is going to start on the outside of the front row. Then we got Paul Schneider from the Central Carolina region. He's out of Charlotte, and he's going to start third in the number 73 FE2 machine with Sam Harrington in the number 33 FE2 car. He is going to start fourth. Starting fifth, Kelt Jago, representing the Washington, D.C. region, as was Sam Harrington, by the way, going to start in the number 29 machine, starting fifth, and his good friend Eric Cruz, representing the North Carolina region, out of Williamsburg, Virginia, will start sixth. Starting seventh is Rick Silver in his Van Diemen RF98 chassis Formula Continental, with Michael Froehler starting in ninth position. And Michael is one of our FE2 racers, as is Russell Strait, representing the Western New York region of the SCCA, the number 91 FE2 machine, with Dexter Suba pulling up the rear of that rear group. He is out of Hollis, New Hampshire. And our front pack, our pole sitter today, driving the number 19 Elan DPO2. It's Todd Vanacore out of the Central Florida region, with Larry Howard, our Formula Atlantic pole sitter, starting to the outside of row number 1. Jim Booth out of the Atlanta region will start third in the number 63 Swift 016 Formula Atlantic, with Jay Schuler in his Star Pro Formula Mazda starting in fourth position. Then we got Todd Parks in his Critter CSR1 prototype car, and Michael Moulton in his Store prototype car. And we'll see here as I'm watching this pack come through. Looks as though we might be missing, I think it's the Parks car that we are missing right now. Had some overheating issues during qualifying, and hopefully we'll have it out here tomorrow.
Yeah, at least one car pulled off on the pace lap in the South Paddock pit lane, so it was one of the Formula cars from the first group. So,
all right, and as the first group comes onto the front straight, green flag is in the air, Brian, for this 6-car group. Our second pack with the Formula Continentals and FE2s coming out of Hog Pen now onto the front straight. Hopefully we'll have that start there in just a moment. But in that first group, Todd Vanacore, our 2023 national champion in Prototype 1, won it right here at Virginia International Raceway. He's jumped out to an early lead over Larry Howard, with Jim Booth right behind, as the FE2 racers and Formula Continental racers now take the green flag, Brian.
Yep, here they come down for the first time through turn 1, 3 wide. There's a big lockup. That car is sliding. Multiple cars go off in one. At least 5 cars coming to pretty much a stop. Several of them there. I'm guessing there's track blockage, big waving yellow.
These cars can't get started, but let's give them a second. A lot of time for that first pack to come around to get to them. So we'll see who ends up where at this point, Greg.
All right, and it looks like we've got a lot of these cars, I think, heading to the grass, Brian, as we've got a waving yellow at the starter stand heading down into turn at number 1. And it looks like we still have at least one car on the track.
Yep, and I think there might be one still there. It's just on the other side of the green barrier. Not quite sure, but we'll hear from race control here pretty quickly from the flag net what the situation is and if they have to go. Yep.
All right, Brian, and we are going to be going to a full course caution. I believe it is, as I'm looking at our Flatronic system, and this is unfortunate because it means that I probably am not going to get any donuts tomorrow, Brian. I think Kelton Jago is there over at turn 1, and we have one other car there as well, I think still there, as a couple of our Formula Enterprise 2 racers got together going into turn 1 under braking for the first time. And we'll try and get the numbers on some of the other cars that may have involved, as right now the flaggers and race control are trying to work the immediate issues there. But yeah, you can see there's still a car off track to the outside, as our leaders now being picked up by the safety car coming out to turn 3. And that should, I think, as we've got 2 remaining cars coming down the front straight, should allow for the release of the safety car. So let's take a look, Brian, now and this becomes much easier to pick out who is still here in the field in FE2. So from that second group, we've got Russ Turner, who is our leader in that group, with Sam Harrington, Dexter Suba, and Michael Frailer. Okay, and it looks like Tim Miner has come across the line, as has Eric Cruz and Rick Silver. Paul Schneider just now crossed the stripe, and so I think what we're seeing, again, with some of the cars involved, the amount of time it took for them to come across, I think Schneider may have been involved. Also, Rick Silver, possibly Eric Cruz there. In our lead field, which of course was not involved, Todd Vanacore, Larry Howard, Jim Booth, and then Todd Parks. So Parks did make it out. It was actually Michael Moulton who did not take the green from the prototype field. And then we've got Jay Schuler in his Star Pro Formula Mazda as well. So those are the 5 cars running from our lead pack. I've got Kelton Jago, Russ Wolf, Russell Straight, and Michael Moulton not completing a lap.
There you go. So let's take advantage of this time to do our break, Greg. It's too early to do a call for Greg, but let's do our break. Yeah. And then hopefully we'll get everybody going here and we can get back to racing for the rest of this session. Stay with us, folks. We'll be right back.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track. which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Welcome back to VIR. We are on a full course yellow here after an incident in turn 1 on lap 1 in our FE2 race group. I counted at least 5 cars that had become at least slowed to possibly a stop, and it looks like pretty much 3 were collected down there. Looks like it's Kelton Jago, Ross Wolf, and Russell Straight.
Yeah.
Are the 3 that never completed that first race lap. So we're trying to get that cleaned up here so we can get back to racing action. I'm Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg, Director Jordan Worth, and we are.
Hey, he got our names fixed up too, Brian.
I know, it's funny. Somebody actually screenshot that, sent it to me, and asked if our graphic artists had a bad night last night. So
well, we said 2 years ago that we were like brothers from other mothers and stuff.
Right.
So that would just go about proving it, I guess.
But yeah, so we're jamming right along here, and hopefully get this thing going here. Any word from race control, Greg, that you're hearing?
No, not a single thing at this point. And you can see there down at turn 1, we still got a portion of the team there, I think, trying to get the Jago car lifted and removed. Yeah.
Feel bad for Kelton. This is the 3rd race in a row where he's had some sort of an incident that has caused damage to his race car. So that tends to be demoralizing. And I'm not sure whether he was just an innocent bystander who got collected in this whole thing, or whether or not there was more of an involvement there. But regardless, it's tough and it's expensive on some of these cars to keep fixing them. So
yeah. Starting to get a little bit more of an understanding what may have happened on the start there, Brian.
Okay.
It sounds like the number 18 car might have gone into turn 1 a little bit hot and collected some souvenirs.
Yeah.
On that opening lap.
I definitely someone went in way too hot. I just didn't know which one, who was the offender in this particular case.
Well,
so.
I'm not going to call it offenders, but the only person I've heard mentioned so far is the 18 car. So we'll see. In the 18 car, of course, one of those drivers that did not continue.
Right. Oh boy.
Yeah, and we're getting word that there's still quite a bit of debris from those 3 or 4 cars still on the track surface, and it's going to take a little bit longer for our emergency services teams to get that repaired. So, hey, Jordan, why don't we take a quick look? We talked about, of course, that we're going to be starting tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., but why don't we take a look at the upcoming Super Tour schedule, if we have that available.
That's okay.
That's all right. We'll just pretend that we're still at NOLA. There you go. So we put the event in yellow because it's one that we've already completed.
There we
go. Coming up next in what, 2 weeks, 3 weeks time, going to be heading to a beautiful Hallett Motor Racing circuit in Jennings, Oklahoma. It's going to be my first time back there in about 5 years, and I am definitely looking forward to it. And then, of course, we head west to Portland International Raceway. Of course, Portland now, for all of you racers that are looking to come on out, it's just been added to the iRacing platform in the last couple of weeks. And certainly a good way to get to know what is a very special track there, part of the Delta Park complex. Park. Not only is it a drag strip, they've got a golf course there, they've got concert venue. It's a neat facility there, only minutes outside of Portland. And then, of course, Mid-Ohio, Road America for the June Sprints. A little bit different schedule this year for the June Sprints, and actually a different schedule compared to the rest of our Super Tour events, as it is a single race weekend for all of our racers, although I believe each race will count for 2 races, if I remember correctly. And then, of course, Watkins Glen International. Or is it that each race will count for 2 races for drivers in our small formula groups trying? We'll get that figured out by tomorrow for you. But
Yeah.
a different schedule from what we've had at the June Sprints for a number of years.
Yeah. We've got Jake Datich in turn 1, actually, at VR in our chat, who said that a minute ago he says it's definitely going to be a minute, and now he says the car is on the truck. So that means that hopefully we can maybe get it tucked away here in a spot where we can get back to racing action, maybe even this lap, maybe one more lap. We'll know more in about 2 minutes as to what the situation is. The lights are still on the pace car, which means there's not been given the official all clear to be able to go racing, but that's what we're hoping for anyway. Coming up on 12 minutes on the clock, and unfortunately, we have a time certain end to the day where we have to be done by VIR rules, or by the contract, one or the other. So we can't extend the races as much as we would love to do so. So that's why the clock keeps scrolling through basically all of our situations: red, yellow, black flags. There is an opportunity for the stewards to make a decision to extend the clock, and on occasion they do that, but I don't think that's going to happen today, Greg.
No, certainly not, Brian. And again, these are timed for 25 minutes, and we've only had one corner under green for at least for one of the 2 groups here. But I think if we should have a decent amount of time left for our racers to get in a couple of laps here in the sprint race. And of course, they'll come back and race once again tomorrow. They've got qualifying tomorrow morning, and a 35-minute or 14-lap race tomorrow afternoon, scheduled to start at 3:30 tomorrow. I'll give our drivers hopefully some time to repair their cars if repairs are necessary, and they'll come out fresh and new for race number 2.
That's the nice part about having the evening to be able to work on stuff, is they get 2 bites at the apple on race weekends. So hopefully whatever cars are out there don't have too much damage where they can't be put back together for tomorrow.
Well, on the bright side, Brian, they can always come to the evening social here at the pavilion. Yeah, good timing. That is going to start about 30 minutes after the track goes cold tonight. Hey, wanted to also mention, Brian, got good friend Beans Forster up in the booth here, sitting in for these races. Came up to see some of our good buddies from iRacing, Skip Rock Jr., Deacon Greenfield, Morgan Burkhardt, who's not racing this weekend, but Beans is a coach with Full Send Sims, and he's filling us in a little bit on what that group is going to be doing at the Miami Formula One races. That company is based down in South Florida, and we've just gotten word from Race Control, Brian, that we are going to be going back to green flag racing here in just a few moments. Should also mention that Beans has just gotten his competition license, and
nice.
Hopefully we're going to see him Labor Day weekend at at good old Summit Point Raceway for the Labor Day Bars Spectacular. Should be making his road racing debut with the SCCA.
Let him know I need a sim rig, and I'd love to have a sponsor right inside the SCCA.
Right.
Good stuff. 9 minutes to go on the clock, but that means I think, Greg, we're probably about 8 minutes to go here by the time we get going, I'm guessing.
Yeah, probably a little bit under 8 minutes. So yeah, that we should work out to probably somewhere along the lines of 3, maybe 4 laps under green. I think 4 would be pushing it, frankly, but at least 3 laps under green.
Yep. All good here as we come up. 3-4 laps. I think your math is better. Your math is always better than mine.
Oh,
so
not always, because gosh knows I'm working at a deficit every time I start talking about math. Hey, also wanted to welcome a few folks. They are not. I don't think that they're in the chat, but I did get a message from Angelica Spray. Angelica, a touring 4 racer here with us, and many times racing on the Super Tour. Couldn't be with us here racing this weekend because she is assisting Justin Barbary, who is the director of SCCA's Track Night in America program. They are down at her home track. They're down in Nashville right now for a Track Night in America that is, I guess, on a weekend night this weekend, and they've been watching our stream from the paddock. So I wanted to welcome them aboard and wanted to thank Angelica for volunteering to bring Track Night in America to the masses.
all right, it looks like our groups here have done their own self-controlled split here without a pace car for the second group. So group 2 is holding back. That is the FE2 group, a slimmed down FE2 group. But yeah, they're getting ready to get back to green flag action here, like you guessed, Greg. A little less than 8 minutes, probably be closer to 7 minutes by the time we all get going here, and it'll be very, very interesting to see how this thing plays out. Some good cars left in that second group, so it'll be fun to watch here.
All right, and so the pit car, Brian, or safety car now, safety car is on the pit lane, and green flag is in the air. And Todd Vanacore, our leader, takes Jim Booth, Larry Howard, our Formula Atlantic leaders, down into turn 1 as Larry Howard takes a quick look to the inside in that number 51 Swift. Not quite close enough, however, to Jim Booth in the 63 car, as we've got the blue and we got the 21 Critter of Todd Parks just a little bit further behind, followed by that blue Pro Formula Mazda of Jay Schuler. And now our Formula Enterprise 2 racers are now taking the green, and they are working their way through turns 1 and 2.
Yep, this is the group, the second group here that we had that caused the problems that caused the crash here, but we are watching them now come. I'm trying to see what I'm seeing here. This is our second.
Those
right,
are
Greg?
Formula Enterprise 2 racers heading up the field. Now, there was a call that came in from the corners that before the full course caution period ended, that Paul Schneider may have passed the 26 machine, the Formula Continental of Rick Silver, again before the caution came down, and I'm sure that was in an effort to get back in with the Formula Enterprise 2 racers up ahead. Schneider was also able to get around Eric Cruz in the number 86 machine before they got to the start-finish line. That's okay. As soon as the yellow flags drop, regardless of whether or not you've made it to the start-finish line in SCCA racing, you can make passes.
Yeah, that's part of the problem with having your own self-regulated second group, is that if the green flag falls where you're still like in hog pen, you still go racing.
Yeah.
And it's a weird place to start restart a race. So, but anyway, Todd Vanacore just drops his first purple lap of the day, or at least a new purple lap of the day, 1:49.0 fast lap. But now you've got a couple of other cars side by side going into turn 1 there. Your top 5 right now: Vanacore, Howard, Parks, Booth, and Turner. And here's your FE2 group here, coming through NASCAR. Heading into turn 4 right there. Everybody's being nice and clean, Greg. They want to get some green flag laps in here and do some actual racing. So yeah, for now. And then there's always tomorrow. So FE2 right now, Russ Turner is your leader, followed by Paul Schneider, Sam Harrington, and Dexter Zuba. This is my favorite portion of the racetrack, the snake into the S's, Greg. If you do it right, it is just so much fun.
Yeah, I totally agree here, Brian. And then you know, this track, I mean, there's just so much flow here. This was the first, I guess, out of region track that I raced at back in 2003, and it's obviously changed quite a bit since then. I talked about the changes obviously at Oak Tree. There are portions of this track that when it was repaved back in 2017 that were made wider, notably the exit of South Bend, also the exit of the NASCAR Bend as well. But it just the way this track flows is just so special. I mean, in very much the way that Road Atlanta has great flow. The difference is, at least for me, I don't find the intimidation factor nearly as high here at VIR as you do at Road Atlanta. And I'm sure a lot of that is just because you've got all this open ground and all this grass on the sides to your left and to your right, that you're just not surrounded by concrete walls and tire walls right up against the track surface like you are at Road Atlanta.
Yeah. And as much as I love the snake to the S's, as I despise 14 through Hog Pen, because I don't think I've ever done it right once.
Well, it's funny, and we've got Ryan West, who's our producer, saying same. I always, as I raced here in a very short wheelbase front wheel drive car, I always found it a challenge coming down the roller coaster, just trying, especially coming into Hog Pen where it's off camber and the way it turns to keep the rear end from beating me out of Hog Pen. And it was so gratifying and satisfying when I could essentially drift through Hog Pen, almost in a 4-wheel drift in that CRX, and have the front wheels hook up just as I was getting to that exit curbing driver's left. Just this wonderful feeling after you have this immense. I say that the racetrack isn't intimidating like Road Atlanta, but there was always this fear that I was going to end up out in no man's land, out with all that grass and down in the Dan River on the exit of 17.
Yeah. First and second place in prototype, Todd Vanacore, Todd Parks. In Formula Atlantic, Larry Howard and Jim Booth. And happy birthday to Jim Booth. Your top 3 in FE2 with a little under a minute 30 to go. Russ Turner, Paul Schneider, Sam Harrington. And then your top 2 in Formula Continental, Tim Miner and Rick Silver. That's how they stand right now as we go into it, which should be, did the white flag come out? I missed it?
Our leader, Todd Vanacore, next time he comes across the start finish line, he will see the white flag. And Brian, real quick, let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Race group number 7, E Production, F Production, H Production, and B-Spec racers, please head to the grid. E Production, F Production, H Production drivers. This is likely one of the only calls to the grid I'll make here today, but please head to the grid. You are our final race of the day. Does Greg forgot?
Yes. yes. Everything going strong here since our first lap schmozzle. But we're all good at this point in time, and coming through here, doesn't appear there's not a whole lot of close battles at the moment. Dexter Zuba just dropped a purple sector I'm sorry, a fast trap speed time of a 151 miles per hour in the chat. That's a good. Is that right? I don't think an FE2 car can hit 151.
Yeah, I absolutely believe it could.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting, because everyone else in FE2 is hitting times of 139s and 144s. All right, well, we'll go with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think those are Mazda MZR motors in the back, and they could absolutely turn that kind of speeds down, given how long the back straight is here. Yes.
Sure.
All right, so clock has hit 0, Brian, and that means the next time Todd Vanacore crosses the start-finish line, he will get the checkered flag as it stands right now. It is Vanacore leading Todd Parks in prototypes, Tim Minor over Rick Silver in Formula Continental, Silver a lap down. In FE2, Russ Turner had opened up after the restart almost 7.5 seconds over Paul Schneider. Remember, Schneider started almost to the very back of the FE2 field on the restart. Sam Harrington running in third, and in Formula Atlantic, Larry Howard now has opened up over 18 seconds on Jim Booth as our leader Todd Vanacore makes his way down the roller coaster now for the very last time. And he is.
There we go. Looking good for Vanacore. He has not put a wheel wrong in this race. He was able to get, obviously, he led the first group through turn one and had a good first lap. And here comes the checkered flag in the air. Todd Vanacore, he is going to take the win here. And followed across the line, there is Larry Howard, your second place car, coming through here for the final time. Right behind him should be Todd Parks. Yep, there is the other, this is the Kreider CSR1 prototype.
Critter CS1, Brian.
Oh, it's a Critter.
Yes.
Well, there you go.
I think we saw it running across the track with the groundhog earlier this morning.
Exactly. Oh, man. It's getting late in the day.
It is.
Well, got a couple hardship cars lining up to go out. And is that Tiger Tom?
It is Tiger Tom Patton.
Yeah.
Had some issues during the qualifying session today, so interesting that he's going to be going out and taking a hardship. Well, actually, he had the big bore race. He actually retired early from the big bore race. And so Brian crossing the line here, taking the win in FE2 is Russ Turner, with Paul Schneider second, Sam Harrington third, Dexter Suba finishing in fourth position. We talked about Vanacore and Parks and prototypes. Tim Minor taking the win over Rick Silver in Formula Continental, and of course, you mentioned Larry Howard taking the win over Jim Booth, and Jay Schuler in Formula Atlantic. All right, let me make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention the paddock, final call. B-Spec, F Production, H Production, and E Production racers, please head to the grid. Production and B-Spec racers, this is your final call to the grid. And with one race remaining, Brian, let's take a quick break here at Virginia International Raceway. We'll be back with more action in just a few moments. Stay with us. Here at Virginia International Raceway, we'll be back with more action in just a few moments. Stay with us.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
SCCA.com.
We're back here at Virginia International Raceway, last race of the day. We're back here to do it all again tomorrow at 8 a.m. But for today, we got one more to go. B-Spec, EF, and H Production, and Gregg Ginsberg is here with your starting lineup.
Oh, yes, I am. All right, let's run down the starting order for. We're going to start off with B-Spec first, which is going to be coming onto the track here just a moment behind our production racers, who you see right now. Matter of fact, well, I guess they won't come into your view. Starting on the pole in B-Spec, driving the number 98 Mini Cooper. He was your pole sitter at the National Championship Runoffs this year at Road America. It's Dan Conway, driving the Rat Sport Mini. His teammate two-time and defending national champion in B-Spec, driving his orange Mini Coupe. I said bronze earlier, and apparently I offended a lot of people by calling it bronze instead of like something pearl orange mini color or something. In his Rat Sport Mini Coupe, it's Rich Roman. Rob Pekarczyk in the Goodyear Tires Honda Fit will start third, with Adam Benaway also driving a Honda Fit in the Racing for Heroes machine out of Fayetteville, North Carolina. Stuart Black driving the number 40 Chevy Sonic will start in fifth position. Right alongside him, Blair Deffenbaugh, internationally famous Blair Deffenbaugh, out of Silva, North Carolina, in the purple and teal Honda Fit. Then we got Josh Schmidt from Babyface Fabrications. He's going to start seventh today in his Chevy Sonic, along with Richard Osborne in the number 51 Nissan Versa Note. Then we got JB Swan. JB is driving his Chevrolet Sonic. He's out of Braintree, Massachusetts. And finally, Jim Nurr in the number 89 Mazda 2. He is going to start 10th. Let's move over to the production classes, where Peter Norton is your pole sitter in the number 50 Caterham 7. He's out of Pelham, North Carolina, with John Hainsworth in the number 95 open top Mazda RX-7, the Turf Trade machine. Will start second, with Doug Piner in the 06 BMW Z3 out of Hempstead, North Carolina, starting third. Bryce McGuire driving the number 27 E-Production BMW Z3 will start fourth. He's out of Cary, North Carolina, with John Balcom in the number 86 E-Production Alfa Romeo Spider starting in fifth position. Steve Sargis, he's our H-Production pole sitter. He starts sixth today, driving the number 18 Triumph Spitfire. He's out of Hartford, Wisconsin, with Wade McBride out of Asley, Texas, starting in seventh position. He's your F-Production pole sitter, and he starts seventh. Starting eighth, Whitfield Gregg driving the number 17 E-Production Mazda MX-5. He's from Manson, Washington, with Chris Copley in the number 10 F-Production Toyota Paseo. Then we got Patrick McGovern in the number 80 F-Production Mazda Miata. He's out of Richmond, Kentucky. As we just got word, the lights have been extinguished with the safety car as they come down the roller coaster. Then we've got, starting 12th, the number 5 Toyota Yaris of Tom Roaring. That's an H-Production car. Robert Bax, also racing an H-Production, driving the number 33 Mini Cooper, will start 13th, with Eric Vickerman in the number 0 H-Production MG Midget, starting 14th. Starting 15th, driving the number 124 F-Production Fiat 124 Spider, is Gary Bauckham, with Rob Horrell, scheduled to start 16th in the number 91 H-Production Honda CRX. As the lights are out on our second pace car, as the field now in our first group, our production classes, coming down the front straight. Starter looks him over, Brian, and green flag is in the air.
Here comes your production field, all 15 or 16 cars of them, down towards turn 1 for the first time. Turn 1 problematic in the last race. Let's see how they get through it this time. Side by side for the first couple. They actually got into single file for the most part before getting to turn 1, so very nicely done. And coming out early, I believe, is going to be Doug Piner's in third. I think that's John Hainsworth in that lead car. Peter Norton second, and Doug Piner will be third as they come now towards turn number 4.
Yeah, Brian, I would never accuse a Mazda RX-7 of being a torque monster, but but you just had Hainsworth to just outmotor Peter Norton in the Caterham 7 down into turn 1, and more importantly, out of the horseshoe. As our B-Spec racers now, Brian, taking the green flag as the two Rat Sport teammates of Conway and Roman lead the field down in the turn 1. Conway in the green Mazda 2, Roman in the orange Mini Coupe on the outside there.
There we go. Wow, 3, maybe 4 wide for a second there as they come through turn 1 and 2 and heading now through 3 and towards 4. And is that Rich Roman, who's fallen all the way back to last place?
I believe we had Rich Roman come off the track. Rob Pekarczyk, now your leader in the number 99 Honda Fit. Actually, that's not right, because Pekarczyk's car is white and red. This is the blue Honda Fit of Adam Benaway, who has raced here at VIR, CMP, here for many years as part of the Regional South Atlantic Road Racing Championship program, and he's taken advantage of that track knowledge. He's jumped out to an early lead. Actually, let's look to see where the bronze car is. Yeah, that's Rich Roman, running second to last in B-Spec with the NER Mazda 2, currently pulling up the rear in 10th position.
Reminds me a lot, Greg, of the 2023 runoffs when Steve Introne got bumped off of the track or went off of the track. I don't know if Rich got bumped off the track, but went off the track early, fell all the way to the back, and the best he was able to get back up to was 10th or 11th place. Now Rich Roman's got to try to work his way up through the field. Here comes your your production cars across the line for the first time. It's Hainsworth, followed by Norton, Piner, McGuire, Bauckham, Gregg, McBride, Copley, Copley, and Thomas Burt. That's your top 9 right now.
That's right. And, we talked this morning about Chris Copley in that Toyota Paseo, currently running second in F production. That is an ex-GT Light car that he brought out. He had purchased just before the National Championship runoffs, tried to run it. I had to personally push it all the way down the pit lane. My back still hurts from getting him on track during the test days. But big change there. We talked earlier about the upcoming combination of GT3U or GT3 and STU, is that with the GT Light cars moving into F production, they've picked up some weight. They have also lost the rear wings that they were allowed to run previously, primarily because the production car classes don't allow a rear wing for additional aero aids. So we'll see here. Copley, who for many years raced the GT Light original British Leyland Mini, so this Paseo I think is like twice the length of what he had raced
and
previously.
half the weight.
Yeah, exactly. Quite a bit. Well, he also, I think it was a tube frame car. I don't think it was a production, fully production-based Mini. But great run for him as we are watching this B-Spec race, and Adam Benaway, who is, I've seen some great races in the last couple of years between Benaway and Blair Deffenbaugh, again here down in the Southeast Division, but has opened up a nice little lead on the 98 Conway Cooper, as well as Rob Bukarczyk. Now, we've talked before, and sort of sad to see this new livery on the Bukarczyk car, because for many years he ran it with the same Stars and Stripes livery that Brian Price took that car to the Pirelli World Challenge TCB Championship, actually the year after Tom O'Gorman had won his championship. And of course we had Tom filling in for me at NOLA a couple of weeks ago. But that Bukarczyk car, very, very quick and in very capable hands here as we jump back to our production car races.
Yes, your production car racing right now in E-production, Norton, Hainsworth, Piner. That's your top 3. Peter Norton's taken over the point there. In F production, you've got Wade McBride, Chris Copley, and Patrick McGovern is your third place car. And then H production, Steve Sargis is your leader there, with Tom Boring in second and Robert Bax in third. Then, of course, we've been talking about B-Spec, Benaway, Conway, Bukarczyk, Black, and Deffenbaugh, your top 5.
Yeah, and here they go. And we have a new leader, Brian, as Dan Conway at the top of the roller coaster was able to outbrake the Honda Fit of Benaway, so move Conway to the lead. Conway was in a position certainly to podium, if not take the win in B-Spec at the National Championships early this year. Unfortunately, got caught up in an incident that brought out a full course caution that essentially ended that race. But they've done a lot of work over the winter to get this chassis back up and running and together, and it has been very strong so far. Saw them a couple weeks ago doing testing at Summit Point Raceway with this chassis, and again in good shape. Now it does look as though
Benaway fought back.
Yeah, I would say Benaway fights back to the lead, but also if you take a look here, making a move to the inside, Brian, and coming underneath Josh Schmidt, going into left hook, that was defending champion Richard Roman. So move Roman now up at the 6th position, and he's not that far behind this big group here. If he and Schmidt can actually work together for just a little bit, maybe Schmidt can, who has the the big bore car in B-Spec, the 1.8 liter, if he can maybe give a little bit of a shove to Roman down the back straight coming out of Oak Tree, they could conceivably move back up to that lead pack of 5 cars that's being with Blair Deffenbaugh in his Honda Fit currently at the edge. But we see there coming out of South Bend, Brian, Schmidt just without the entrance speed to South Bend, and Rich Roman able to carry quite a bit more speed and able to pick up maybe and expand his advantage over the Sonic by about 6 car lengths.
Well, here's a perfect example of how good these drivers are and how close the competition is with the cars, is that, Roman had dropped to the back, and he's not been able to just zip right back up to the front, even though he is a 2-time defending national champion here. He's got a hard road to toe here to get all the way up to even just the back of the front 4, and that's because these cars are so well balanced and because the drivers are just that good. No changes at the front of the field yet. It's still Norton, Hainsworth, Piner, your top 3, and everybody kind of holding station here with 17 minutes to go. This middle portion of the race, 25-minute races today. Tomorrow we'll be back here doing it again, and we'll have 14-lap races tomorrow. So a little bit longer races tomorrow. Those all start at 8 o'clock with qualifying, and then our first race before lunch at approximately 10:20, and then the rest of our racing program tomorrow after 2 o'clock, and that after 12 o'clock, 12:10 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow.
All right, and of course, for everybody tonight, as we are winding things down for the day, as mentioned earlier, we will have our Saturday evening social at the Pavilion just outside of the North Paddock. It's scheduled to start about half hour after this race ends. And you'll definitely want to join us because the Oak Tree Tavern, it ain't open tonight. So join us for some hors d'oeuvres and some food there up at the Pavilion.
I'll be there.
You should be there, Brian. I mean, if you jump on the red eye, you should be there just in time for us to start chowing down at the Pavilion. All right.
Side by side here through the S's, and it was Conway trying to make the move back on Benaway, not able to get it done. I don't know that that's a place you want to go side by side.
In a B-Spec car, I mean, you can fit 6 wide through there, so I don't think it's that big of a deal.
True enough.
Yeah, exactly. And actually, they all seem to make it work pretty well. But importantly, it hasn't allowed Rich Roman to close down much ground there, as we've got our 2 leaders in E-production now starting to work their way up to this B-Spec pack. And let's take a look and see how the yellow Caterham 7 of Peter Norton and John Hainsworth in his Mazda RX-7 deal with these racers, because they're going to get to them here, I think, after they start the run down the hill and down through the roller coaster with just under 15 minutes remaining.
Yeah, that's definitely the case, and Peter Norton wants to be respectful because he doesn't want to mess up anybody's race, but he also doesn't want to let Hainsworth get any closer than they have. He's not so far out in front of his competition that he can just kind of sit back and relax here, but that is a question that you have to weigh when you have to come up through a whole group of cars all racing for a podium.
Yeah, and you notice there is Hainsworth wasn't able to cover much ground and make up ground on Rich Roman to try and get ahead. It would have been a key opportunity to get ahead of Roman going down the roller coaster, but instead he's going to come into turn 1 now, and he's going to have those same 5 or 6 B-Spec cars just ahead of him, possibly impeding his exit through the horseshoe and into the NASCAR bend. They're not going to want to give way, but they do actually open the door coming through the NASCAR bend. So Hainsworth can possibly sneak through coming into left hook. But look at that, the Mazda is now, the RX-7 is sitting right in the middle of that B-Spec pack as they came in the left hook, as Hainsworth just wasn't able to carry the speed he needed through NASCAR Bend to beat him to that left-handed turn 4. Finally now, he should be able to clear them before he gets to the uphill S's, but I think the damage has been done as both Norton and Hainsworth came upon these cars just now a lap ago. Hainsworth was probably about 1.5 to 2 seconds back at the line, was over 3 seconds back, and I'd probably put it at somewhere almost double that now, Brian.
And while all that was happening, Danielle Conway took the lead on the end of the last lap, and then in the opening corners of this lap, Adam Benaway able to get back around him again. So there is no lack of action here in this B-Spec field. These 4 cars at the front, and it looks like Benaway's really good here in the back part of the racetrack, but then when they get up through Hogpen and all of that area, Conway's car seems to work better there, and they've just been trading things up.
All right, if we can stay, I wanted to jump over to the battle for the lead in F production if we could, Jordan. I think there they are now. They just came out of Oak Tree. This is the white and green Mazda Miata. Our leader in F production, Wade McBride, I believe, and then and Chris Copley, I thought, was right behind. So maybe that isn't that fight. I'm going to try and track it down, because that was actually that was Balkum and Bryce McGuire. So the next 2 cars to come through after these 2. There they are. There we go. So there's the green-white Miata. That is our F production leader, Wade McBride. Just behind in the black Toyota Paseo, that is Chris Copley. That is the battle for the lead now in F production. Margin when they completed the last lap was at about 9/10 of a second, with Copley dropping off of McBride's times by about 3/10 the last time by. McBride had just run his fastest lap, but as you come down through the roller coaster here, you can see where that little Paseo has its strengths, Brian, over the F production cars. He was able to pick up maybe about 4 car lengths, and as they come across the line, let's check the margin. Copley was able to knock off about 15 hundredths of a second, and is getting a little bit closer. And with 10 minutes remaining, still a lot of time left, and now we're going to see a local caution come out, I think coming out of the horseshoe at turn 2, and that is, I'm fairly certain, the 86 Spider E-production car of John Balkum. We're going to get a confirmation from our corner workers here in just a moment.
While we're waiting for that, we're way past halfway, so let's take our final break of the day. We'll get that out of the way, and then we'll come back for the finish of our last race. Stay with us, everyone.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit scca.com for more information.
All right, a big shakeup here in B-Spec now. We've had a bunch of cars do a bunch of different stuff here over the last few laps. It does look like the Adam Benaway is still at the front, but the Dan Conway car has cycled back now to, well, he had cycled back to third place. Now he's back to second place. These guys are all over the place, Greg. Very, very hard to keep on top of who is where and where is who at this point.
All right, and we've got Rob Pekarczyk, who's been pretty steady there. That is Doug Piner, by the way, retiring from, I believe, third in E-Production. That's going to move Bryce McGuire now in his BMW Z3 up in the third. But I think the one constant in B-Spec, Brian, has been the 99 Honda Fit, the white and red fit of Rob Pekarczyk. And Blair Deffenbaugh has now closed things up on Stuart Black, at least as they came out of Hogpen. He was right there behind the number 40 machine, and we can see there it takes a slightly non-traditional line through the horseshoe, is able to close things up once again as the 40 machine had gapped Deffenbaugh just a little bit down the front straight. Oddly enough, or maybe not oddly because he hasn't had the benefit of the draft, Rich Roman, our defending national champion, just has not been able to close things down on those two cars just ahead, as we're starting to see drivers pair off a little bit here, Brian, and it looks almost like the start of the race for a few moments there with Pekarczyk and Conway drafting together through Snake and up the hill, and Benaway had been able to open up about a almost 4 car length gap. By the time they came up through the S's, that advantage was then gone. And so we'll have to see here if there's a big difference as these racers come out of Oak Tree and onto the back straight.
5.5 minutes to go. That means about 3 laps, maybe, depending on where our leader is at the moment. So we'll keep a close eye on that. But this, and I just went through the entire field. The only other semi-close battle on the racetrack right now is for the lead in F production, but that's a 2-second gap as well. So we're going to stick with the B-Spec race here to the end because there's 4 cars, and we still don't know which of those 4 cars is going to be the winner or who's going to be on the podium at this point.
Yeah, and to update things in H production, Steve Sargis now with almost a full minute advantage over Tom Roaring. Robert Bax in his B-Spec Mini, the blue number 33 machine, running an H-Prod here today, not in B-Spec, and that car is showing us 2 laps down. So Sargis, again, many time, I think 9 or 10-time national champion, currently with a pretty good size advantage over Tom Roaring, who admittedly is just coming to grips for the first time in his brand new car. And Brian, look at this, side by side, the battle for 4th right now in B-Spec, definitely heating up as we've got not identical cars. We've got the Fit and the Sonic going under braking in the 1. And let's take a look here. Because once again, Stuart Black able to go a little bit deeper on the brakes than the Honda Fit of Blair Deffenbaugh and is able to hold off the Silva, North Carolina driver. When they crossed the line, Deffenbaugh had actually had the advantage over the Fit, or probably over the Sonic, but Black able to fight back.
Yeah, definitely the case, and we've got just under 4 minutes to go, so 2 more laps here. I think they'll probably get 2 more in addition to this one at this point in time. Peter Norton's got that big lead already, still I should say, not already, and he is in a good spot right now. He is up 4.6 seconds over John Hainsworth, and yep.
All right, Brian, we do have a car off down in the roller coaster. Should mention as our leaders in B-Spec just now coming into turns 11 and 12. And that is the other Bauckham car. That is the number 124 machine. That is the F production entry of Gary Bauckham. And looks like he is stuck there. And we're going to have to see here. Obviously, we've got the local caution coming down the hill over at 16. I can't tell from that shot if it sounds as though he is not on the track surface. And the hope is obviously that we can keep the track green here, and we'll see what happens, as he has not been able to communicate with the corner workers.
And there is your B-Spec leaders now coming toward that section here, and they obviously won't be able to make any passes until they're past the incident, and that's they're clear of the incident now.
Well, and there we go. Now we can actually get the perspective, because he's on the inside driver's right. Next time, our leader, Peter Norton, or John Hainsworth, who now is about 4.5 seconds back, next time they come to the starter stand, they'll see the white flag in the air to signify their very last lap. And I'll try to see if we can find where the 50 machine of Peter Norton, he's just now making his way down the roller coaster. So he'll get the white flag in just a few moments.
All right, so 2 lap and 3/4 left for the B-Spec field here. And where, Greg, is the best spot here on, I'm going to guess, you're going to wait till the last lap to make the last move. What are you thinking at this point in time?
Well, I mean, certainly for the B-Spec cars, the advantage that the Mini has, besides it having the only independent rear suspension in the field, is that it actually has much bigger, much better brakes than the Honda Fit does. I mean, it's gonna need Dan Conway to make up about 4 car lengths, which even with the draft on the back straight, I think is going to be a kind of a tough proposition for him. But obviously, right at the top of the roller coaster is going to be the way to go. Now, with the white flag out and with Peter Norton working his last lap, and based on where Norton should be on track, coming through, he's just now coming through NASCAR Bend and going into turn 5. I think the B-Spec racers here are going to get another lap.
Oh, yes.
Just had
absolutely
one of our B-Spec racers. That was the 51 of Richard Osborne.
Yep.
Yeah, pulling his Nissan Versa Note off track over by Left Hook. But they should have the opportunity here. Now, again, interesting here is this fight between the Sonic and the Fit of Deffenbaugh and Black, as they've now really fallen off the top 3. And Deffenbaugh just locked in on that rear bumper. We'll see what happens with them when they come down the hill. This is where the Fit is, I think, a little stronger than the Sonics. But, of course, that doesn't apply to this battle up at the front, where Conway has been very quick all race through this portion of the track. I think the biggest question is, and we saw earlier where Deffenbaugh under braking wasn't as good as Black. I don't know if that's going to apply to Benaway as well. So let's see what the Mini does, and we may see Dan Conway try to shove that green Mini Cooper down the inside on Benaway. Benaway going to protect as some faster traffic comes through.
Yeah, going to protect, but I don't know that he had much of an option with that faster car coming through, but he was able to hold his own there, as I believe that's Doug Piner. No, that's not Doug Piner.
That's our F production leader,
right?
Wade McBride.
So Benaway able to take advantage of that situation and stay out in front of Conway. He's got just a couple corners left to go here. and Conway is maybe 1 car length between him and Benaway. So he's got to first get to that rear bumper and then find the right spot to try to stick it in there. Top of the roller coaster is usually a good spot for that. But now that gap's opened up probably 2 or 3 car lengths, Greg.
All right, Brian, and Peter Norton has taken the win in E-Production, taking the checkered flag. John Hainsworth will finish second. Bryce McGuire, when he comes across the line in his BMW Z3, and he's, I think, on the front straight now, he will finish third in class. And our F-Production leader, Wade McBride, there he is in that group right with the B-Spec racers.
Yeah, and Benaway came up on a slower car there. He was able to get through pretty easily, and then a little bit more challenging for Conway and Pekarczyk to get through. So I think that's a little bit of an advantage for the 69 car. Here they come, and you can see still about 2 car lengths. Conway's going to have to go really deep under braking here to have any chance of getting around Benaway here, and he is just at this moment, Greg, not close enough. Here they come down the roller coaster for the final time. Benaway looks like he's got this fairly well in control here as they come down through 16 and 17 here. No issues. Benaway, Conway, and then Pekarczyk right there, 1, 2, and 3 as they come down to the start stand for the final time. Checkered flag in the air. Who is it going to be at the line? Here they are. There it is. Adam Benaway, Daniel Conway, Rob Pekarczyk. That's your top 3 in B-Spec, followed by Stuart Black, Blair Deffenbaugh, Rich Roman, and Josh Schmidt. Greg, do you know, is that Adam Benaway's first Super Tour win?
I believe it is, absolutely, Brian. So congratulations to the Fayetteville, North Carolina racer. Like I said, I've seen him take many, many regional race wins, and I believe that is his very first Super Tour win. And we'll have to see how he places that car during qualifying tomorrow morning. So with that, it's Benaway, Conway, Pekarczyk, Black, Deffenbaugh, as you said, in B-Spec. In H-Production, Steve Sargis, Tom Broering, Rob Bax. There in F-Production, Wade McBride takes the win over Chris Copley, with Patrick McGovern finishing third. And then finally, E-Production. With the overall win, it's Peter Norton, John Hainsworth second, Bryce McGuire finishes in third with Don Tucker and Thomas Burt rounding out the top 5. All right, so Brian, let's quickly take a look at what we got coming up tomorrow. Of course, coverage begins bright and early, 8 a.m. Eastern time, or as Brian calls it, way too early to think at 5 a.m. on the West Coast. And we will have qualifying sessions, 15-minute qualifying sessions for each one of our 7 race groups. They will help set the grid for tomorrow afternoon's feature races. But we're going to have that first feature race just before lunch, and then we'll round things out with our remaining 6 feature races. They are going to be 35 minutes or 14 laps, whichever comes first. Want to thank Beans Forster for joining me up in the announce booth today. Wanted to thank Gina Katzmark for bringing delicious food. And Brian, good first day of racing here from Virginia International Raceway.
Yep, we're going to do it all again tomorrow morning. Thank you all for being here. And we will hope that you return back and find us again tomorrow on the SCCA official YouTube channel. Before you click off, folks, if you haven't already, click like and subscribe. Hit that bell so you know when we're up next. And that's going to do it here from VIR. He's Gregg Ginsberg. I'm Brian Bielanski. We'll see you tomorrow morning.